What a day. What a day. 8 o'clock. I'll get started. Maybe some people will join. Um, I've mentioned a couple times in the last few weeks that this church will make more sense as time goes on. And I'm hoping that we're starting to see that. We do three things with this church. We read a book of the Bible each month, we pray for each other as we go, and we do something to help the poor. We don't I may live 1,000 miles away from you, but you can do something to help the poor in your community, and I will do something to help the poor with my family in our community. And that is what the church is supposed to do. It seems like it's pretty simple, and it is, but a lot more went into coming up with these three things than it may seem. Um, Over the last however many years, certainly the last 10, there has been this movement toward what it means to be Christian. Um, what it means to be Christian, at least in my tradition, in sort of white evangelicalism. It's always meant to be conservative. Those two things are kind of synonymous. But as conservative has turned into ultra conservative or MAGA or Christian nationalism, whatever term you want to use, the expectation is that we are to stay on board. And a lot of us are like, no, I'm not on board. But we are still followers of Christ or followers of Jesus, whatever we call ourselves, but we're out. We're out on Christian nationalism, as we should be, as the Bible is clear, I think, that we should be. So people jump ship, as they should. Hi, Nancy. It's good to see you. What a day, huh? What a day. I don't know. A lot of emotions, I think, today. Anger or confusion. And, as you know, I was kind of explaining why we felt the need to do this. This is a big part of it. A big part of why people have left church or are not interested in church is because as the church has shifted and become more conservative and more kind of a MAGA and more now Christian nationalist, we're expected to go along. We're expected to stay. And if we don't, then what do? We just leave, or you try to find a church that's not that way. There's a handful, I'm sure, and that are out there that are speaking out. And I'm not talking about the more progressive denominations. I'm talking in the tradition I came up in, which was kind of like an evangelical conservative Christian church. And I've been out a long time, but as things have shifted more, I felt like we should do something, right? I think there's probably a lot of people who are pretending that they're surprised by today's news, by these emails. I don't know if it's a genuine, authentic surprise that we'll see. I don't know how churches will respond. Maybe they'll just say it's not a big deal, or they won't mention it on Sunday, or even as this continues to unfold. If there's votes and we get more clarity on these files and whether or not they're released, how will this MAGA Christian nationalism respond? Those pastors that I posted months ago who know about this stuff, they know, right? It's been more advantageous for them, more chance of them becoming more powerful if they side with this administration. So they've done it knowingly. And they've hijacked Christianity. They've tried to hijack Christianity. That's why we're here to be like, you don't get it. You don't get to veer so far from the message of Jesus that it's not even recognizable anymore in this Christian nationalism movement. There's no empathy. There's no concern for the poor. There's no considering others better than yourself. There's no loving of your neighbor. They just support the most atrocious things. It used to feel like even a year ago that this Christian nationalism that was brewing was a minority or sort of like a fringe belief when you see your Howertons and those guys, those four pastors that I post that say, "Hey, I think what one of them, what does he say? He says, I think we are morally obligated to stand in defense of this administration as Christians, as pastors." I think he says. What will their response be? I'm sure they'll. I'm sure they won't be humbled or apologetic or. And this isn't a time where we're like, see, we told you so type of thing, because the damage is done, right? There are so many people that are like, we're done with Christianity because we let this Christian nationalism spread and hijack our faith. And so people are like, I don't want any part of Christianity. And who could blame them? Who could blame them? But there's those of us that are like, we remember Jesus. We've read. This is why we read. It may seem like I just said, oh, well, we'll do these three things. We'll do these three things. We'll read the Bible together. We'll pray for each other. We'll do stuff to help the poor. Just kind of random three things to carve out a path and be like, we're not Christian nationalists. We're this little sliver of white evangelicalism that is not on board, that is not Christian nationalist. But those three things are well thought through. I believe that biblical literacy is an act of political resistance. I keep posting that over and over and over again. We have to read. We have to read so that when folks like this tell us not to be empathetic, we know better. We know better. That's why how many times in the last week, the Bible verses that I post, I underline, I emphasize Jesus' compassion, right? Because they don't want us to be compassionate. Why? Why did they write books 2 years ago about toxic empathy and the sin of empathy? So that when we see what's happening with these masked guys just ripping families apart, parents or kids screaming for their mom or their child, don't be empathetic. Don't let that tear your heart apart. You see I almost have more appreciation. I almost have more respect for people who come right out, for Christian nationalists who come right out and say we shouldn't have SNAP. These poor people, they take SNAP away. It'll motivate them to go do something. I almost appreciate that more than the pretend, these $1 million churches that they write $100 check to some local food bank and tell their congregation, see how we care for the poor. Give me a break. So yeah, let's read the Bible. It's not just because if you want people to know Jesus, even as an evangelism tool, if you're still evangelistic, if you still think that you would like to get other people to know Jesus, don't burden yourself with how do I come up with a perfect presentation of the gospel. Just invite somebody to read. Invite a coworker, hey, you want to read Matthew with me this month? You and I will read it together. I won't ask you questions. If you give up or quit, that's okay. But let's read it together. Pray for each other as we go, and then do something to help the poor. You could do this with an atheist. They can skip the reading part. Read something else with them and just go do something to help the poor. But be part of the church. This was never intended to be passive. And I'm doing it with my family because there's a weight, there's a pressure for me. When we decided to do this, on November 18th last year, I took on the role of the pastor of my kids and my family because we don't go anymore. I'm it. And so you think through, what would I want them to do? Well, you'd like them to know Jesus. I don't want to indoctrinate them. I'm not forcing them to follow him. They can see, this is why I do this. This is why I think we should treat people this way, or we should help the poor, or we should pray for one another. But I get angry that this is why we call it a church. I think I told you this, but we had people that said, don't call this a church. If your target audience is people who have left the church, and that's kind of the goal of this. If you're like, hey, I thought Jesus was supposed to be loving. I thought we were supposed to like love our neighbors or care for people. You're right. So people leave, and someone said, don't call this a church. Don't call it a church. But you get tired of surrendering. I get tired of surrendering, right? All the way along. It's like, the American flag, you can't put that on your house anymore, right? That's a symbol. So you get rid of the flag, and you get rid of if you post Bible verses, people just assume. If I put Bible verses in my bio or I post them, people will scroll past and be like, there's a Christian nationalist for sure. Because we've let that happen. We just surrender. We just roll over and surrender. Someone said, don't call this a church, call it a place for whatever. Reconsider haven, something other than a church, because people will scroll past. The target audience will scroll past as soon as they see church. No, thank you. Right? For whatever reason, they were hurt by the church, or they just all they see is Christian nationalism, and they're like, I'm out. I'm out. So I think we have to keep at it. I've mentioned, if you've seen some posts over the last month, I said this church will make more sense as time goes on. I don't know how these Christian nationalist pastors will respond. They'll either ignore it, or they'll pretend something along the lines of, look, we're not going to get into politics, right? We're just going to focus on Jesus and focus on the Bible, and let's not worry about the things of the world. That's what they'll pivot to, something like that, even though for the last several years they've been so supportive, kind of either subliminally or outright telling their congregations that they should support this administration. And the church and their congregations go along. And now they'll sort of wiggle, like, well, this is not, let's stay focused. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll double down and be like, this is still the right administration. Even the pretending that, like anybody that pretends that they're just finding out about this. Oh, who's here? Yeah. You know that I think there will be a number of folks that pretend like, oh my goodness, I didn't really realize this was going on. That's either yes, you did, or you chose not to. How long have these pictures and things been circulating, right? All the way back to the beginning with that audio, the tape on that bus, when he brags about this, and then all of a sudden, a few years later, you see this connection, all these pictures and videos of them partying together. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. You can believe it. You've known all the way along. You're complicit. So what's the plan? What's the plan for those 4 pastors? What have they done to the church in this country? The effect of the advancement of the gospel. And they're still at work. There's, young people are coming out with this new theology. The teenagers or young men, that women are supposed to be very no leadership. Women can't be leaders. They shouldn't be talking in the house. They shouldn't do anything, right? They're just property, effectively, is what we're trying to get back to, what they're trying to get back to. I hope this points it out. And I hope that people, I've had on my mind, I thought about making videos that say, hey, if you're thinking about getting plugged into a church, because the reality is there are young people and people that are returning to church, people that are hungry for church, and so they're going to these churches. Many of them that don't outright say, hey, we're a Christian nationalist church, but they are. They just don't announce it. It's terrifying to me. I'm like, please don't go. Please come here for 5 minutes. Come talk to me for 5 minutes before you pick a church to plug into. Because it's dangerous, right? You get some 18-year-old that went to some Turning Point rally and got all charged up. I want to get plugged into a church. And then what? And then he joins some Josh Howerton church that teaches this young guy how to degrade women. It's unbelievable. All this moral grandstanding about the LGBTQ community. We can't have that while supporting this. Man, it's so sad. So yeah, it's a mixture of like heartache and anger. I feel like so many of us have all of the emotions every day. It's just too much, right? Like we were never meant for this. You've seen posts like that. It's just like, you're never meant to get just constant news all the time. It's just, you wake up and here comes terrible news all the time. And you're supposed to stay empathetic. So every story that breaks, it's supposed to break your heart. That's what empathy is, to suffer with somebody else. When Jesus has compassion on this people, he doesn't look at them and say, I feel bad for that person. His heart hurts as if it's theirs. He breaks with those people. How do you do that when every 10 minutes there's a new, atrocious, horrible thing? So we put our phones down, read for 4 minutes, put it down for a little bit, go for a walk, read, pray, do something to help the poor, put it down. And I don't say this judgmentally. I'm just as bad at it. Those of you that have been around a little while know that I have an addictive personality. Social media I'm new to it. But I have to set parameters, right? And then you can see the effect of day in and day out on this thing, but they get worried that we're going to miss something, I guess. And we're seeking for justice. We want one day this to see justice. But I think the algorithms will just keep us in this anxious, fearful, devastated, depressed. I think that's where they want us. That's the sweet spot. So we'll just keep getting videos. Even if there's good news, it'll just be like kind of overwhelmingly bad. How did this happen? Didn't happen quickly. This moral majority, this Project 2025, this has been in the works for a long, long time, and it's coming to head. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? This is our best effort. Yeah, follow Jesus. It's not so much that Christian nationalism is, kind of hijacked Christianity and is we'd like to pretend that there's some minority, but they're making the rules, they're making the laws, they're running the government. Like, they're not the minority. You have 5 out of 100 churches that are speaking out against it, and you have 5 out of 100 churches that are outright supporting it, vocal in their support of it. These pastors that are like, hey, I think any pastor that's not supporting this has a moral obligation. That's what he said. It has a moral obligation to support this administration. That's also 5 out of the 100 churches. There's 90 in between that are just quiet, right? Shame on them. Pick a side. Have some conviction. I know where I am, the denomination, the congregation is probably half and half, so they just toe the line. Don't say anything about this. But there's a reason, there's a method behind what we came up with. Essentially, like if there was no church, no institutional church, what do we do? Oh, there's so many comments. I'm so bad at comments. Yeah, come on up. Somebody said. You requesting up? One love. Where'd you go? I don't know. Sorry, one love. Request up again and I'll have you up. Yeah. Well, maybe I can just rant. I rarely rant. I usually listen. Yeah. I am ranting a bit. Your loss. Can you request up? Maybe not. Your lose. She said, your lose. I missed a request. And it says, your lose. Which maybe is supposed to say your loss. My loss, I guess. That's the opportunity. Hey, Brandy, I'm just popping off. How did we get here? I popped off to Brandy a little bit last night. Let's read. Invite somebody else to read. Biblical literacy is essential to getting us out of this, or we could just pack it all up. But we know Jesus, some of us. What's up, my friend? 19 minutes of me just spouting off.
Hey there.
Hi, my friend.
I told you I'd be here.
I've been at it the last 19 minutes just venting.
Okay. I was
ranting and raving to myself, which maybe I needed to get it off my chest. Some of it we talked about last night. Like, it just seems like, oh, well, we kind of like, well, Christian nationalism is sort of taking hold or taking over the institutional church in this country. So I got to do something, and we'll create this, and let's just read the Bible and pray for each other and do something to help the poor. As we talked about last night, there's There's reasons behind that. I didn't just pick those ideas out of the air. I do believe that biblical literacy is a tool of political resistance. We've got to
Yeah.
know, we've got to know what we're talking about. You don't have to
Yeah.
be we don't have to be scholars in a sense. But if you read a gospel and someone tells you empathy is sinful, you'll know better, right? You'll be like, nah, that's not true, right? Jesus was
Right.
compassionate at every turn, so I'm not buying that story. But because nobody reads, you can sell it.
Right. The fact that people say that empathy is a sin is so crazy because of God's nature. Like, he is literally an incarnational God. Like, he's not some guy in the sky. Like, he he met with people in the cool of the garden. He provided manna in the morning.
Mhm.
Like he literally wanted to be amongst the people so bad that he was willing to live in a tent, not a temple. He was willing to live in a tent amongst his people so that he can be with them.
Yeah.
So when people say that empathy is a sin, what they're saying is, I don't want to have to care about my neighbor to the point where I have to do something to help them. That's what they're saying.
Yes. And you know what, Brandy? It's been an interesting few weeks because you had, as we knew that these SNAP benefits were under question, and the reality is the church would love to see them end, not because they're going to step up and do anything about it, but because
They already showed that they
yeah.
ain't.
So in theory, you would think, oh, okay, if in fact these SNAP benefits are ending, what say you, church? Let's see what you're about. Let's see you step up and help people. But the reality is, they're like, oh no, we're not going to help them. We actually, but but we secretly love that these benefits are being taken away because maybe that'll motivate these people to work harder and to get more money and to stop leeching off the system. Even though we pay them just trash, most of these people work
No, it's
and they
not.
won't.
That's not it. What they'll do is these people will be so down and out that they'll have to come to us to cry and to roll all over the altar and do all this other stuff. Listen, this is about control. This is what this is about. It's about control. It's about being the person that controls the narrative. And the thing about it is that the narrative is getting away from them because they're not being what they're supposed to be. Like, and the thing about it is not every church, and that's the nuance, right? That's the nuance. The nuance is that not every church is not responding to their community. There are good churches out here that are responding to their community. But
Absolutely.
here is the deal. The church is outsourcing the compassion they're supposed to deliver. And that's what those phone calls revealed, right? Because every time she called somebody, they were like, "Oh, let me give you a list of organizations that you can go to get the help that you need."
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with working with organizations, but you should be able to respond immediately to a need. A $20, listen, listen, you need to be like a Uber service. If somebody calls you and say, "Hey man, I got a need," let me get up from my desk,
Yeah.
right? And let me see what I can do about what you need. Like, I think there's ways that or have some type of voucher system that you can. You need formula. Let me email you a voucher. I already have a partnership with Walmart or whoever. Let me email you this voucher. Go get what you need. I mean, it's to me. I think that we just got to the point where we're just like, we're just here to do and I'm telling you, people are just like, I've seen people say, well, Jesus didn't feed anybody until they heard the message he had to say. What? And they were like, and then they were talking about like Acts 6 or whatever, and it was said that there was no need. This is what the girl said, right? She said there was no need among them. She was like, "Who is them?" the church of Jerusalem. I was like, ma'am, then why does the church father say that they were just giving away stuff? That the church was doing better than Rome was doing. Why were pagan writers making fun of Christians for paying off people's debts and selling their homes in order to meet the needs of their neighbors? Like, I don't think people understand what they're reading in Acts. Like, I mean, this.
I feel grieved today when I see the. I mean, a lot of mixed emotions today. Well, most days, right? There's just where we live in such a unique time where it's we get this constant feed on our phones, and we have to. I think the biggest challenge we have in this generation in our lifetime is to figure out how to balance this, how to put phones down. And I mentioned at the beginning, like, you know, that I have an addictive personality. So to learn the art of putting these phones down and read something for a few minutes, or go help somebody, or
Right.
pray for somebody. Like these three things are the best that I could come up with
Right.
in response to, okay, the church is, at least my tradition, there are good churches, but as the church goes this way, and it's gone this way gradually, but over what, 60 years or however long since this moral majority and the Heritage Foundation sort of started. This is they're now rolling, and we're seeing it, but
But it's
it
been
seems to
ongoing for
me,
quite some time.
yes, but like little by little, even like in politics, it's sort of to be like, well, I am I am a Republican, but I don't support this particular president. You know, when you had a handful of people and then they got kind of run out of town to the point where it was like to be a Republican is to be MAGA. There is no room. There's no such thing
Right.
as being one without being the other. And it kind of happened with, and they did the same thing, I think, sort of with Christianity. If you are not on board with this Christian nationalism, you are they phased out, and that is sort of where we were like, no, no, because now we're at a point now where it doesn't seem like they have a different idea of the church or the gospel or whatever. It seems more like they are the antithesis. They are like actively trying to be the opposite of everything that Christ said and everything he hoped the church would be.
Right.
So
Right.
it's not just like a version that I don't recognize, but I don't know if you would agree with this, but I feel like there are, out of 100 churches, there are 5 that are outspoken in their opposition to what's going on. 5 out of 100. There's also 5 that are outspoken in their support of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost have more respect for those 10 than the 90 that are just quiet, that are the 90 that are just
Right.
sort of straddling the fence, trying to walk this line of like, yeah, well, we're a little bit of both, or we're kind of, I don't know what
They're
pastors
they're
will.
the they're the moderates that Dr. King was talking about in the Birmingham jail. Think about it. That man was sitting in jail for standing up to this country for what they were doing to black folks. You had one side, which is like the Jerry Falwells, right? The Jerry Falwells, they were actively preaching against King from their pulpits. They were calling him communist and all this other stuff. And then on the other side, you had the pastors, the rabbis, and everything else that were for King, right? That were walking with him, standing with him. But then you had the people in the middle, the moderates, who were telling King, we need to focus on personal piety and not social justice. And we think that you're doing too much too fast. You're being too loud. We don't know if we can. You guys. Everything ends up in a riot, even though it wasn't them tearing it up.
Yeah,
It was Bull Connor and them that was tearing it up. You know, it was about saving face. Because here's the thing, those people were trying to straddle the line. They wanted to say, listen, guys, we see everything that's going on in the nation, and yes, black people are this, but at the same time, like, no, Dr. King was like, no, man, what are we doing here? Like, that letter is a,
Well,
what is going on? How dare you let me sit in this jail cell as your brother in Christ, right? And you not say anything.
I wonder if the climate was the same because right now, I think Christian nationalisms would say that I am not a brother in Christ. They would say I am like the devil's worker, right? For claiming that we should care for the poor or
Right.
love one another. People
Right.
will know you're
Well,
my
because they
detective.
think if you're opposing them, then you're for the other team. I'm not for anybody's team because I see things for how they are. Okay. I understand that the Heritage Foundation, as a think tank, has been writing policies since Reagan. And not only have Republicans executed their mandates for leadership, but Clinton did it. Okay. They're over here crying about the ACA, right? The ACA, Obamacare, whatever you want to call it, that is the Heritage Foundation's baby. They created it. Barack Obama got it passed. Then they wanted to turn around and say, oh, we don't agree with this, but it's yours. You wrote it. He just implemented a policy that you wrote. So this is your monster to fix.
Did they hate it because he's the one that passed it?
Yes, absolutely.
Did they was there motivation to write it to get to a point where we all had access to healthcare or had more affordable healthcare, or was it just to make us reliant on what was their motivation? Why did they write it?
I honestly, I think their motivation was money. That's the only thing I can really think about. The motivation was money, because the thing about it is that it's just enough to make sure that people cannot be denied coverage, right? But somebody's still getting paid. Like it and the thing about it is that the things that we complain about with ACA, right? Why don't you fix the problems? Why don't you fix the bugs? Why don't you just give us free healthcare and be done with it? Why do we have to keep playing around and dancing around the issue? Just give people the same kind of healthcare you get for checking in when you want to on Capitol Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Period.
Yeah, why would not? Why would why would your constituents not have the same access to healthcare that you do? Because they got some plush policies, zero deductibles, zero max out of pocket. You're
Like,
in
what are you
that
talking
government.
about here?
You're in the government. You're getting some excellent, world
Listen,
class healthcare.
the
But that's
and
the thing is, it's the same. It's not just healthcare. It's SNAP. It's access to anything. It goes back to that same thing that if what is available to me, what I enjoy, what I am privileged with, if anyone else gets that, it means that I'm going to lose some of mine.
right,
And so they love, I, you know, all my life, I think there's been this idea of like, we shouldn't have food stamps. They're either lazy or mooching off the system, or they're not motivated, or whatever it is. I mean, it's sad to say, but in the same way that I almost have more respect for the pastors that are like, we support this administration and everything that it's doing. We think it's just fantastic. Like, good, out with it. Make yourself known. But the 90% that are quiet, the same ones that are like, I don't think people should get food stamps. I don't care. Let the poor starve. I'm like, well, abhorrent take, but at least you're clear. At
right.
least they're not like, well, yeah, I do. We do care for the poor, and the poor we should help, but there's so many that are, getting these benefits that shouldn't. That they kind of call into question whether we should scrap the whole thing, whether we should cut it all off, and not help the people that need it because there maybe is some that are like taking advantage or getting those benefits that don't need it.
this is how deep these people are to how beholden they are to these people. Okay, we have AI, and we're walking into another technological boom in which the people don't have any say so, right? They just get to create whatever kind of technology that they want to create without having to have any type of ethics. And then they act reactively when their model does something that's unethical. Then they want to clean it up. Why are we not having these discussions before?
Yeah.
And then when I say, when you contribute to AI, right, you are giving your mental labor to this thing, to AI. You are literally giving it what it needs to perform at the rate into which it needs to perform. You should be paid for your digital sovereignty. These people say, "Oh, I don't know about that, because they created it, da da da." But it doesn't work without us.
Mhm.
if we if we don't engage with the model, they go bankrupt. But they're making, millions, billions on this. You know what I'm saying? And the government is turning around and giving them money to do this. We should be paid for our labor. We should be paid for any type of likeness or thoughts or anything but these people are so beholden to upholding these oligarchs who don't care about us. I mean, it's almost mind blowing to see the cognitive leaps these people will make in order to justify the oppression. Because this what this is, it's oppression.
Yeah.
But people don't see it that way. They see it as free markets. They see it as, these men, they built businesses and da 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 da. But these men don't see how they are connected to the world, to the community. They live outside of us. You know what I'm saying? They're on yachts. They're living their lives. They're not worried about the people below them.
Yeah.
Because if they were worried about the people below them, then they would be fair in how they pay people. They would make sure that the people that work for them have good health care. They would make sure that those types of things were taken care of. These people don't care nothing about that. They will continue to support politicians that make sure that money stays in their pocket.
Yeah.
And that's
And I
where
think
we're at.
that I think the I don't know what the percentage of people are in this country who don't like the idea of universal health care or any kind of thing that would benefit anybody because it would benefit someone that they don't want to see get that benefit.
That's right.
And I think the number is double what we would guess. Like if you were to say, what do you think about just everybody in this country has access to healthcare? The number of people that are like, I don't like that idea because they may not say it, but they would say, I don't like that idea. You would have some that would say, well, that's just going to create people to lose even more motivation. Like the poor who just need to be motivated more. If you give them free healthcare, they'll be even less motivated. But I think there's an even bigger slice that's just like, I don't like the idea of fill in the blank getting this benefit, even if it means I don't get it. Like I don't have access. If you're like, I would rather myself not have access to healthcare than have access to healthcare myself and have these people that I think shouldn't get it or don't deserve it get
Right.
it. It's crazy. It's the opposite of the church of the. I think it's crazy, and
Yeah,
it. All right,
Hey,
Ronaldinho,
Rolando, how you doing?
Rolando.
pretty
Yeah,
good. Yeah, sir, yourself.
Fantastic.
Awesome, awesome. I just wanted to put in my prompt for the host right here.
yeah. What are your thoughts?
Christian nationalism. Can you
Yeah,
elaborate on what you want as your proposition there?
yeah. What do you think? It's a good idea or a bad idea? It's a good thing or
So,
a bad thing?
Christian nationalism, like integrate the religion of Christianity into all aspects of society.
Yeah,
I mean, I like your guys. I
All
like
of
your
it
guys.
now.
Uh, I mean, here I'll break it down in like two sentences. We're spiritual beings, number one, and number
Hmm.
two. I think religion is holding us back, man. To
I
be
get
honest,
it.
I used to be a Christian. How about we just push religion, throw it in the trash, and I say, hey, sir, ma'am, let's love each other. Let's live on the land. Let's hold hands. Let's sing songs. Let's grow our own food. Let's stop supporting all these organizations that are poisoning our food. Let's say no to AI. They're gonna take all our jobs and give us universal basic income. Let's say, hey, how about we just work together like people? The chances of your religion being right is off the charts. And let's just put all of them in the trash and just say, hey, brother and sister, let's hold hands like we do in the Bible, but not worship it and just worship ourselves. Let's create infrastructure. Let's create more schools. I mean, would I choose Christian religion over all the other ones? Yes, I would. But if I had a choice, I would eliminate all of them, start fresh, and I would live in a community with you guys and ultimately push humanity over religion. And that's pretty much it, guys. Hopefully, we all can get on the same track in the future when all
yeah.
this authoritarian stuff gets in full
When
effect.
when did you stop being a Christian? Just
When I was
curious.
18 years old,
Okay. What made you say no to it?
because it's just not real. I just became logical on it and just.
Okay, I get
I mean,
it.
you guys. I mean, I'm not saying it's for you guys. Whatever, you guys create your own reality. If you guys want to believe when you pass that you when you pass that you're gonna go to a place that you've never been, but a book told you that you would be because you worship this God, it's all on you. But
Hmm.
I say that I don't know if I'm going to hell or heaven, but I am gonna help people. I'm gonna feed them. I'm gonna
Hmm.
make this world a better place. And if I go to hell because of that, so be it. At least I helped a brother and sister. At least I got involved in my community. At least I made this place a better place than before I came.
Right.
And that's basically it. I mean, to sum it up.
Right. See, I think, and this is my opinion. This is where I've come to. I think that the mystery part of your faith is your business. I think that your afterlife is none of my business because I'm not going to be there with you, and your afterlife is not going to affect me, and it's not going to affect my neighbor. So you can have your mystery, and the thing about it is I don't know what everybody's heaven looks like. you know what Rolando thinks heaven is may not be what I think heaven is. You know what I'm saying? What
So you're
Ryan
saying morality is subject?
I'm saying that we think that we think that we all have the same idea about the afterlife, and we don't.
Yeah, nobody knows. Yeah.
I mean,
But you said my heaven is my version of heaven, or my version of good, or a better place is
no.
different than
What
yours.
I'm saying, when you close your eyes, right, and that last breath leaves your body, and you cross over that threshold into whatever it's going to be, right?
Uh,
You don't know until you get there,
yeah.
and I don't know what it's going to be like for you. I can only imagine what I think heaven is going to be like, but
But
I
here,
don't know.
that's the problem. You're putting too much focus on somewhere where you don't know where you're gonna go.
Right.
I mean, it's like you're preparing for death when you haven't even lived your life yet. How
Yes.
about you stop focusing on all that and just say, "Hey, what can I do to tone down a little bit? What can I do to be a better person? What can I do to self-improve? What can I do to get rid of these glasses? Because the orchestrated oligarchy, made my vision bad because of cell phones that emit radiation and blue light. How about that? How about we make this place a better place rather than just focus on the afterlife, like the rhetoric is, you know?
Would you say that? Would you say that people have made heaven an idol?
What does worshiping a good place have to do with this conversation at all, man? I don't
Well,
understand.
no, I'm just asking you a question because where you said people
Yeah, but
keep.
that question has nothing to do with focusing on your religion or focusing on this reality.
Let
How
me
does
ask
how does that that has nothing to do with that?
Roland.
Yes, sir.
I think we probably have more in common than
Oh
you
yeah, for sure.
you
No,
would
I
think.
agree with the vast majority
Can
of
I
what you
ask out
said.
of curiosity what, like, when you say you help out in the community,
Uh-huh.
what does that look like?
So I operate multiple Telegram channels, and it exposes corruption from top to bottom. It exposes how food compromises your immune system, fast food specifically. We talk about how rhetoric and etymology influences your life. For an example, like Santa Claus, you don't want to put an imaginary figure on your child and make him believe that it's a real figure because that feeds into delusion. We don't promote promiscuity. We don't promote dating apps and stuff like that. We promote traditional gender roles like back in the 50s, like back in your days, boss. You know what I mean? Remember your good old days? No cell phones. All the kids came out riding their bikes, you know?
Oh, I thought
Mom,
you I
dad,
thought you
cousins.
were I thought you thought I was around in the 50s and I was going to be bummed out.
No, well, close enough, close enough.
We're both
Um,
40.
yeah,
Yeah, you guys are young. You guys are
but
like
not
19, and even 1980, 1970, it was still good. 1990s. It was a
you.
lot better than it is now.
When you say
They claim technology puts us together, connects us, but it segregates everybody. You know?
yeah, and when you say we, are you? Is it part of an organization, or you do it with some friends or
I
some
do it by
family?
myself. I do
Okay,
have like 5 people that help me run it, but there's only like maybe like 3,000 people. Out of that, only like 100 or 200 are active, so the rest just kind of like look on there. But the
is it
point
an
is
is it an organization?
no, not officially. It's just my own
Okay,
little. I have a passion for this. So ever since I left the Christian church at 18, I was
hmm.
like, hey, I'm gonna stop focusing on whether I'm gonna go to hell or not. I want to make this place a better place. So if I come back or I don't, whoever comes, whatever consciousness spawns into the babies,
You
they
did
live
you
with they
did
live with the
good.
law.
You tried to do good. Yeah,
Tried? No, I did good. I did good.
Yeah, he's saying
yeah.
I know I did good.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't mean you tried, and maybe you did, or maybe you didn't, but you were like you are doing good things. Um, when you said that the AI will take over and we'll get universal basic income, you think we would get that universal basic income? I don't think we would get that universal basic income.
Yeah, well, who knows what they propose?
Yeah,
That's
if we
just what's.
do, it'll be five
If you
dollars.
look up the World Economic Forum, they have a layout of what they have planned out for the next couple of years, and that's one of the censuses that they have on there. So
I think we should. My personal. Well, never mind. Anyway, question for you: when you said traditional gender roles, what do you mean by that?
like the father goes out to work, the mother stays at home, raises her kids, not the public schools and stuff like that.
But
What do you mean?
what
Not
if
the
that's
public?
not what people want?
You want the government to program your child in its most
No.
spongible.
What I mean is, why? My question to you is, why doesn't every child deserve a quality education?
Why doesn't I never said that.
Okay, that's why I'm just trying to get a feel for what you mean by traditional roles. What if a woman does not want to stay at home but she wants to work?
Then she can work. That's fine. But if
Okay.
you ask all these women that are being laid off by all these major corporations, if you ask 80 to 90% of them would say, yes, would rather be at home with my kids, cooking and cleaning, not being a self-independent individual. All this feminism is being
That's
orchestrated
not.
by the.
I can promise you that's not my testimony, and I'm gonna tell you why it's not mine. Number one, the reason why it's not testimony for me is because I enjoy the work that I do. That's one. It's my purpose. I'm created on this earth to pull my community together and to help my community build memories with their children. That's what I do. Okay. Another reason why I have no desire to be at home just with the kids is because I've done it. When me and my husband lost a car, okay, I was down a car. My husband had to go to work. He had to do his thing, but being at home with kids 24/7 without the option of a break other than social media or going to like a class here there that was kid related, right? It literally was like mind numbing. I can't even explain it to you. Like I felt like I was losing my mind. And it wasn't that I didn't want to be around my children, because man, I love my kids. But that 24/7, because when you have kids like that, you got to put them on a schedule, and it's a constant rotation, day in and day out. Because you got to keep kids on schedule. You got to make sure that they have that what they need in order to flourish. Bedtimes, yada yada yada.
Okay.
But what that means is I get lost in that loop as well. And yes, you can say, oh, you can go to church, or you can make friends, or you can do that. But what happens when you want the kids in bed by 8 o'clock? Your husband doesn't walk in the door until 5:30 from work. So now you only have a little bit of time to yourself. Like the thing about it is not every woman wants that experience. And when people say traditional roles, women have been working outside of the home even back then in the 50s and 60s or whatever. I don't understand where people get this concept of that traditional roles were always, when we go back to the Bible, right? What type of gender dynamic did they have in the Bible? I mean, men were the heads of home, right? And the women were property, and our sole job and focus was children and whatever the man wanted. When we talk about traditional gender roles, why is the conversation never whatever the two people between each other want?
So you asked me like 6 questions. I lost track. So
Sorry.
what was the first question?
My question, well, it really
It's
wasn't
six.
more
Yeah,
of
yeah,
a
yeah. Asked me
question.
six
Number one,
questions.
I was giving you an experience, from a perspective of a woman that I do stay at home with my children. My husband works, but I also work. Okay. I given you the perspective of what it is like to be at home with children every single day. Okay. Cooking, cleaning, doing all those things. For some women, they do not like that. It's not a one size fits all. You see what I'm saying? You know, for some reason, I feel like men have it in their mind that this is what children, that not it's not children, this is what women want.
Okay, so if you don't want that, do you want what's going on in today's society? Women being promiscuous, women being in the 30s and 40s without bearing any
Okay,
children.
let's
Like,
define what promiscuity in women is.
I mean, we don't have to define it. I mean, we don't have to do that
No.
miscellaneous
You
stuff.
you said
Yes, in
promiscuity in
today's
women.
society, the birth rate is down. Promiscuity is at its all-time high, thanks to dating apps and social media delusionizing women. And you're over here talking about you're spending too much time with your kids, and
Hold
that you want to
on.
be an independent
So
woman.
you're
So
saying
you're
that you're saying
prioritizing you're being selfish and prioritizing yourself over a legacy of humanity, and that tells me everything about you and your way of thinking.
why do women have to have children?
Okay, I never said any of that. This is so miscellaneous. You're caught
I'm
up in
just
like
asking you.
you're literally coping so hard right now.
I'm not
I hope
coping.
I
I'm
hope you
asking
heal.
questions.
I never
I'm
I feel
I'm
like you're
asking
like hurt
questions.
inside. I hope you heal, ma'am. I
I'm
love
not
you. The
hurt.
host
I
loves
don't
you.
need to be
Um
healed. I don't
yeah,
even know
I
what you're
hope
talking
that
about, sir. I'm just
you
asking you questions.
you literally just asked me why should women have kids.
If they don't want kids, why should they have them?
I never said if they did or they didn't. I never said any of that. You're
But
talking
you
about
just
like
but you just
such
gave a whole
minor
monologue about promiscuity and women having sex and the birth rate being
because we're
down.
trying to keep humanity going. Okay?
Okay, so children are going to be born, but it doesn't mean that women got to do it.
Jesus, okay. All right, I actually got to go, but host, it was nice talking to you guys.
Thanks for
Um,
stopping in and rolling. I
Be
yes,
appreciate
blessed,
sir.
it.
Rolando. Be
You guys have
blessed.
a good night. All right.
You
See
too.
you. How do I invite this guy?
Here, let me see.
Unique to be anti-Christian nationalism, but still quite misogynistic. But um, I want to. How do I invite Kim? I like Kim. He may be left.
Oh, let me see. Let me see if I can invite him. Uh, Lord,
I wanted to see.
did I say anything that was wrong?
No,
like like
no, he's in
who?
bed. He's in bed. Kim,
Oh, he's okay.
I wanted your take on. I made this as a banner. What do you think of that banner?
The greatest political debate atmosphere of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, what was all that? I'm why do women have to have kids? I don't understand this. If a woman don't want kids, that's her prerogative. And why is he so concerned
Yeah.
about the promiscuity? Like, I really wanted to
You
know
know
what
what's
promiscuity was.
you know what I know, but we already know how that was gonna unfold. Madam Lightning, maybe get Madam Lightning in here. I would.
Thank you, Kim. I knew I wasn't looking. I said this dude thinks I'm crazy.
You would like Kim. I wish you weren't in bed. Kim, another time maybe. Did you see Kim? Kim does a lot of the political discussions and is well informed, more so than I am. But this is Kim's first time ever being part of the greatest political debate atmosphere of all time. There's Olive. Olive does political lives too, and hers are fantastic. And
Oh
she
yeah,
is
I've seen
she's
Olives.
from Canada, but they're not the greatest. They're not the greatest political debate atmosphere of all time. Just,
And we don't even debate. We just
no,
talk. I was literally just kind of
I
filling them
know.
out.
But I
Like
changed it. I changed it to debate. I think you got to give the people what they want. Almost every
uh,
time, there are. I see so many lives, so many panels. Kim and Olive could maybe speak to this, and sometimes they're like, we're just. Sometimes they're outright like, we're going to have a political debate. It just says political debate. But sometimes they say we're just here to have a discussion, and then 11 minutes in, it's just a full on political debate.
yeah, it just don't went to
You
the
can't have it stay as just a discussion.
like.
Can you?
But the thing about it is that even some of the most freest minds, right? Because he would consider his mind to be free. He would consider himself to be a free thinker.
Yeah.
But he's still aligned with the misogyny. You
And you know
know,
what's yeah, this is what a gift.
Madame,
Madam Lightning.
How y'all doing? What's up?
how
What's
you
up?
doing?
You don't sound the best.
No, I'm sick and I'm tired
Oh,
and drained. That's all. It's been just a
Oh,
long week.
yeah.
I hope you feel better.
Yeah, I'm just playing
Oh,
Minecraft while I'm on the panel. So
and we hear a little one beckoning you.
yeah, yeah, he's always beckoning me. It's his bedtime. He's fighting his bedtime like he
Yeah.
always does.
Mine are 5 and 7 and 8. How many kids do you have, Madam?
6.
That's what I
Woo.
thought I remember you saying.
Yeah, they keep me on my damn feet all the time.
And what's the range?
My oldest is 16, and then my youngest is 1. Like the range is pretty much 4 teenagers and 2
Yeah.
babies.
Is that the 1 year old we're hearing or no?
Yeah, that's like he's attached to me at the waist like all the fucking time. Like I can't do anything without him being like, "Daddy." I'm like, not today."
Oh,
But
I
yeah, it's
love
supposed to be
you.
bedtime for him.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
bedtime right here.
Hey, Madam, can you fill us in? Well, if you're not feeling well, I don't want to keep you. I hope you
Nah,
feel
what you
better.
need me to fill you in on?
The emails. I mean, I think we
Oh, I didn't actually read the emails, but from what I understand, the email, because I saw briefings of it, from what I understand, the email basically contradicted a statement that Trump made about not ever having, like, first one of the emails contradicts the thing where Trump said like the reason why him and Epstein stopped being friends was over the 16-year-old girl thing, but now it shows that he actually did hang out with some of these women. Lily, stop. And like in the email specifically, there's like a quote, Lily, stop. It is time for stop. I'm not playing. It is y'all's bedtime. I do not have the energy for this today. But the email basically puts him in the spot of being with some of these women. It doesn't prove that he did anything with the women, but it proves that he did meet with some of the victims, which he completely said he didn't know. It also contradicts the statement about Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein. And oh, by the way, did you know that the email has been around since 2011? A reporter and Congress and some of the FBI had their hands on these emails since 2011.
Well, I tell you.
Let me, Madam, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Sometimes it feels to me like, how are they, like, who is choosing to release these things when a little bit at a time?
They don't have a choice.
It's
They
just
wouldn't
to
have
keep
released
us. It's just to keep us on edge
That's what
and
I feel
keep
like. I'm
us
like, just
interested in it. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't
just
think
give
it's
it to
ever
us.
been about the emails. It's not about that. So let me make something clear. I'll tell you what I tell everybody because I think ahead. I think it was never about the Epstein files. Never will be about that. I think that is an important thing. I'm not saying it's not, but I think whenever Trump made that promise, he did that on purpose because he knew, for instance, like during the shutdown 4 days ago, he pardoned 7 people that were behind like the J6 events, and nobody knew
It
about
was
it.
77, not just
Yeah.
7. It was
Oh, I know.
77.
Oh, I know. I was just rounding down, to be fair. Um, but yeah, he pardoned 77 people who were all tied to the J6 events. Also, in this bill that they passed, it includes a contingency so that you not only can the Congress members whose phones were tapped sue the DOJ, which they will comply for $500,000, $500,000 for each occurrence. And there's already a congressman that said he's going to sue for $1 billion, which means they'll be stealing even
Jesus
more money
Christ.
from the fucking taxpayers. Like, some of these Congress people are about to make bank regardless.
It's
They're intentionally
ridiculous.
bleeding. But also, I'd like to include the fact that it also says that going forward in the future, and like I said, I only know because I'd like kind of just went through some of the stuff today. But another contingency is that you're no longer allowed to tap into their records without notifying them ahead of schedule anymore, meaning it gives them time to hide the
To
evidence.
hide what they need to hide.
Yep, and that was hidden inside of the government shutdown, which I'm still pissed at the Democrats that fucking caved. I can't believe they passed it. I'm still pissed about that. They made us all starve for 41 fucking days just to cave.
They just, listen, at this point, it's almost like we just got to start over from scratch.
We're never going to be able to start over from scratch. I'm going to tell you that right now. What they did is irreversible damage. Some people are going to lose their homes because of this too, and they knew that when they set this in motion.
They know what they're doing for sure.
And some people might not even get their back pay, FYI.
Well, he's already saying that when they release the SNAP benefits, he's only going to release partial.
They already did. The courts forced them to release the SNAP's benefits. 60% of benefits to people had to be released. But now that the government's opening back up, they're going to have to release the rest of the amount as well.
No, what I'm saying is Trump said that when the government opens back up, which is tonight, that he's only releasing partial of the SNAP benefits.
Well, they already released the SNAP benefits to every state.
For November?
Yeah,
We'll
they
see.
did it. No, they did it today because my state was one of the states who said they weren't going to release it unless Trump said so because he's like a huge Trump supporter. And they released ours yesterday. So if they released it in my state, they've already released it to all the other states, I assure you. because my state is one of the last ones and everything. And
What state are you in?
I'm in Mississippi, so we're
Okay.
like, well, we're not last in everything anymore. Like education, we're doing better. But
No, we got last. I got last here.
oh, you're in
Population
Oklahoma. You're in Oklahoma,
I'm in
aren't
South
you?
Carolina. I'm
50,
still at the bottom.
50.
God
Under,
damn.
Like,
yep.
it's just sad
We had an
that
amazing. We had an amazing state superintendent. His name
yeah.
was Ryan Walters. Did you guys ever see him in the news?
You mean the one that
Top notch,
resigned?
top notch stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, that joke. That joke of a joke. Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
the joke of the joke. That's where we're at right now, right? The joke of the joke.
You can't even say they're the butt of the joke because they really are the ass in the
I'm telling
situation.
you. Listen,
Hey,
I'm not
Streak.
even mad at
Streak
it.
has been on political debate lives for years,
5 years, almost
but
6.
this is the greatest one ever.
But yeah, that's what's going on. It's not even about the files. I keep telling people that that was a distraction this entire time. They knew that people would constantly be focusing their attention only on that, and they were already dissecting the government, just like this $1 trillion payout to.
Hmm.
It's got what? It's not right away. It has conditions for Elon Musk, but the point is, with his subsidies, he's going to be able to help Tesla get what they want to. So he won in that aspect. He got exactly what he wanted. He tricked everybody.
So let's be honest, because I hear this from every stinking Trump supporter that I talk to.
You got
Even
the
if his
stinking part
name,
right for sure.
even if his name is on the list, which we know it is,
Oh no, his name's
in the
definitely on the
files,
list. That
See, I
email
don't
where
think
confirms it.
Streaker. I
wherever it
don't think
is.
it's a list. I think it's
And
videos,
oh yeah, it
pictures.
is, and
Yeah.
it's
It's
of a lot of people, and
compilations of
not just in
everything.
this country. It's worldwide. But
Right.
here's the thing: this is what I hear every day. That even if he's on it, it's not going to matter. Like, I don't care if he's on it or not. That doesn't have anything to do with how he runs the country.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
so
runs
hold
the
on a
country like
second.
shit though,
6 months,
so
6 months ago, you were screaming to have them release the files because you knew that there were all kinds of Democrats on there. Now, I'll give you that. I will guarantee you that Bill Clinton's on that list. Cool, lock his ass up too. I don't care. But now that it's gotten closer and it really looks like his name could be on it, now they're making excuses for him, just like they did with E. Jean Carroll, just like they did with Katie Johnson. They don't care that
I'm
this man is a rapist and a child diddler. They don't care.
they never cared to begin with because their whole identity was based around liking a guy who was a fucking felon. Like they didn't care and they never will care. Well, I'm not gonna say all Trump supporters are the same because I've gotten through to a few of them. Because they're not like all far right leaning like you think. This is the problem people have. And again, if you're gonna point the finger, you have to acknowledge both sides are problems, not just one. That's because see, my mission on TikTok right now, and I'm trying to do it. It's gonna take me a long time, but I'm trying to get everybody as much as I can to stop being distracted and fighting each other and focus on both parties.
Yes.
It's not about one party or the other. If we keep doing this, that's what they want you to do, so you don't see the bigger
But
picture
but uh,
stuff.
but that's okay, because here's the thing. I'm not going to kumbaya with people who want my community unalived.
You don't have
I'm
to
not going
kumbaya
to.
with them.
No, no, but you're saying that they're both
No,
the
that's
same.
not what I'm
They're
saying.
not. There's
That's not
one
what I'm saying.
side of the aisle that's trying to take rights away from every single marginalized group that they can get their hands on.
It's a
The
small
other
fraction of
side of the
people that are
aisle is
trying to
trying
do
to
that.
preserve. Please, I was talking. The other side of the aisle is trying to preserve the rights of marginalized groups and just people in
No, they're
general.
not actually.
So
They're
they're,
just using
yes,
us
they
as.
are.
No, they're not. I'm a trans person, and I can tell you that
So am I. Oh my God.
the Democratic Party is literally tokenizing us. They don't give a shit about
No,
us.
they're
The majority of
not.
yes, they are, and I
Don't
can
do
give you
that.
No, I'm being serious. I can give you at least three examples. Think about it for a second. How often do they talk for us and create the narrative that a lot of us think and feel the same? It's all
Well,
the
Kamala
time.
Harris tried to. That's one reason she
She's
didn't
an
get voted
exception.
in.
She's an exception to the Democratic Party. I'm not Democratic or Republican though. I'm in the middle. I'm literally in the middle. Everybody knows this. I don't base mine on the party line of either side. But I'm not saying this as an attack on you. I'm saying that it's true that the Democrats are guilty of taking us. Let me give you an example, right? Just like the far right demonizes and dehumanizes us. Sit down. Stop. The left or the Democratic Party does this thing where they take everybody who's in a marginalized community and they use us to get attention on their party about what they're going to do and change. And then what you never see with them, like you can really look close, you're not going to see very often where the Democratic Party actually has the trans people, the Mexicans, and basically any marginalized community is what I'm trying to say, speaking with them. They're speaking for us, and they're not doing it on purpose, but they're accidentally creating a narrative that makes the right or people on the conservative side think that all of us think the same. And that's why when you talk to MAGA or you talk to conservatives, they all think all left people are just rounding people up and echo chambering too when we're not, and thinking that we all think the same. And I have the ability to at least get through to a lot of them. And I'm telling you that the Democrats do use us like tokens and toys. Not all of them, but they do. And they don't ever let us as the people speak. And when it comes down to our actual problems, like they abandon us a lot of the time. They're like, yeah, we're gonna fight for you, but then whenever it comes to their pockets, they fucking leave us in the dust every single time. So you have it on both sides. It's not just a one party is the problem. You
Can
have
you
to see
tell
the
me
truth.
which party? Can you tell me which party it was that put forth 588 bills against the LGBTQIA, specifically the transgender community in 2023?
It's not about that. You're thinking small
It
on the scale.
is.
No, it
It
isn't.
is. How is it not?
And
I'm
how?
talking about 588 bills against our
Okay, but
community. How
okay.
is it not about that?
Oh, you do realize I'm not your enemy, right? And you're yelling at me. I just want to point
I
that
am
out,
yet.
whether you
Ryan,
realize it or
I'll be
not.
back in a little while.
I'm not trying to start stuff. I'm just being real with you. Like, I'm not your enemy and you're yelling at me. I'm trying to give you my side of things. Like, I wasn't even attacking her. I was trying to show her that even though, yes, the right is doing that, the left isn't sitting here actually stopping any of this. They're talking about stopping it, but they never do. You don't see them putting there's only like 3 or 4 Democrats that are steadily putting legislation forward, is what I was trying to tell her, to stop these actions. All the other Democrats talk about how it's a big problem, like Elizabeth Warren. You don't see her putting legislation to stop that forward. She talks about it. She talks about what Trump's doing bad, but do you see her putting legislation to stop it? No. She talks about it, and talking doesn't solve anything. Never will, and it will never get us anywhere. We need younger generation people in for both parties on both sides, because at least both sides on the younger generation would agree to disagree. I'm telling you, people don't see the truth. I'm 38 or 37 and I know this is fact. That's part of the issues we have all these old heads still in that think they know best. The younger generation is the one that needs to take the reins because they're the ones that know the issues that we can't even see that we would like to see going on. Because it's their time to shine. It's their world to try to make better for the next generation, not ours anymore.
For me personally, I would like to see us as a nation not make decisions based off assumptions. I want to
Agreed.
see us make decisions based off scholarship, based off science, based off, my thing is this, is that they have all of this data on us, right?
Uh huh.
I want to see that data be used for liberation. We see that it's being used for fear. What happens if you reverse engineer whatever it is that you guys are putting into the algorithms? What happens if you reverse engineer that stuff for liberation? I really feel like they know what it's going to take to create a society that looks correct. I feel like they purposely don't do it because they're all in bed with each other. I mean, that's just my personal outlook on it.
No, you have a good point of view on what you're saying. I actually agree with that.
You
If they
know,
took all the stuff they used and reverse engineered it to be better, yeah, they would be able to see how they could actually better things
right,
versus using it to harm and hurt people. Because they,
right.
the irony is they actually do put research into how to hurt the communities
Yes,
when you
they
look
do.
into it. So why don't they just do the right thing and do the research to see how they could help? Because you'd have, not only would you have more money in your pockets, your state, your city. Like I tell everybody, it starts at the bottom level. It's not just about the whole country as a whole. If you want to make change, you got to start at the bottom. You got to get your mayor, you got to get uh, your governors, all of them to listen to you first and make the smaller changes so that your citizens are happy. Because states that are like deep red, like they could still, the thing they don't understand is they could still be red if they listen to all their constituents. They would have more business, they would have more success in the infrastructure, happier like just in general, like people living in your state instead of trying to leave your state, if you create opportunities for them to grow instead of taking away from that. And one of the first things they'd have to do, though, honestly, is make a federal law so that the ballot initiative, because what I understand, 24 states doesn't have ballot initiative anymore. So all 50 states federally would need their ballot initiative back because that gives the voice back to the people and gives them the ability to talk about and vote on the things that matter the most in their states so that
Right.
they can make the changes and not be, because my state literally in 2017 when we voted on the Mother Nature leaf thing coming to our state, we voted and 74%, it was 73 or 74% came together on both sides, and that's including independents who don't normally vote. And we won the vote, and they said, no, we're not going to honor it. And they literally, and I mean, they literally, quote for quote, said, we are too stupid to understand what we're voting on, is what they said about us.
And that's the thing that irritates me is that they say that we're the stupid ones. But the thing about it is when you sit on congressional panels, right? And you don't even know how internet works. You don't even know that Singapore and China are two different things. Like I really feel as if before you vote on anything, you have to hear all of the arguments surrounding the thing that you're going to vote on. And then you need to take a test. If you don't pass the test, you don't get to vote. I need I need to know that you know what you're talking about because this is more than just, this is people's livelihoods. These are people's dreams. These are people's children that's at stake. And you're getting up there without being informed about any of it, right? You don't know anything about the trans community. You're making assumptions based off what you read in the Bible. No, this is what the Bible says, but what does science say? You know, have you actually sat down and heard the testimonies of more than just two trans people? Have you, if you're going to make decisions about prison, right? Then maybe you need to sit in prison for a month so you can see what it's like before you vote on anything. I think that a lot of us, like I said, they're trying to take empathy out of people. These politicians need to understand the people that they are voting on the behalf of, you know, because even though you're not in my state, I don't care. I call their offices. It's because your vote also affects me here in South Carolina. It's just so frustrating to see these uneducated men and women in seats that they do not deserve to be in because they are just vastly uneducated. They're conspiracy theorists, you know, or they're just there for themselves. It's
Hey,
very
thanks, man.
frustrating.
Madam, are you sending all this stuff? Thanks for
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, I support
Yeah,
people's lives when I'm in there. I don't just sit in there and not
no,
contribute. I
I
don't agree
appreciate
with
it,
that.
but
It's weird.
That's
I
sweet.
appreciate it. I don't. I'm not.
I know you're not, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I have a
Yeah.
rule about that. Like,
You don't care about it.
Well,
yeah, I don't
I
believe
thank
in
you.
being on people's panels when they take time and not at least contributing something like a heartbeat
No.
or a few of the like D20 or the D gifts and the C gifts and all that, because it pushes it out in the algorithm and it shows engagement as well. And again, it's not fair for people. Like, I know everybody can't do that, but it's not fair for someone to give their time and you just don't give back. Is all I'm saying. Like, I don't know. That's just how I am. Plus, I
I
respect the
appreciate it.
hell out of the fact you're hosting a live.
Yeah.
Dude,
Thanks.
take his diaper off.
We've been doing. We've
God
been doing
damn it,
this for.
Philip.
You know, you said something, madam, that I remember hearing like 10 years ago, but with regard to the black community, like the Democratic Party just said they are the black community kind of is part of the Democratic Party, has to be, but they felt like they're not doing anything for us as a community. So but there was like the frustration that there's this assumption that that you know that we're your party, even if
But
we don't
see,
do anything for
it's
your
weird for
community.
them to say that, though. Okay,
Do you
so
remember?
just
Do you
bear
remember
with
hearing
me.
that 10 years ago, or 12 years ago, or whenever it
I
was?
do remember that. See, okay, like, I'm gonna get shit for saying this, honestly, and I don't really care because I am black, but I'm gonna still fucking say it. For people to say you're not doing anything for the black community, it shouldn't just be a single minded issue, because if you make it about one community, it's going to literally make it so it spreads to others.
Hmm.
No, that doesn't make you Republican by saying that. That doesn't make you can be a moderate and think like that. Just so you know, that doesn't make me Republican because I say that. I don't
Who's
lean to
who's
the right.
who's weighing in?
That's my wife. She's saying that about me
Yeah.
because I'm trying to make a point. Like, I get what they're saying when they say you don't do things for the black community, but like, you can only do so much for one community. Like, I get, like, if they're completely being ignored, like, I know, like, some of the cities in my state do get ignored completely, and they repress the vote for us, the voice for us, everything. But the thing is, like, also the people who are complaining about their own community don't step up and do anything about it. They complain, but they don't step up to do anything about
Mhm.
it. It's one thing to complain about an issue, it's another to step in and actually make a change yourself. Because one person cannot change a whole community. It takes the whole community. And I'll say it to this day, and I'll keep saying it. Town halls are in every single city, or they at least have a meeting building where you can reserve it to sit and talk about these things and get people together to make awareness. And if you do that, that's like the first step. And if you start with that, then you can make the changes. But everybody has things they complain about, but not everybody's going to be on the same page. You have to find a way to make an agree to disagree type of situation, because everybody's not going to be able to get their way all the time. That's just not how it works
Right.
in
I,
any
I
political system.
I do think that there are things that are non-negotiables, right? I think that the dignity of human beings, you know, that is the first and foremost thing that should be at the forefront is the dignity of all human beings.
I agree with that.
I think that number one, people are not politically engaged in their own communities, and that's why you see such low vote turnout for local elections, right? And then people are not aware of how their governments are spending their money locally. They don't even know how to get potholes fixed in their community, but they do know how to whine about it on Facebook.
Well, no, it's not that they don't know how to get potholes fixed. It's just weirdly that it takes them like 3 years to fix one fucking road, which makes you wonder where all that time and money is going into
Hmm.
fixing that one road. Like, it shouldn't, if you have an efficient city and an efficient staff, an efficient team, it should not take that long to solve something like that. Like, it should be maybe 6 months, depending on the size of it, to a year if it's like a really big project. And you'll see them take like 2 years to fix one road, and it's like, well, what were you doing all this time, and how much did this cost the taxpayer money, and they don't talk about it. Like when you start pushing on it, they're like, "Don't worry about it." It's like, yeah, we have to worry about it because we don't know where the hell all that money you spent went.
Hmm. Yeah, I know
That's
for
just
like I think here I think it's SCDOT that fixes. There was a pothole near a light. I put in a request online to get it fixed. I think it happened after Biden passed his after he passed his bill,
infrastructure.
the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Like right after that, that's when the pothole got fixed.
Yeah, it's because of Biden that we people were able to do those things. And it's ironic that they were thanking Trump, but Trump had nothing to do with that. It was like, are you guys really that fucking stupid? Like, he didn't do anything to get that. Like, in matter of fact, once he served his purpose out, he basically reversed the rest of the funding, even though it's illegal to do that because
Olive, I have
Congress didn't
questions.
vote on it.
Olive, I have questions for you if there's ever a time to do that. I got to talk to Laura and ask some questions. Olive the radio hosts an awesome live.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I had some questions.
I do
I had
understand
some
where
questions about it.
Streaker was coming from. I understand her frustration and I understand her reaction. The thing about it is that a lot is happening right now, and a lot of nasty things are being said, and you know, and I do understand her perspective that she feels like only one side is willing to even champion for the least bit of rights for her versus the other side. So I understand her frustration in that. And I think that there's room for us to figure out how do we. I think that I think that we have to understand the nuance. I can't speak for the LGBTQ community. All I can do is personally advocate on your behalf, you know.
I don't see why you can't. I never understood why people say that, in my opinion, but I mean,
Mhm.
if you have a voice and you have concerns, I don't see why they say don't speak for us. That's to me that's
I guess
stupid.
what I mean is not speak for you. I can't I can empathize with.
Okay, I got you. I see what you
Yeah,
mean.
but I can't articulate as well as you can what you're going through. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah,
I
yeah, the
Yeah, I
struggles.
mean, and I think that that's part of the frustration is that people hear, well, this side is not doing for us, but that person feels like they're doing more than the other side is doing.
Yeah, at least they're not actively trying to
Right.
pass legislation to make things worse for us.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh man.
I mean, though
Um,
but you have to look at something though too that I was told, like pointed out, because I used to think single party in my brain. You have to look at like, because you can go to opensecrets.org and see like you can actually break down
Mhm.
who's their lobbyist, where their APAC money amounts are, everything.
Mhm.
If first of all, there's a lot more Democratic people taking APAC than there are conservatives. I found that out, and I was actually pretty livid about that when I went into the list.
Oh
But
yeah.
but the problem is, if you see them taking APAC money, first off, they're not going to be for you, and all this lobbying, like I get it, the Democrats again and the Republicans. There's some that both sides do actually agree that that shit needs to stop, like taking money from outside sources. But it's a very
Mhm.
small fraction on both sides.
Oh yeah.
Like it's very small. Like you see AOC, Melanie Stansbury. For a while, it was that trans person, Sarah Mc, is it McBride or Mick something? She was also advocating, but she kind of had to like tone it down because they were like Nancy Mace was like basically ripping her apart, and she didn't want to like be like a distraction from what they were trying to do. So she's been keeping her head down. But like, there's like AOC, I think I said AOC already. Then you got, well, Bernie Sanders kind of is doing that because he's going to like cities and talking in red areas to find out like what their issues are and stuff too. So I do keep tabs on both parties to the best of my abilities, but it's again like the issue is we have to at least get both sides to start agreeing to disagree. I know it's not fair because one side sucks more than the other, But I mean, until we can do that, we're going to be fucking stuck in limbo. There's going to be constant government shutdowns. There's going to be constant, like the Democrats folding to the Republicans because the Republicans literally were like, fuck it. We'll go 70 days and starve these fucking people because Trump's going to back us, which is what he did. He went to the Supreme Court and said, you better not fucking allow these people to get food. Fuck it. And he did it.
Isn't
And
that
he got his
crazy?
way.
That was a
Like,
crazy headline.
that was insane. I still can't believe he actually did that. His approval rating, by the way, dropped tremendously because of that now.
But
Like, tremendously.
I wonder these people, right, that did vote for him, that are on welfare. I mean, how do they feel about the way that people are talking about them? Like,
They don't care. They're so fucking far gone and brainwashed, a lot of
it's
them,
crazy.
that they don't see what's right in front of them. Like, the thing is, like, I'm not going to say they have a disease because that'd be fucked up, but they're in a cult, so their brain is, like, broken. They need so much deconstruction that it would literally be, you'd have to build them up from, it'd be like when, if you've ever seen the Marvel movies, when I Am Groot got defeated and turned back into a stump and had to grow all the way back up. That's what it's like for them. Like, they have to start all the way over because
Oh,
they're never going to see what's right in front of them. They're going to blame the Democrats because they've been brainwashed to do it. They don't even see it's their own party fucking them right now.
I mean, the only thing that I can compare it to, and Ryan, you may not agree with me, but as I fully deconstructed Christianity all the way down to the Nicene Creed, honey, one thing that I found is that there are so many levels to the conditioning. Like, I can literally say that I've probably had, from the time that I started deconstructing, my first reaction was when I started reading liberation theology for the first time. That was
Ooh,
my
that's some good literature too.
Yeah, that was my first physical reaction because I realized that I have been trained to read the Bible a specific way. So that was my first reaction. My second reaction was when I started totaling up how the seminaries purged all progressive theologians, major scholarship and stuff, and how I realized how they were pushing a specific set of doctrinal focus. That was my second reaction. I literally, I remember I sat and I cried because I realized that what they were doing was intentional.
Oh yeah, it's always been intentional.
Right.
You know, if you look at a famous quote by Henry Ford, the guy who created the car, because I didn't even think about this till somebody point. First of all, I didn't know the ice cream song was based on a racist 1916 fucking song.
I
It,
know that either.
I did not know that. I looked it up and it almost made me vomit. That's how disgusting that fucking song was. And I love ice cream, and I'm mad that I had to learn that the hard way. That was based off that. But like you also look at like if you go back like further, like even like his quote about school systems, they train you to listen to a bell, they train you to not question your superiors or your adult figures no matter what, if it's right or wrong. They teach you to do certain things in a specific time, and then when the bell rings, you move from the lunch hall to the classroom. It used to be like you got to play outside. Now they don't do that for kids anymore. Like they're basically training you. And like the military, someone pointed out too, it basically preys on people who are in poverty, like the
Yeah.
main line of it. And I was like, shit, I never thought about these things till someone said it to me.
Right.
It's true.
I I sometimes I wish that people could experience deconstruction as I'm doing it so that they can understand what it feels like. Because it's more than just an intellectual exercise, right? Like, Christianity is a part of everything that I've done for
Yeah.
26 years. It's part of my family, it's a part of my everyday, my routine. You know, I chose to raise my kids as Christian. In a lot of ways, me and my husband connected over Christianity. You know,
Right.
it's so embedded into your everyday life. And these churches are literally telling people, this is who you vote for, this is who you hate, even though they say they don't say hate, but this is who's on bottom.
Yeah, they do set a narrative. It's like this is who
Yes,
you're supposed to look at this way.
right.
That's all that's why I don't really like politicians in general right now, because they all do it. When you run a hate-fueled campaign, all you're doing is you're pushing people in that direction, whether you want
Yes,
to admit it or not. It's still doing damage to the generations to come, because it's like
right.
they're now like setting a narrative to hate instead of see people from different points of view. Like it takes away their ability to critical think if you push it
Yes,
enough, and
yes.
sets them in like a box. So like this is one thing I try to tell people who are parents too. Like I'm not coming at you or attacking your values, but I asked them what their defining definition of what indoctrination is. And I'm like, so when your kid turns about 12 years old and you start telling them, oh, your feelings aren't valid. Oh, you're not supposed to feel that way. Oh, you're supposed to be Christian. Oh, you're supposed to be this and that. I was like, isn't that exactly what you just gave a definition of? Because you have to allow a child, the what strips them of their critical thinking partially is it's detrimental between the age of 12 and 15 to let them be associated with groups of people and kind of learn. And like that's why in the earlier years you're supposed to teach them about right and wrong before they go into the world,
Mhm.
because at that point, like once they're 12 and 15 through 15, like that's their most important age, because that's their identity starting to grow. And if you mess with it, you will indoctrinate them and they won't be able to like go into the world and think for themselves. They're only going to speak how they've been taught to speak by others, and that's part of the damage of the generational curse that never breaks, is because of that.
I think for me as a parent, my goal is not only just to teach my kids right and wrong. I also want to teach my kids what empathy looks like. You know, like for example, like my daughter fell out with some kid in the class, right? And she gets in the car, and I mean, she's mad. I mean, understandably. What happened was they went to a pep rally, right? And they were throwing balls out. Well, her friend didn't get one, right? So she was crying in class because she didn't get it. Victoria gave hers to the little girl. Well, another little girl in the class, she was like, "You need to stop being a baby. It's not that serious." My daughter tells her, "You need to shut up because it's none of your business." And she was like, "There was no need for you to interject yourself and be rude to her. There was no reason for you to do that." And
Yeah.
so little girl like made fun of her, and then Victoria made fun of her. And so when I got her in the car, I was like, "Okay, well, tell me about what happened." And she told me. I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, where do you feel like you were right in the
Yeah,
conversation?"
see, that's how you do it. You're doing that the
Right.
right way, because by asking that question, you're allowing them to analyze their own actions and not force the view of your
Yes.
own. And then they get to critical think in that aspect too, which pushes them
Mhm.
in the ability to grow and evolve into who they want to be. You're not stripping their identity in that situation.
Mhm. Listen, I even let her cuss a little bit.
Every
I
parent cusses. You are you kidding me? It's like Chris Rock said. You tell me a well, he says grown man, but you show me a grown man that's never said shit, and I'm gonna show you someone who's full of shit.
Well, the thing about it is, it's like I understood that she was upset, and so I let it slide a little bit. But I let her know. I said, "But we're not gonna get disrespectful. I understand you upset, but I'm still your mama."
Yeah,
Hey,
Like
madam.
yeah. What's
Madam,
up?
can I ask just, you don't have to answer anything, but were you born and raised in Mississippi? Have you been there all your life?
No, my dad was military.
my
I was born in New Mexico, but my dad moved to North Carolina, and he had one final order in the military to be stationed at Keesler. So like we moved to Miss. Well, we took a trip to Mississippi really, and he enjoyed like the southern hospitality and stuff. So he loved it so much that we moved here when I was like 10 years old. And I mean, the thing is, I don't hate Mississippi. I just hate, like, I don't know. It's just some of the backwards thinking that's involved because every place you move has issues, regardless. There's no perfect place you can honestly move. But yeah, I haven't lived here my whole life, but I say this is my home because I've spent most of my life here. And I actually do like Mississippi. Just don't like all the
I want to talk
backwards
about,
racism involved in it.
were you brought up in a church or no?
Yeah, my mom put me through like four different Christian types of religion. There was Presbyterian, there was what's that one that's Baptist? Then there was just like we went to a Catholic church one time, but I don't know why she did that. I knew she didn't like that. And then one other type of Christian church. So my mom forced religion on me, and I'm not gonna lie, whenever I was older, I would literally just like sneak out of the church room, go to the restroom, and just walk across the street, and then come back and be like, "Yeah, so I learned about this today," because I'm not like a religious person. I mean, I have a Bible on my gaming console because like my therapist is religious, and I mean I had a moment where I thought I was Christian again whenever I was in uh I forget what you call those places where you go when you need therapy because you like have a mental breakdown. But I was there for like a couple days and then I found religion. But then like I was around a bunch of things that pushed me away from religion, but I still do believe there's a higher being. Just I don't believe the stories in the Bible, and I never will, if that makes sense. But I do
Yeah.
believe there is a higher being because there's no way everything came to be the way it did out of nowhere. Like there's no explanation for that yet. We have science that says the Big Bang Theory is the closest we have to that.
Mm, okay, I respect it.
I like you
Yeah,
both. Hey, America. Um, I appreciate you coming in here. I've been doing this for a little while, but it's usually a small group of us. I was curious tonight because it's usually about Christian nationalism, which is I think an issue. Um, but with the events of the day, the news of the day, I was kind of curious. And it sounds like you're not anticipating a vote or more of a release of something with these files, huh?
I don't think it's gonna happen either. Because they said they're going to vote on it next week, from what I read. Mike Johnson said that. But the more I think about it, like, they're terrified they're going to find a way to stall it out so that they don't have to vote on it. Because either that or they're going to be trying to move around stuff to keep things out of the public eye that they don't want to be exposed. And I'm not talking just one side, because we all know both sides are involved in this. I'm not even going to pretend that that's not true.
Listen, I don't put nothing past anybody. Hey, America.
America,
Hey, y'all.
What's up, America?
thanks for coming.
Good to see you. Reconsider Church and Madam and Brandy.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Our government's reopened. Yay.
We all knew the Democrats were going to cave. Because they didn't want to see people starving for another. Like, that's probably how they put the pressure points. They're like, look, we're going to keep this shit going another 30 days if we have to. And they were like, just open it. Just open it. So,
Yeah. Well,
America,
I had flight tickets for Thanksgiving, so now I'm sort of giving a sigh of relief here.
did you see what they said about the flights, though? They're suspending flights, I think it said, for the FAA for now.
Well, I
Because of
thought
how
that,
massive it is.
well, hopefully they'll get that sorted within a few weeks.
If people get paid, they probably will have it sorted. Otherwise, I don't see that happening. Because the reason it did that is because people stopped showing up to work because they weren't getting paid. And it was
Yeah.
getting hectic. So I
Trump
hope
said
so
he was going
too.
to give $10,000 to anyone who stayed, I think, as a bonus.
He ain't giving nobody no damn money.
That's what he said.
Shit, I'm waiting for my
are you
$2,000
going
check, he
somewhere?
said.
America, are you going somewhere fun, or are you just going to be with family
Oh,
for the
family,
holidays?
yeah, in Arizona.
Good
It'll be
deal.
good. It'll be a good
Are all
time.
your family? Do all your family have the same political views as you, America? Or are you
No,
guys?
no, no. Only my father, but my three sisters and my mother are all very liberal. It's fun.
They don't do nothing crazy about it. Like they don't make. I'm assuming they don't make a habit of bringing it up. Then would be
Oh,
my.
well, you'd be surprised. But I used to be a big liberal, right? So they think it's just a phase. Who knows? Maybe it is. We'll see.
That's funny. A phase for you. No, I
America,
don't.
you bounce around on these lives pretty often, right?
Yeah.
From Do you ever host one?
Oh, I do every once in a while. I haven't lately because I went from 2,000 followers to 12,000 due to this Uncle Sam anime I've been working on.
Which is
I feel
actually
like
pretty sick. I saw
it's
it.
kind
It's
of
pretty
fun,
cool.
huh?
It
Yeah.
is
Follow
cool.
you so I can figure it out.
I kind of
It's
don't
so
want to
cool.
alienate all my new followers, so I'm working on this animated Uncle Sam avatar that I can go on live as Uncle Sam, kind of like a vlogger. I don't know if you've seen
Oh yeah, I love
those Twitch streams,
vloggers. I've seen
right?
a few. You would actually have a good voice for a vlogger too, so it would work
Well, I've been
out
working
for
on
you.
my Uncle Sam voice too, but we'll see. I'm too shy to
So
When did you
demonstrate
start
it.
this
America,
project?
I'm new to you. What do you talk about on your channel? Or what do we call these
Oh
things?
no,
My account,
I was
Your
I call them
account. There we go.
podcasts. I just call them podcasts, live
Okay.
podcasts. So
my podcast.
that's what I say they are.
Thank you, Olive.
Well, my big thing is
I
actually
I don't care about goals or likes or shares or
It'll push out on the FYP, get you
I know I
some
Right,
don't
more
care.
listen,
followers.
Ryan's so humble. Y'all just let him be.
I don't care about that either. If
You better than me.
it helps your engagement. I have questions for Olive, so I'll just rattle on. I joined TikTok 2.5 months ago or something like that, and when I came on for the first time, I was just poking around,
Ryan, come up.
kind of learning the lay of the land, and I came across Olive's live, and then I talked to Laura a little while ago, and she said that I think I joined like early on. I think I was one of the first people to be down in the comments listening, and I've learned so much from that panel. I loved it, and I feel like I'm part of the team because I was in there. I'm like an original member.
And OG, I know what you mean, my friend.
Yeah, but
Same here.
I usually just stay down in in
In the
the
gulag,
in
that's
the
what we call it.
comments. That's my sweet spot.
Have you guys heard of Group 7?
Yeah, I'm in
Yes,
group 7. I'm part of group
Okay.
7.
I'm group
What's
4.
Group 7?
It's like TikTok's algorithm has groups. And like, okay, so like if you started TikTok at a certain point, you got put in a certain group. And
Oh,
it threw me in group 7 because I guess I joined right around the time of group 7, which is why you're more likely to see group 7 content creators than you are like a group 3 or group 4.
Yes,
I'm
I
I'm a
realized I
group.
was in Group 7 once I started hitting rabbis and mystics.
I was in group 4, but I didn't, not because I qualified or anything. I just got a message that said I'm in group 4, and I
This
was like,
shit
all right.
You
seems.
got a
This is like
message?
some Hunger Game shit. It's
Well,
gonna
yeah,
have us pitted against each
it wasn't a
other.
message. It was just like some post that was like you're in group 4, and I didn't know what that meant, and I just accepted it. I accepted my fate, and I still don't know what it means, but I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I landed in Group 7 because I started dancing with the mystics for some reason through my deconstruction. So I ended up in Group 7. And I was
I
like,
fe-
oh, okay.
How does everybody feel about these new TikTok layouts? I kind of like it. The
what
way
new
they
layout?
set, yeah, like the new panel setups you can do and stuff.
Oh,
It
can
was in
you?
the latest update. Yeah, and like in the boxes now, if you aren't following somebody, it's a lot easier to follow them. Like, and you can actually set yourself above the others, like do a different layout. Like when you're on your phone, you used to only be able to do like the left one or the main in the background. Now you can set yourself
Oh,
above
okay.
everybody with 8 panelists under you, even
I
if you're
might
not
have,
in TikTok Studio.
I might have to try that.
Yeah,
I was
I
gonna say
haven't,
that I
I
think I'm
haven't
in
done
a
that
Group
yet.
America. All my whole feed is like nonstop patriotic, like flags, eagles, football games,
I
Is
would
it
Benson
because
throw
is
up.
it because of your
bombers,
name?
fireworks. It's great.
I would
Is it
throw up
because
in my
of
mouth.
Is it because of your username?
No, it's because that's all I like. It's just like inject, USA into my veins whenever I go on my homepage.
What a
Oh, because
patriot!
you're trying to get people to interact with you from that area, from that space.
No, I just that's why I came on TikTok. If I don't do that, they start showing me all kinds of weird things I'm not interested in. So I just make a point to like, all the things that are America.
I've
I
been
do see a
getting
fair amount of
spiritual
Christian nationalism though.
Oh, that's
Let's talk about it. You want to
Yeah,
talk?
well,
What are your thoughts?
I bookmark those instead of liking, hoping that will like lessen the signal.
it doesn't. It
Because
makes when you bookmark it makes it stronger.
I don't. Oh, does
Bookmarking
it? Well,
makes
maybe it's the reverse then.
bookmarking makes it stand out even more than when you like it because it means that you literally are going to come back to it for reference in your bookmarks.
Yeah. Well, I think Christian nationalism is a contradiction of terms. I mean,
It is.
if you're a Christian, it's like a global thing. They already got rid of the whole chosen people thing. So why would there be like a chosen nation? It's supposed to be the body of Christ that transcends all national boundaries and all that kind of stuff.
Because people
So,
like labels, they got to make it sound cool.
on the other hand, I kind of like it in another sense, which is it's a sanitized version of Christianity, especially the Roman Catholics, that basically got rid of the more radical elements of Jesus's teachings, like give everything to the poor, turn the other cheek, the meek will inherit the world, all that nonsense.
I want all that.
And
stuff.
so, in some
I want
sense,
that stuff.
in some sense,
That whole
Christian nationalism is closer to what I believe. Even
See,
though
I
don't
can actually
believe in the
talk.
Christian
I
part.
can actually talk to America. He's not extreme like people label him. He's actually reasonable.
I appreciate
Listen,
that.
I want what Jesus wants. I believe in Isaiah 61. Let's do the year of Jubilee and see what happens.
Hold on. So let me ask you: do you drive around with a bumper sticker that has that fish on your car?
No, I don't do
The
none of that.
WWJD. I'm just goofing.
No, I don't even. So the funny part is as I kept deconstructing, right, I kept getting into like other circles because I was basically debating people into my new beliefs. And so I ended up in Calvinism world for a little while.
Oh
And
yikes!
I was debating patriarchy and all that stuff with them. And then I was like, oh, you guys are okay. And so I took a break from it from a little while. But then I started getting all the orthodoxy people. Now they're a challenge because they believe that they descend from the seventh apostle, twice removed. Like they literally believe that they're in the lineage of the apostles. So they have like
Oh,
a
wow.
whole different kind of like thing that they got going on over there.
I gotta tell Olive something funny, by the way, because I followed Bible Guy, right, and I went to one of his lives today.
I got
Oof. He said
Different.
the rapture already happened in his live.
Bummer.
He actually said, and I quote, "The rapture already happened, and Jesus came down and visited everybody, and then went back up in the sky." And I was like, "Oh shit!"
Damn. So we're in hell.
He was the rapture.
That kind of tracks a little.
I was like,
that was a fascinating conversation, and I know I was there for that. I was there listening for that. Were you guys there, America? Were you there for that?
No, I didn't hear that one.
I don't know if you were either, madam. It may have just been me, but
no, for the Bible
look that
Guy,
up.
I was there for Bible Guy. If you're talking about him, I was
Yeah.
on the panel with him.
And at first he was like in a field where he had no service, and Olive was so intrigued by his questions, and he's running for Congress, I think.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Hey, Olive.
Olive,
Olive, hello.
Thank
Hi,
you for
I don't have long, but
no,
I
that's
just
okay.
Guys, don't kid. There's very few people like here, so it's perfect. Guys, like so consider I know you're a pastor, right?
No, well, I mean, my day is spent as a hospice chaplain.
He's a
And that's-
hospital pastor.
Oh, that's right. Okay, my
So I go.
apologies.
No, that's okay. It's the same training, the same graduate school degree. It's just I don't go and I don't like preach on Sunday mornings anywhere. I work Monday through Friday, seeing people at end of life care. And I
Oh
see
my God,
people who
that's
like I'll see people who in the morning that someone that's Baptist and then someone that's agnostic and then someone that's uh, Catholic and then someone that's Lutheran. So it's not like a denominational thing. It's I guess it's a little hard to explain, but that's what I do full time. I don't work as a pastor full time, but that is my training. And I could tell with Bible Guy because he got cut off or had to leave or something, and you were like in the middle of your questions. You're like, I have so many more questions. And I don't know if he came back. I think I saw him on
Yeah,
later.
he did. I don't know, some guests, I don't know what it is, but some guests will like really intrigue me. And like I hijack
Yeah.
the panel and I just have so many questions. I mean, in my real life, I ask a lot of questions. And I have this innate ability, um, and I know that I have it, and it's commented all the time. If you see me in real life interacting with people, I can sit with someone for like 15 minutes and I will know their traumas. I will know, like, people will just totally open up to me. I don't really show that side on TikTok, or I don't think I come across that way at all. But I do have this innate ability because I genuinely like talking to people.
Yeah.
Like in my job, like I'm in sales, but like I don't try and sell anything. I genuinely like to talk to someone for like, and I'll ask them all the questions and they never get offended and they'll answer. It's very weird. And then by the time it comes to the point where I'm like, okay, well, do you want to buy this? They'll be like, well, do you think I should? And I'm like, yeah, I do. And then I'll be like, well, no, I don't think. And like, so I'm like full on relationship builder. I don't even like sales to me is extremely awkward.
Yes.
So I just talk to people. I mean, I'm not kidding you. I can sit with someone for 30 minutes and I will know when their, grandma unalived and what the traumas in their life and the things they've been through. Like it's actually insanity and people will notice it. And I just like to talk to people. So I'll get certain people that'll come up onto the panel and I'm like, oh, I wish I was like sitting in real life across from this person because I have so many questions.
Yeah, I could tell that you were feeling that way, and I'm a bit the same way. That's essentially my life is not sales, but I just listen to people all day, every day, whether they're like afraid of end of life or um, whatever the case may be, or just need to tell their story or get something off their chest, and I just listen, and that's what I do even on here most of the time. Like anytime I come
That's true.
on to Olive's live, I sort of just listen and I feel like I get to know the people based on just hearing
Ryan
them share.
will have you crying by the end of the thing. He's
I
so
love
good.
that. I love that curiosity and you don't find it exhausting or draining. You you love listening to people.
I love listening and I love asking questions. I just like to learn more and more. But one of the things that, like, I don't want to offend anybody, but one of the things that I've not noticed, that I've observed strongly over these last few months of being on TikTok panels is the prevalence of religion in America. I had no idea. Like, I am not religious at all. And I think it's because I've never been around it. It's never been talked about around me. I've never gone to, which was ironic because I was baptized at St. Peter's Church in Rome
Damn.
because
Wow.
my whole family lives in Rome except for my dad who literally
Damn,
just
that's
left.
wow.
So,
cool.
oh yeah, there's photos of me like as a little, like as a 6-month-old baby being, or maybe 3 months old baby being baptized. I'll see if my mom can send it to me, and then I'll put it on the
That's
on
incredible.
my live.
That's pretty cool. That's very rare.
Does it seem like religion is not as in the fabric of Canada as it is here?
I think because we're so diverse that, like we have, a huge East Indian population. So they practice their religion. And then we have we have a lot of Persians. I'm in Vancouver, right? So Caucasians are a minority in the city that I'm in. So there's so many religions and I feel like most of the group the you know the groups are very like they're fairly like not private about it, but they just do like they go to their church on their days and they practice their religions. There's sometimes a couple of times, like you know, I work with some Muslims. A couple of them would go and do their prayers at certain times of the days. I've worked with Muslims that don't do that at all. I mean, at my work, I work with a couple of people from Syria. I work with a few people from Sri Lanka. I worked with a few people from India. I work from people from China, from Hong Kong. I work from people all over the world, but nobody like preaches their religion to anybody. The only time you talk about it is if you maybe have some questions. Because I had a lot of questions for the Muslims that I worked with, right? So, you know, at one of the dealerships I worked at before, our controller was Muslim. And so one day he came into my office to ask me something. We ended up sitting for 2 hours and I was just asking him, like, you know, all the questions. Does your wife wear a hijab? Like, what are your, you know, so there's Muslims that I have personally met have been quite liberal, to be honest. And from what the part of that they practice is really quite beautiful, to be honest with you. I've worked with a lot of young Muslim men who have immigrated here through, you know, with refugee status into Canada from places like Syria, Iran, because I mean, Iranians aren't Muslim. They are, but it was forced on them, right, through the government. Like they're not. They were a very like liberated society before the takedown of the Shah, right? So the young Muslim men that I've worked with are some of the loveliest people, and I've become friends with them that I've ever come across.
Well, don't
That's
And
judge
I
a
awesome.
book
know
by
there's a
its
lot of
cover.
hate in our world towards,
Right.
I know that there's a lot of hate, but like they don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't party. They're very like they really like respect the rules of their religion. They don't push it on anybody. They're very much about like having, you know, not losing their virginity until marriage. Is very like pure, I guess you could say. That could be a lack of a better word, but I don't know how to explain. Like they're just good people. Like they're so kind
Yeah.
and so well mannered and so respectful. I cannot preach that enough. Like how respectful they are and how hard they work. And I don't know. So you know, I
Yeah.
worked with one guy who came as a refugee from Syria. You know, and he talked to me a lot, asked a lot of questions about what was going on in Syria and, you know, why he can't go back to Syria and the things with his family and his, you know, this was under the dictator before the fall of the dictator, but his father owns restaurants and he used to serve alcohol in his restaurants and he was caught for that. And so, you know, there was, you know, they were trying to find him to persecute him. So, you know, I guess maybe a lot of these people come to Canada and they're just so grateful to be here. But they're just very, very beautiful people, the ones that I've met anyways. But I only hear about religion when I ask questions about it. It's never brought up unless I ask. I come out and ask. So I don't know anything about religion, like absolutely nothing except what I've learned in the last few months. Like when I tell you that it was never spoken about ever before I started learning about it through TikTok panels.
Well, haven't you ever just wondered to yourself though, like where'd all this come from and where is this all going? I mean,
No, like
or
I
what happens when
literally
you die?
don't care. Isn't that weird?
It's just
Not weird. I love.
I'm kind
I've
of
been
like,
to
what
Vancouver.
will be. And I just don't believe in like God, because it's not that I don't believe in like a higher power. I don't want to say that, but I just don't understand how there can be so much evil in the world. I hate seeing, like, every time there's a mass unaliving at a school, for example. Sorry, I'm trying to be TikTok friendly. I'm not used to it because I don't have to be on my panel, right? So forgive me for my hesitation
okay.
in my words. But and then people are like, oh, thoughts and prayers. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that shit just pisses me off.
Well,
And
you
I'm
know
like, do people really believe that their faith is going to stop another shooting? Like, I don't know. I just,
They think that personal piety, once everybody begins to have personal piety, it's going to fix all the problems. That's what Christians believe. I'm gonna use Billy Graham as an example. When Dr. King was fighting systemic racism, um, Billy Graham's perspective was we shouldn't focus on social justice. We should just focus on getting everybody saved. And once everybody, is no longer sinning, then it'll fix the problem. That's what they literally believe.
I mean, in theory, that makes sense, but in practice, not so much.
Olive,
Right.
do you think that your love for just talking with people and having conversations with people is more because you like to connect with people, or more because you are looking to learn from other people and their beliefs and their life experience, or both?
both for sure. So for me, I think it starts as connecting and then I get curious.
Yeah.
And then that's where the questions come in. Yeah.
I remember when you back in July or whenever, when you started, it was sort of like you had 4 people on the top and 4 people on the bottom, and I think Tapley was trying to like keep it organized. And do you remember that? Like now it's
Oh yeah, I think that, yeah, oh yeah, no, I remember that. For me, it was like I needed to recognize, like, the panel had to have a pattern for me in order for me to have a better understanding. I don't know why that sounds very weird, but I needed to have, like, the Trump voters in one area and the liberals in another area. That was, like, very important to me. But I also didn't know everybody as well. So I needed that pattern to help me understand. Now, most of the MAGA that come up on the panel, like, I know them. And a lot of my panelists know each other. So there's a familiarity now that's there where I don't feel I don't deem it as necessary. But I feel
when
like
you
TikTok's changed me in, like, a really negative way.
Oh no.
really.
Yeah, I do. Like, I've yelled at people that I'm not a yeller. Like, when I tell you that I have never, for lack of a better word, we'll use the TikTok word, crashed out in real life. I have never. Like, I've done things on this app that I didn't even know were inside me, and I'm not 20. I'm 49.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
But maybe that's because in real life you attract people like, you naturally attract certain people to you, and then so you're not attracting the same type of people that you're sort of like artificially forced to conversate with on
Yes.
TikTok.
Yes. Like, for me in my personal life, I don't do drama. The people that I associate with, we all pretty much have the same temperament. We respect each other where we are, but I don't allow certain things inside of my life because I desire peace, you know what I mean? But it is true, when you get on here, you're like, oh my God, people are so dumb.
Yeah. And so
You
I,
get
I
so
made
frustrated.
this background kind of in response to being on Olives for a while, and then I when Laura started hosting her own lives like a month ago or so, I made this background because I was just like, I feel like after however many days, or even just in one night, after a few hours of those debates, especially when they get intense, like I was like, how can I contribute? Because I just sit down and listen and learn, and every now and then I have a question. And I had like a list of questions for Olive and a list of questions for Laura and a couple of questions for Tapley, and I was just like, I don't know how to ask these. So I thought, well, I should just have a debrief, like after the debates are over, or once in a while just come like unwind a little bit
The
because
daily email.
You gotta
Yeah.
wait till 2 a.m., man. Right
I
around
know,
2
and that's
a.m.,
the other.
3 a.m.
I'm just too
Oh.
tired too because they're still
Don't-
usually like
Yeah.
listen until I can't listen anymore, and then I opt out. And I think I've requested to come up like 3 times out of 100 times listening. I was burning with the question, but I got the answer from Laura. I was just like, when did Olive start doing this? Because I sort of felt like I think I joined near the beginning, but I don't know that for sure. And then Laura was like, yeah, you came in right around the beginning of August, end of
Yeah,
July
I
or
think it
beginning
was
of
the
August.
end of July is when I started doing, when I started hosting. But I get very emotional. And I know that I'm not a debater from like a factual. I debate from an emotional side, like a humanity side, right? I don't give a fuck about going into the weeds of all the facts. When I see something that's unjust, it's unjust to me,
Right.
right? Like so for me, I think that I've had these moments where honestly, when I tell you, when I get off the panel or I wake up in the morning, I'm embarrassed. I'm like, I cannot believe I behaved like that. That is what the
I think you
yeah,
may be
like the other
sensitive.
night, I literally told a lady, I screamed at the top of my lungs and told her to fuck off like 15 times in a row. And the next day I was like, what in the actual fuck
It
has
was
happened to
beautiful.
you?
It was beautiful.
I could tell. I can tell that.
I know
I was
that
there
is
for it.
because
It was amazing.
America. He gonna listen. Do it more.
Please.
Yeah.
We should
Well,
not
I
get-
think the advice would be do it so much that it doesn't affect you anymore. I love that it affects you, Olive. Not that it like. There was a night. I think it was last Friday night. Not maybe there was the Friday before, but it was really intense. And at the end, it was just you and Tapley. And I think I was requesting up, but you were like, I think I'm done for the night. And then Tapley was kind of trying to wrap it, and my heart broke for you because I could tell how heavy that debate or that particular live was weighing on you. And I wondered how, like, the next morning, is it still like heavy, or do you let it slide? It's very
no, it's
self-aware that you're
heavy,
like,
and to be honest with you, if it wasn't for Tapley and Laura, especially Tapley, I would not be still doing TikTok panels. You know how Tapley can speak to somebody. Like
amazing.
Tapley has a way of verbalizing clarity like nobody else does.
He's
Like
amazing.
he's incredible.
Yeah.
And you know, when the stress and anxiety started for me was when I started to get heat for who I was platforming. That's where I started to feel really challenged, but I couldn't articulate why it was important for me to do it. I just felt like it was important, but I couldn't really articulate why. Then, of course, Tapley's like, well, we have to, these are uncomfortable conversations, but we're living amongst these people. And if you deplatform them, they will be in their own echo chamber. Of course, he
Yes.
says it way better than I am. And he's like, we have to be able to debate them with better rhetoric. It's important that we do that. These people exist, and why are we trying to pretend like they don't?
We're everywhere.
Tapley says it so articulately.
Oh, he's
and you're
amazing.
like, you're like, okay, that 100% makes perfect sense. And then I would be like, okay, so I'm okay. And when you feel like you have true friends who understand this TikTok world behind you, it does make it a lot easier. But that's when I started, like when it started happening. And when I started doing panels, I was like, I will not have any name calling, and I want to make sure the panel's even so nobody feels ganged up on or dogpiled, because then how can you have a conversation? I didn't want to be a panel where people were blocked and, you know, America says something that I, you know, vehemently disagree with. I don't want him to just be blocked and dropped or just muted and dropped. He'll never come back to continue the conversation, right? And that's what happens on that was what was happening on a lot of panels when I started doing my panel. And so I started taking a lot of heat. And then, of course, you know, there's all these different personalities, But for me, what gets me heated and what I'm learning about myself is I'm forced to talk to people that in real life wouldn't naturally be drawn to me, and I wouldn't naturally be drawn to them. And so we probably wouldn't have a conversation. I also live in Canada. I'm Canadian. So it's very different up here for us right now as it is for Americans. Very different. The stress level, the anxiety level, none of that is, it would be if Polyev had been voted in, but we're under good leadership. We feel good. Our country feels good right now, right? We don't have the divide that there is in America. Sorry, I'm totally monologuing, but to shorten this right up,
This is
where I feel that my emotions really escalate is when I feel a sense of injustice. And that whole thing that had happened over those last couple of weeks, for me, was a real injustice to a particular person. And it was relentless.
You know,
And
it's
it
still
wouldn't
going on,
stop.
Olive. I was in some random live today and they were talking about him by name.
Yeah,
And I
it
was like,
happened to
oh
me.
man.
Serious?
It happened
Yeah.
to me.
I was like, oh geez. I almost popped in there to say something, but I don't know enough about it to really,
Yeah, it happened to
Olive.
chime in.
me
But
yesterday.
Olive,
So
can I ask a couple more questions? When you started doing this, was your intention to have this be like a political debate? Was that what you set out? Like when you were like, I'm going to go start a live, and this is going to be what we do. We're going to have 4 people from each side of the aisle to have a discussion, or no?
Yeah, it was because I was a regular on another panel that was quite an international panel. So a lot of Americans, Canadians, Europeans, and there was sort of like, I don't want to say a falling out, but I just felt discomfort there. So I didn't really have anywhere to go, especially as a Canadian, because I'm really interested in American politics. It genuinely interests me, and I wanted to learn more. It interests me more so than Canadian politics, go figure. And I was always had a lot of fear of requesting up onto an American panel because as soon as you say you're Canadian, you're dropped, right? So I was like, well, the only way to solve this problem is if I just start doing panels myself. I didn't think that as many people would come that have come. I did not think that it would be, as good as it has been.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've loved it. I feel like grateful in retrospect that I just stumbled across it when I was sort of figuring out lives, and I've been tuned in ever since. I hope it just keeps growing, but I admire how self-aware you are, that you're like, this is making me not the kind of person I want to be, or this amount of time on here. TikTok in general is changing me, and not for the better. That's interesting.
Yeah, no, when I tell you, I have never in my 49.5 years, people know I have a high pressure job. I work with, and I've had moments at my job that have almost broken me. I have a high pressure job. I'm sure you've heard my story, right? Of, the things that I've been through. And I'm not saying that I'm not playing victim. I'm just, people know. I have never in my 49 years told someone repeatedly at the top of my lungs to fuck off 15 times in a row. Like,
I get it.
I've actually, no, wait, let me rephrase that. I've never told anyone in my life to fuck off, ever, not once. So like, I'm like, is this like who I am at my core and it's being unleashed? Is this because I'm having to interact with people that are have such a lack of empathy for others and are so self-righteous and so purity testing? Like, it's just, I can't. It's just like makes me angry. And I've never been someone to get angry. I've always been someone that feelings will get hurt well before I feel anger. And this has made me actually angry. I'm sure you guys can see how I started off very sensitive. I'm sure people have seen the change in me. You think that 3 months ago I would have been swearing, telling someone to fuck off, screaming at the top of my lungs? because this person is literally like ruining somebody's life? No. I
Well,
wouldn't
it
even
got
have found.
personal. It got
Yeah,
personal
it
over the
got really
last like
personal.
3 weeks. I mean, at least publicly from what I've seen. I know it's been going on longer, but
Yeah, there's been a couple times, and I had this discussion with Laura, because like I said, I had questions for her, and she last week or the week before, I saw her on, and she wasn't part of a live, and I was like, "Is this a good time for the question?" And so she was like, "Sure." So I just bounced a whole bunch of questions off her as far as like the origin of how this live started, how she's obviously able to like shake stuff off, I think, more quickly. I mean, you can tell how these things affect you. You talked about a live that you were on where it was like you were the only person. It was like 1 against 7.
Oh yeah,
Um,
and they invited me there. And when I tell you, like when I got the message like to come up, I was pulling up my driveway from work and I was physically shaking. Like my legs were like I could barely hit the brake because I was shaking so bad. Like this physically affected me because I hit that they're like, we want you up. We want her to be able to talk to her to the girl. And I was like, oh no, I can't. I was like, no, you've done nothing wrong. You can go up. And when I hit the request button, I was shaking like a leaf. I can't explain it. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe that I was that nervous and had that much anxiety. And I think it's because I felt I was going into the lion's den, and then I realized like it started getting worse for me, and I started questioning my own reality because I didn't know it was happening until after. But because what they had done is blocked and muted anybody who was there, and there was 100 and something people in the room, but there wasn't a single comment. Like at first I wasn't reading the comments, but then I was like, hey, am I like, I'm starting to question my reality. Are people supporting me in the comments, or am I just like a terrible person and have done everything wrong in this? And there was no comments towards me of support. And I'm like, so there's 100 and something people. Okay, I fucked up. Like this is on me. Then I could see Madam like begging to come up, right? And so they purposely did that. And then it was when Kate came up that I started feeling a lot better. But it was after the live that I got all of these messages. I was blocked. I was muted. I was muted. I was blocked. I was blocked. And it was everybody who knows me, you know? It was everyone who's paneled with me every night, who's been a part of my live every night. They were all blocked or muted. So I felt like I was brought up there specifically to target. And I don't say this in like a victim way. It's not what I'm trying to say. But I was like, so you talk about supporting women and believing women, but you literally set me up. You knew exactly what you were doing. And I don't understand. Like I would never do that to somebody. That wouldn't even cross my mind to do that to somebody.
yeah, they ambushed you.
They did. And
but you sort of knew, like you said, you requested up to go into the lion's den, and then
They
got
wanted me up there. They sent me messages to come up. They said, oh, she wants to talk to you. So I thought I was going up there to have a conversation with her. But then I realized that that's not what this was about.
yeah. Yeah, I am grateful for you. So if you don't hear that often enough, for the work that you're doing, and I know, like I have thought, even for you, like how often is the right amount to go, 3 days a week or 5 days a week, or like how important are breaks, or how frequent are breaks, like just to take a week off, because I'm not good at that
What
either.
happens? The reason that I don't take nights off is because TikTok punishes you. So if I go 5 nights in a row, I'll consistently be at 250 plus viewers alive. As soon as I take a night off, I'm like hovering around 100. I just told Tapley, I'm like, I'm going to go live tomorrow night after you go live. He's going to do an Epstein live. And I'm going to go after him around probably 9:30, 10 o'clock Pacific time. I don't have to work the next day, so I can go late. And I told him, I'm like, TikTok, I'm going to struggle. Like, it'll be a real struggle for me because I've taken 3 nights off. That always happens. So TikTok has this way of keeping you
Interesting.
engulfed in their fucking matrix. It's brutal.
That ranking system, it's like that Black Mirror episode. That's what they do on Netflix. And if you
I
take
was literally about in B League, which for a Canadian is a big deal. Okay. I was in C1 top 10%. I took 2 nights off and I dropped to C2.
It's like you can't get a break. You got
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I know I'm so grateful, America and Madam and Noel, we should hear from. And I want to thank you guys for coming in. I felt the need to start this because of the progression of Christian nationalism in this country. Olive, when you mentioned a lack of empathy, this is why Christian nationalism is why you encounter so many folks who have no empathy. And we could talk about that at another time if you're interested. But that's why I felt like compelled to do something because of how prevalent Christian nationalism has become in this country, and it's a problem.
This is why I really struggle with America below me.
Yeah,
I genuinely like America. He's always respectful. He's super supportive of me.
Agreed.
He's supportive of me when I've come onto his live. But I'm very conflicted because the confliction comes with like, I like this person, but to me, in what his rhetoric is very unempathetic. And so I struggle with that. And I think about it. Like, I'll drive to work and I'll be thinking about how can you like somebody that has such a lack of empathy? And he's so good to me that I actually feel comfortable saying that to him. He's not going to attack me for saying that.
Well, I have empathy for individuals, but
what
society.
about me, America? What about me?
Sure, I have empathy for all of you, but it's different when it comes to politics because politics is evil by its nature in some ways. So it's easier to be callous, I suppose. Because if you're not callous, how can you do the things that are going to serve the country the best? No matter what you do, it's going to be a bad choice and people are going to get hurt. So at least for me, I have to disconnect my empathy from my political
I kind of get what he's
beliefs,
saying to that point. I get what he means
America-
to a degree.
America, don't you think there's some,
That's fucked up. Go ahead. No, that is not. You don't take politics on one side and empathy on the other. That's why you guys are in the situation you're in. See, that kind of shit makes me so mad, but I still
I didn't know. America, you're on the MAGA side.
Oh yeah, big time.
to the 10th degree.
Noel,
it's Noel. Hi.
Oh, sorry.
Hi. How you doing, man?
thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for posting.
Were you
this,
going to
and thanks for
respond? Were you going to respond to America?
I was just gonna throw out to America. I agree with everything that Olive and Madam said. America's one of like the bright spots of like honest discourse within TikTok. I mean, he comes by his values and his morals in a right way. Although, like Olive, I would disagree with them. I guess my only question to you, Bud, America, is don't you think there's some nuance to that? Like, does it have to be an all or nothing? Can't we have certain levels of empathy along with, like standing firm on, pushing back when need be?
Well, I guess it always comes from empathy in the sense that I care about the nation, right?
Okay.
And I care about the American people. So yeah, it's just kind of disassociating those feelings and relying on sort of cold, hard logic, as brutal as the conclusions might be. If what's best for the nation involves a lot of pain and suffering for one segment, then, the ends justify the means. It's the way I
Let
look
them
at
eat cake. Yes.
But that's the way God works. I mean, Olive.
No, don't say that.
Well, I mean, Olive was talking about evil, right?
Yeah, I guess that is what our life is about. Before
Anyway.
Brandy before Brandy,
I'm not saying nothing. I'm a hush. Go ahead.
no, I mean, I'd rather you have at it, but I know that that Olive is hosts other things. I wanted to just encourage you, Olive. I have loved your panel and the discussion. I feel like I'm part of the crew, even from the sidelines. I've learned a lot. I see your empathy and your heart for people. I hope I don't know how to find the balance of like how much time to spend on here. I didn't really realize that if you take nights off, that hurts your progress in a way. I wasn't aware that it operates this way. But if there are ever exhausting lives or we need to debrief and I can help in that way, I'd love to do that. I have more questions at some point for you and for Tapley. I thought I've been we're all impressed by Tapley. I think anybody that's had interactions and heard him on a panel, he's got a different kind of brain. He'll talk for 4 minutes and then someone will be like, well, what do you mean when you said this? And he's like, which part? I will go back and rewind in his brain. He can go right back to whatever. He remembers everything he just said. It's incredible to listen to him. But
Total recall. That's
it's
what we
incredible.
call it.
And his empathy is, I think his character was evident to me on that Friday night after a pretty rough live. We got a glimpse of his character, and that was as impressive to me as his smarts. So, Olive, I'm a big fan, and thanks for letting me be a part of the live from the sidelines. I only request up when Christian nationalism comes up. When things come up like a lack of empathy, that's where I feel like I can contribute. I don't know everything about tariffs or all the other stuff that comes up in political
I can teach
discussion.
you if you want.
I know. Well, I mean, I'm learning by listening, but I wanted to make sure I got that in before Brandy responds to America, because that's not going to be good. But
I have a question for America.
Sure.
And unless Brandy, you want to.
Oh, I
Make
get
a new one.
I get a little long winded. So go ahead.
So you said that you have empathy for individuals.
Yeah.
Don't you understand that it's individuals that make up our society?
Sure. Absolutely.
So which individuals do you have empathy for? The ones that you know, the ones that are part of your family, your friends, your neighbors, and outside of that, fuck everybody else?
Well, I suppose any person that I meet face to face, or even perhaps digitally, it's a little bit different digitally sometimes if you can't see their face. But yeah, I mean, if I'm in front of a person connecting on an individual, person to person way, then yeah, sure.
So you really don't have empathy for everyone.
Well, as an abstract entity, I think it's hard to have empathy for a concept.
No, it's
although
not.
I can say that I have empathy for Americans. That's more of a choice than anything else, I suppose. But no, like when I see starving people in Africa, or I see Gazans being, annihilated, or I see, trench warfare in Ukraine, it doesn't
How
bother
about
me.
people here in America who haven't been able to eat for the last 43 days?
Well, I haven't seen anyone starving in the United States.
I didn't say starving. I said that weren't able to eat because their SNAP benefits were cut off.
I suppose I
Because
have
their
some.
WIC benefits were cut off. They weren't able to buy formula for their babies.
Well, I suppose I have some empathy for children. The adults, a little less so, perhaps. But I don't think empathy has anything to do with it, I guess is what I'm saying. When you get into politics, politics is, a sort of necessary evil. And whatever choice you're going to make is going to hurt somebody. And so you just have to make, the wisest sort of utilitarian choice you can make. And if you're just sort of stuck with empathetic, feelings as your criteria for decision making at that level, I think you're bound to make mistakes.
if politicians are making decisions for the country, to what extent should they factor in how is this going to affect people?
Oh, sure. That's always, yeah, exactly.
And
Go ahead, Ryan.
if they're enacting policies that harm people. It sounds like you would take that into consideration. You think it's important to
Yeah,
try to
but
minimize that?
absolutely. But you have to look at, the timeline. It's not just what's going to hurt people today, right? It's going to be what is going to propel our nation forward, to greater glory, in the future. It can't just be like, hey, right now some people are hurting, so we're going to just do whatever it takes to minimize, the hurt that people are feeling. I think that's really short, it's really narrow, a really narrow vision of the nation and the people.
So let me ask you this, America. Do you believe, because we're talking about Christian nationalism, and I'm going back to what you were talking about earlier, talking about what God is, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe that doctrines are a form of mind control?
Yeah, I kind of do. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that the church understands how theology works?
I mean, based on their premises, like, the Trinity and the incarnation and the resurrection. Yeah, I mean, it all follows fairly consistently.
Okay. Do you believe that it produces a certain type of psychology?
Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, to the effect to, all right, so like Olive was mentioning some Muslims that she met, how they seemed like really nice people and all that, right? To the extent that faith actually impacts your life, to the extent that you actually have faith in a community of faith, then yeah, I think it can affect you. It's kind of like if you put the work in, right? Then it would affect your psychology.
Okay. So when I started deconstructing, right? What I did was I sat down with a question. I said, I know that I'm not a Christian nationalist, but I want to know what it is about the Bible that allows them to become empire. Okay? And the reason why I say that is because throughout history, we can see that the church gives themselves permission, okay, to enforce their laws on people and allow, and, I will use, slavery, for example.
Yeah.
As a nation, the Protestants, okay, mainly Calvinists, gave permission to their churches and to their people to say that slavery is okay.
Right.
Okay? And they enforced it using scriptures.
Yep.
But they also had to keep the slaves in a certain type of temperament in order that they can be also controlled with the religion. So what they did was they created a slave Bible. They removed 70% of the Old Testament, and then they removed a portion of the New Testament.
That's pretty manipulative.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
In religion, there's things called cosmologies. So the gods have specific categories, how they move, how they maneuver, okay? The Hebrew God, he names himself, he says that he's compassionate, merciful, and that he is steadfast in his love, and that he also says, I am that I am, I will be what I will be. That is not a stagnant God, that's a relational God. But what happened at the Council of Nicaea, when they sat down, they were conceptualizing a Hebrew God through Greek categories and Greek metaphysics. And what they would do is, what Rome would do is that they would take various religions and they would apply their own metaphysics to their religion so they could taper the gods to what they wanted them to be. So they would be submissive to Rome.
Sounds right.
So what Rome did was they took the god, they put their metaphysics on top of it, but then they also married it with their political system, okay? It was called Roman paterfamilias. They had Roman house codes, which you can see in the Bible in the Old Testament or the New Testament. The Christians, okay, that the Christian nationalists, the Doug Wilsons, those kind of guys, they believe in male headship. Male headship is Roman. it's a part of that Roman paterfamilias. It's part of that. It's part of that Roman house codes. When they read the Bible, they believe that Roman house codes are God's divine order for man.
Okay, that all makes sense.
Okay. When Jesus and Paul, okay, most people kind of get a basic understanding of scripture, right? When Jesus was on the scene, do you think that he agreed with Rome's way of life?
Well, I don't know if I mentioned that I'm not Christian.
No, no.
Okay.
I have a point to what I'm saying to you.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, he was really well, I mean, it's hard to know who the historical Jesus really was, but from my reading, he was pretty anti-Roman, yeah.
Okay. So why is it that these guys, these Theo bro, you see all these, well, I don't know if you see them, I see them. All these debate guys, they're on here talking, and especially these Christian nationalists and some of these right-winger guys, right? They're out here saying that man is the head of the home and woman needs to stay at home. Woman should not vote. The 19th Amendment should be repealed. We need to go back to women birthing babies and all of this other stuff. Does that sound like Jesus or does that sound like Rome?
Well, like I said, I think that Rome sanitized Christianity to a great deal. Yeah.
Right.
Sounds like Rome, yeah.
So does the church know what they're doing or not?
I guess it depends on which church you mean.
I mean, the vast majority of, I'm going to say, because I've been in the Pentecostal church, Southern Baptist church, been in non-denominational. Yeah. I understand what the massive majority of people have the same theological framework. And they believe that God's divine design, okay, is male headship, which is Roman. They believe that women should be at the house, okay? And then if we also look at the sexual ethic of the Bible, the sexual ethic of the Bible was the penetrator versus the penetrated, okay? It meant that whoever was on bottom, okay? Olive, I promise you I'm going somewhere with this, okay? Whoever was on bottom, that meant that they were below them in status. They had sex for power, for lineage, it was power sex. This was the ethic of the time. And the ethic of the time shaped the laws that they made. And you hear this type of rhetoric, right? You hear this type of rhetoric out of that red pill movement. They're saying that
rhetoric has been through cultures all throughout history. That rhetoric, that did not start with Christianity or Rome. That is in pretty much every culture you can ever imagine in the past 10,000 years.
Michael,
has had men head of the household.
Michael, I'm speaking.
I know, but you're doing this.
No, see, this is what Christians do.
No, this is what liberals do. You think everything bad started with white
people. Wait a minute. No, I didn't say that.
Let's let her finish.
That didn't come out of my mouth.
Maybe if you could wrap it up a little bit.
I'm getting there.
Okay, great.
Okay. See, the thing about it is that when you adopt those ethics, when you adopt that way of life, and then you put Jesus on top of that, you get a specific type of citizen. And that's what we are seeing. We are seeing a psychological thing that is happening in these churches, okay? Why is it that when I deconstruct all the doctrines, I land back at Aristotle?
Great. That was going to be my rebuttal here.
But
not so much a rebuttal as much as a comment.
But what does Aristotle have to do with Jesus?
Well, nothing. So my sort of comment on what you're saying is that what we're seeing is that ultimately reason prevails over superstition. And insofar as Christianity is reverting to Roman sort of standards, that's a return to reason.
No, it's not a return to reason.
Well, people can have reasonable arguments and debates over the place of men and women and their respective equality and roles and all that kind of stuff, right?
Which did not start with Christianity. That's every culture throughout history has been men head of the household.
Right. And so
that was because it stemmed from the sexual ethic of the ancient Near East.
Well, there's a reason for that sexual ethic, though, which is that there's an asymmetry to sexuality, which is that women, when they have a child, they always know that it's theirs 100% of the time. When a man has a child, he doesn't quite know for sure that it's his child.
Come on.
No, and I'm being serious. I'm being serious. This is the reason for things like marriage. Right? This is the reason for things like men controlling women. It's not a mystery why men try to dominate and control their women, because they're not quite sure that child's going to be theirs unless they put strict limits on things, right? And women have different sort of strategies involved in, procreation. So I think but that's all about reason. That's not about going to the scripture and saying, oh, well, Paul said, women be, submit to your husbands, I think the whole scripture thing is just and the slavery thing too, right? Treat your slaves well kind of stuff. And, Paul has been used so often. Basically, scripture is just used to justify whatever people want. And I think that's pretty unreasonable. And that's the reason I don't rely on scripture.
But when we go on to the when we go on to the Heritage Foundation, I'm going to say it was on their threads, they literally said to people, listen, we need to return to classical education. We need to return to the Bible. We need to return to Aristotle. We need to return to Augustine and Thomas Aquinas and the founding fathers. Once again, I just told you, when I deconstructed my faith all the way down to the studs, I landed on Aristotle. Once again, do these people know the kind of citizens that they are creating? This is psychological. Doctrines are literally a synthesis of scripture in order to produce a certain type of outcome. Why is it that they have a specific way unto which they want their citizens to read the Bible?
Well, scripture is like a cheat code for convincing people of things. You come up with what you think is the right thing, and then you find the verses that support that. And then people can turn off their brains and say, oh, yeah, this is what God told me to do. So what you're saying is the reasons. I mean, your reasons might be right. Your reasons might be wrong. Who knows? But it's just, really good propaganda.
Let me jump in because I know we're lulling a lot of people to sleep.
Sorry, guys.
But this is my favorite kind of conversation. I hope America gets to ground. I wanted to ask some of the people that are on some of those other panels, Olive, if maybe you'll get into this later tonight. Are you going live later tonight? Or no?
Tomorrow night I'm going live after Tapley.
Oh, that's right.
Okay,
you said that. That's tomorrow.
You guys know all this shit. Who teaches you this stuff?
This is good stuff. All I wanted to say is, and we can
stuff. I just want to know.
It's not that it's. I'm not sorry. It's not that it's not good stuff. But if you're wondering what's going on in America, I think Christian nationalism is a bigger driver of what we're seeing here than people.
It's you guys driving it. Do you understand that? Reconsider. It's
what?
you guys are driving people to that extreme.
To what extreme?
Christian nationalism.
You're
driving people in that direction. When you say it's okay to give an 8-year-old puberty blockers to change their gender, people think that's
insane. Stop it, dude.
No, I'm not. No, we're not going to stop it, and then we're going to keep going until you people become sane. So you're making us like this.
I'm not making you like this.
So you don't want to take responsibility for your own actions? You're going to blame it on other people?
You're damn right I'm blaming it on you people. You'll give puberty blockers to an 8-year-old to change their gender. You'll flood millions of strangers into a country. No, say all you want. You people are
Who
flooding
told you
millions
that?
of strangers into our country because you hate white people.
Who
You want
told
to
you
see our
that
country
lie?
Who
get
was you
drowned
people?
Oh
out.
my God,
who is you
how
people?
stupid are you?
Who
Oh
is you
my
people?
God.
Listen, I'm not even listen, Michael. I don't care nothing you talking about right now. Listen, who is you people? Let's be exact on who you are
Every
talking
leftist
about.
on this panel. The
Who is
left has
a
made it
leftist?
very clear they hate Western
Who is
civilization.
a
They think there's
leftist?
52 genders,
Who
and
is
they
a
think
leftist?
borders of countries don't matter.
Who is a
There's actually
leftist?
That shit's
hey,
insane. And
there's
Michael,
that's
actually
why Christian
Michael,
nationalism is making a
hey
comeback.
Michael.
there's actually 74 genders. Look it up.
I mean,
And I'm a trans person on the panel, just to clarify, so I don't. You could ask any question, and I could easily clear this up. I have research and research upon research on this.
Of giving puberty blockers to a child? If you
Oh
think
my
that's
That
God.
okay,
doesn't
you have no
happen.
business near children.
That
You're a
doesn't
child
happen.
abuser.
That doesn't happen.
Yes, it does happen. It does
No,
happen. And now
only-
you're
according
lying.
to who?
Citation or shut the hell up, Michael. Jesus.
You can look it up. They're giving puberty blockers to children to change their gender. And you're going to sit
Show
here and
your
lie to
work.
my face about it?
Oh,
Show your work.
are you
Parasite.
one of the people that
You
believes
don't
that you
belong near
send your
children.
daughter to
Hey,
And men
school
don't
Michael,
and
belong in
2
women's
days
Michael.
later
sports.
she comes back
Hold
as a
on, y'all.
boy?
Hold on. Michael, first of all, what we not gonna do is we're not gonna sit up here and call people parasites. So nobody has disrespected you or called you out of your name or said
Your
nothing. But
entire ideology is trying
I don't want to
to
hear it.
erase
'Cause
Western
listen, I don't
civilization. I
mind
live in
puberty
a
block.
Western civilization.
Sir. Okay, guess what?
Your
You
entire
still
ideology
don't get to. I don't care what you think my
respect to my.
ideology is, sir. I don't care what you think my
And you put men
ideology.
and women.
Once again, sir, I don't care what you think my ideology is because you don't know me. You came up here for a 5-second panel and you think that you can say what people are and aren't. Goodbye.
I have a
Well,
question. I have a kind of a change of subject type of question. Why we still have America and some of the
Did he drop?
He
some of
dropped
the. Oh no,
himself.
I did that. No, that was me. I did that. It was.
Thank you, Ryan.
Um,
Child, please.
so I know that America is on the conservative side of things.
And
What are your
he's been
thoughts?
respectful. Thank you.
What are your thoughts on like the on seeing these files, or do they not matter?
Are you talking about the e-files?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big hoax. I believe Trump is a really good person. They've been trying to slander him for a decade.
Okay. So regardless of what comes out, what we find of this, you'll feel like it's not true.
Unless Trump were to confess to something, I'm not going to believe it. No.
Do you
I
have any
told you that's
example?
what they would say.
Do you have any example of him ever saying he was wrong about anything, just out of curiosity, or ever saying I'm sorry?
have him confessing on video, on video and audio to abusing people.
No.
He
No,
openly admits to doing that shit.
Nope. No, he doesn't. But so one occasion where he said he was sorry or
Yeah.
that he made a mistake.
Yeah.
I think he's admitted in the past that there were maybe some various political decisions that didn't turn out the way that we would want in a MAGA victory. I'd have to go and search around, but he's just not that kind of person, right? He's a very optimistic, forward-looking person, and no, he's not going to admit to a lot of mistakes. He always sees the opportunities. He never sees defeats. Like if you listen to his, he gave a great speech at a university, like a commencement speech, graduation speech.
I have to stop you there because that's never been true.
Oh,
but go ahead.
You didn't hear that? It was a great speech. It was
Yeah,
a bit long.
I've never heard any great speech from this guy. But keep going.
I state your name. That one.
Well, that's how you say it. I know most of you haven't taken the oath of service, or maybe some of you have. Have any of you taken the oath of service?
No.
Okay,
No.
well, when they read it to you, they do say state your name because that's what you're repeating it back, and you state your name. So
Like you're
there's no other
Oh my
there's no other
God.
way for the person who's giving you the lines to say it other than I state your name, right? So, anyways, and he's done that countless times. So that's a good example of the tarring and the smearing of Trump's character. Like you say something like that, oh, he said I state your name. to kind of insinuate that he's a stupid man. No,
He
he's
is a
actually
stupid man.
really,
He is stupid.
he's
Yeah.
actually,
And he is also
he's
also
actually a really
America.
smart dude.
He is stupid, sir.
Let me tell you,
America,
guys,
can
let me
you
tell
tell
you.
me
I
how
just gave you an
America,
example of how the
America,
far
hold
left
on.
is twisting the
Hold
narrative.
on.
Listen,
Hold
I'm
on.
not far
America.
left, but he's
Yeah,
stupid.
let's be cautious.
I'm not calling you all far left.
I know.
I'm calling the
America.
media who's setting the narrative. I'm calling the media far
America.
left. Not you all.
America.
You all are lovely people. Go ahead.
America, hold on. Can you tell me how easy it was or how difficult it was for us to win the Revolutionary War by controlling the airports?
Controlling the Air Force?
The
Airports.
airports.
The airport?
Yeah.
I see. Did Trump say something about airports in the Revolutionary War?
He said exactly what
You don't
I
remember
just
that?
said.
You remember that?
So you all really think Trump is so stupid that he
Yes.
thinks there were air
Yes.
forces during the Revolutionary War?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that I would say that the far left media has woven this narrative to convince you of something that
It's
is
not a narrative. I
obviously
sat and
not
watched
true.
him
I
say
listen to
it.
what comes out of his mouth.
I watched him say it. It wasn't
But
a
I'm
left media anything. I
Hey, look,
watched
yeah.
the speech
I
that he gave when he
sympathize.
said it.
I sympathize because I actually, in 2020, I did vote for Biden because I believed that Trump was stupid and
this
corrupt,
guy is following
stupid, corrupt,
Yahtzees, like
and a
literal
narcissist.
Yahtzees.
And that's what I believed because I had believed the far left narrative about him.
But
I would say
I kind of believe you're contrarian.
no, I mean literally I did. And so what I would say is like if you actually listen to Trump for an extended period of time.
No, thank you.
I know, exactly. Exactly. But if
Oh,
you
I've
get
done it.
rid of that prejudice and you actually listen to
Well,
him,
it
say the
ain't
Joe Rogan,
prejudice.
say the
We're not
Joe
going to take
Rogan.
advice from white supremacists. I'm sorry.
Oh, is this someone's accusing me of I'm an
You
American
are
supremacist,
following
bro.
literal Yahtzees, man.
I'm a American supremacist. I love all
So
Americans.
America, what changed for you? What changed from voting for Joe Biden to now being a Donald Trump supporter? I know you've talked about it before, but it might be helpful to give a picture of what changed that for you.
I appreciate that question. Yeah, so it was a gradual process, and it was when oh, there's a little bit of an echo. When the attempt on his life at Butler happened, and he rose up,
Oh,
put his fist in the
Jesus.
air, pumped his
Invited
fist,
Milt
and
reconsider.
said, "Fight, fight, fight." I thought to myself, "Whoa, that is not the response of a man that I thought he was." I would have thought that a dumb, corrupt narcissist would be crawling on his hands and knees, putting babies in front of him to avoid, fire, like running for his life kind of thing. And so that was the first domino where I was like, huh, maybe what's up with this? And so I started listening to his rallies, his press conferences,
Wow.
really like digging in and just listening to him, not clips of him, not Fox News's opinion, because Fox is biased, right? MSNBC, they're all biased. I actually started listening to just him, and I was blown away. He is a genuinely caring, smart guy who loves America.
Jesus. Oh my God.
I know. It sounds crazy. I get it. It sounds
is crazy.
But tell you what, if you did the same thing, I guarantee some of you would see the same thing.
Absolutely
No.
not.
Hold on, reconsider. Money hat is milk.
Oh my God.
Can I interject one thing? Oh, I appreciate who is it? Money hat. I got so many. I have more questions for Milk than I had for Olive and Laura. What's up, Milk?
Okay, I just want to preface this with I am not sober.
Hey, I appreciate that.
Best version of Milk.
I appreciate the heads up.
You're welcome.
Dang it, I forgot to eat my gummy.
Oh my God, I love milk. So
No,
much.
I've had a shot and I've had a gummy.
That'll do it.
I'm here for it.
Milk, you're like 22, right? Something like that.
I
He's
am
docile when
21.
he has his gummies.
21.
So he'll be a lot more.
Yeah,
Lord.
I sound normal when I'm, a little under the
Let's
influence.
have Milk answer some of Reconsider's questions. This is gonna be good.
Oh
Like
my
what?
God.
Oh man, I don't know where to start. I guess I'll go. Milk. I've been part of the Olives panel. Maybe you've seen me down there. And you just started going live in the last week, right?
Yeah.
You're killing it.
Killing it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Milk is a fantastic host. He's a
Such a good
fantastic
host. One of the best hosts on TikTok.
He is. Props.
Yeah, he's done a great
I
job
love
moderating and
God,
and
you all are
being
gonna make me
level-headed.
cry, but I am fucking good.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Where to begin, Milk? So, Milk, I'm 44. You're 21.
Yeah.
You grew up in a house that, from my understanding, you have a successful family, right?
On both sides, but one side way more.
This is going to sound like a random question, but where do you get your health insurance?
Mine?
Yeah.
I guess it would be through what? My mother's insurance?
Okay. Yeah, that may sound irrelevant, but hey, do you remember you were on?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was on Olive's or somebody's last week when Mamdani won, and you were listening. You were listening to his speech, and I think a half dozen times during his speech, you were like, "Wow!" Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do actually.
You were pretty amazed by his speech. Is that fair to say?
Yes. That's actually extremely fair.
And then the next day, you were like, "Well, what do you expect that New York elected a liberal?"
Sorry, what?
The next day, you were on a different live and with a different tune, and maybe it was induced by some of your, like you admitted tonight. I don't know if you had a couple of gummies or what the case was the next night, but it was sort of like a.
So my wows that night didn't come from a place of, wow, this guy's right. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It came from like me not realizing how good of an orator he was and how easily he was, how good he was at, persuading people, especially with the reactions you could hear in the crowd, people going fucking nuts. You know what I mean? So when you have a mix, I'm going to be as respectful as I can. When you have like a Obama and like I don't know, like Obama mixed with like Schmittler, orator style, it makes for a very interesting like dynamic.
But I thought about that. Do you have any memory of Obama giving speeches?
Somewhat.
How old are you, Milt?
21.
He was a little young.
You would have been 10, 9, 8 years old when he was giving speeches.
Yeah.
Or you maybe watched them well after the fact. But I remember
both of those are possible.
Yeah. I remember you kind of, on a number of occasions, trying to say, well, Trump knows what he's trying to say. You get the gist of it, like the fact that he is a horrifically bad public speaker. But your defense of that is sort of, yeah, he speaks in fragments, but you can kind of piece them together and you know what he was trying to say, right?
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
Yeah, I think I've heard you probably 5 or 6 times kind of when someone's like, did you hear that speech? Because my 8-year-old is a better speaker than the president.
Yeah.
And the response that you usually give is, he's a great speaker because he speaks in these little fragments and he's very strong. He gets his point across and you can get the gist of what he's saying, which is a hilarious thing to, but then I kind of realized how young you were, that you're maybe not used to hearing great speeches.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's interesting. That's actually,
I think you have grown up listening to Trump give speeches.
And this is interesting. I didn't think you'd say this. Yeah, I see where you're going.
And so you're used to, and you think this is a strong leader who gives good speeches.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you heard someone that can actually speak last Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And you were like, wow, all the way through it. You're like, I I've never heard someone that can be articulate before.
So okay. In my defense, when you do listen to Trump more often than say like you would listen to like a random, like Democrat, like senator or something, even though I like listening to Letterman, I think his name is, or whatever, the one who the left thinks he's like Republican.
Fetterman?
Very interesting guy. Yeah, Fetterman or whatever his name is. Yeah, Fetterman, I think it was.
So if you're not going to listen to a Trump speech, you're going to listen to a Fetterman speech?
Yeah, because I think Fetterman's very clear with what he says as well. But
you get the point.
But
you get the
yeah,
gist
I understand exactly what you're saying. You're saying my generation hasn't been around long enough to understand, like, really, really strong speeches, specifically good orators. But here's the thing, right? In Trump in 2016, to me, like I find that to be amazing. An amazing orator. I think it's way more stronger than he is now because he can guide people along. I don't know. It was just something weird about Trump in 2016.
You mean when he was saying things like, I could pew someone on Fifth Avenue and I wouldn't lose any?
No, I'm not necessarily talking about the extreme stuff.
That when they send their people, they don't send their best. Like that's the part where you were like, yeah.
Well, no, you know what? He talks when he was in 2016. What separated him from like all the other candidates is that he just talked like a real person, and he wasn't scared to say whatever the fuck he wanted to say. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of people kind of conform to that because usually all throughout GOP history, it's very well mannered. It's very clear. You can tell all of these have an amazing education, probably Harvard Law or some other Ivy League background. They're all super respectful, super nice, and then all of a sudden you have someone coming in shattering the fucking expectations, and I don't even know what to call it, like through the glass, like stone cold. You know what I mean?
It's called racism and bigotry.
But do you think that?
So how do you? Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Blatant, repeated criminality as well.
Well, Noel was.
I think.
Forgot to sprinkle in the misogyny.
Yes, the misogyny.
Sure.
So I think Milk and kind of your conversation touches on a couple things about Trump. I think, his quote unquote folksy populist appeal has worked on a lot of people because, again,
Millions.
he's not. Sure. He I wouldn't say he's a strong orator, but he's a direct orator. And I think as good as, Obama was for those who experienced it, I think one of the critiques that people had about his oration was, and Barack Obama himself talked about how he was kind of the quote unquote explainer in chief, where he would be very professorial and very deliberate in explaining things. And it was very good for, the policy wonks and a lot of the people who wanted to hear things where, Trump, what I've noticed is Trump is direct, and he's all of those attributes that have been labeled in terms of some of the policy. But I think he makes people, and maybe I should point this to the Trump supporters, but he makes politics not seem so complicated. He makes it very straightforward because he's so direct.
Listen, I'm going to tell you this right now, Noel. It goes a little bit beyond that because politics have never been this fun to talk about. Outside of like when Trump broke that wall, broke that barrier, now it's like so insane how you see the shift. Like you have like these growing up, these like 18, 19, 20-year-olds, like all growing up, all we would talk about is like, like politics this, politics that. Did you see what Trump said? They're eating the cats, they're eating the dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not, I don't think it's even just our generation. I think it's everyone.
It's not.
My grandparents,
it's everybody.
Yeah, it's everybody. And it's my grandparents. Like my grandfather, every time Trump's even mentioned him, whether I say it or not, he'll go, that fucking con man. And you know what I mean? Like it's like become like a new fad, a new hip to be interested in politics. And you see this on social media. You see these people, the biggest creators, Dean, Parker, like all the, these left wing. That's what gave rise to see Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro. That's like how his career was made.
So you're saying we're living in a reality TV show.
Like, unironically, Trump has made it a reality TV show.
Well, let me add on to what Milk is saying, which is I think that Trump is the best orator since FDR.
Oh my
Now,
goodness.
now hold on,
Oh
hold
my
on,
goodness.
hold on.
Look at you.
Let him
Hold on.
finish. Let him finish.
So you have to measure the skill by the effect. So a
No.
lot of times we measure the skill.
Actually,
Like
that's a good
we'll say
point.
Obama is so articulate, he's so smart, it all sounds so good, right? But what's the effect, right? Does it really matter the style and or is it the substance? And Trump, you know, if you like it or not, he has created a movement out of thin air by the sheer force of his rhetoric and his
It's
personality.
He makes
not
it
out
sound
of
good
thin
and
air.
dumbs it down.
MAGA did
No.
not
he
exist.
created
MAGA
a
did not exist before Trump.
No,
Tell
he
me
makes
who
it
else.
sound good, America, and he dumbs it down, and he's super
Yes,
direct.
yes. Who
Yeah, he
else has
dumbs it
created?
down because he said you guys are ignorant.
All right,
He
well,
said
let's
he
go through a
loves
list of
totally
presidents. Let's go through
educated.
the list of
He has
presidents.
told you through.
Did Biden
at
create a
least-
movement?
He has told you guys
Did
at least
Obama
10
create a
times on
movement?
TV that he thinks
Hold
you're
on, hold on.
stupid.
Did Bush
Start
create a
Kevin now.
movement?
Hey
Did
guys,
Reagan create a movement?
hey guys,
Maybe.
America,
Hold on,
America,
Ryan.
he
I'm sorry.
created a movement of division.
It doesn't
Literally.
matter. I
It
said you
does
could dislike it.
matter.
I said
No,
you could
he
dislike it.
exemplified the already like tense, like political stability.
well, I want to let's pause for a second.
Like he just shattered it.
Yeah, let's pause for a second because I see I see your point, America. I think I don't agree with it, but what I'm saying is in real time I heard Milk sort of processing like the wow factor of hearing someone that can speak, and I understand America's point that he's effective because he has gotten millions of people to think he gets you. He does he understands your like the normal person's life, or he understands the plight of the poor and the working class, even though he obviously has never experienced any of that. He's convinced millions of people that he gets it, and then he cares about this small person, and he is he has he is an amazing con man in that regard. I will say, but I have thought about that, Milk, with your age and kind of this is who you've looked at as a speaker and as a leader. And I tried to chime in. I don't remember what live it was on where you were like, he is a fantastic leader. And I'm sure Milk is or America is nodding along, the best leaders in the history of the world. But leadership, like he is the type of leadership. This is why I asked America, do you have any examples of him saying, I'm sorry, or I was wrong, or we could have done that better? And America said, I think something along the lines of, I'd have to go back and look at some policy statement. Maybe there was something that you could come up with some example where he's saying he's wrong. But he has redefined leadership for young people, where like a Milk, where it is weak to say you're sorry or to say you were wrong. So what he does,
Empathy is weakness.
I am not. What we think of as a strong leader now is someone who never ever says they're sorry or admits they were wrong, and that's, I think, a devastating side effect of what we've been through the last 10 years. Because someone like a Milk, when you admire his leadership, you see him as strong because you see strength as never apologizing and never saying that you're wrong. And I think the opposite is should be true of a leader. You guys remember this, I'm sure, but the extent to which he will never be wrong about anything was, I think, most evident when that hurricane came through and he misspoke. He said this is going to affect Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Alabama, but it wasn't going to affect Alabama. And rather than say, my mistake, Alabama is not in the path of this storm, because that is so off limits to him to admit, he would rather change the storm. And because he thinks so little of the people who follow him, he didn't even bother to have the map reprinted. He just took a Sharpie and added, and just in my mind, I can't see that as how well these
Okay, I think you're focusing in too much on the like not apologizing. It's more so the lack of his modesty. I think that's what would like kind of like drove it home. Like he is so confident to say whatever the fuck he wants, including talking about electricity on boats, how the windmills and the whales. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll say whatever the fuck he wants. The onus is on us, the people, to actually hold him accountable in terms of what he's saying. Like,
and
so
when
say
have
for
y'all
example,
done that?
yeah, we
When
have
have
done
any
that.
of y'all held him accountable for
I think we
anything?
have done that.
No, you haven't.
Well, you don't think we look up what like okay, if Trump says
Listen,
something that's out of left field,
Milk, hold on a second.
let me
Do
can I
you
finish?
in just a second, do you understand? This is how much you guys don't hold him accountable. When we say to people that he's a 34-time convicted felon, people will go, "No, he's not, because he was never sentenced." Do you know how stupid that is? And how
Okay, there's a
stupid
lot of
that
stupid
sounds?
people out there that's not subject to one group of people.
You're saying there's a portion of MAGA that does look at him critically versus a group of people who don't look at him critically.
So here's the thing. I think, right, when Trump says something that's a little like out of pocket or offbeat, my first reaction, and this is coming from me a little bit who's, more moderate conservative, not like true hardcore red MAGA. My first reaction is to look it up. Like, what is he saying? I know how he's trying to say it. I've watched the clip. I know his tone. I know, his little hand movements that he does. I know his cadence. What is he trying to say? What is he saying? And is it true? Those are like the first three things I look at.
So you're filling in the gaps?
Yeah, I mean, and it's effective. If you want people to learn, you need to get them curious.
Milk, next question. What do you think of Turning Point?
In general?
Yeah.
I can't give you a detailed answer. I don't know.
Milk.
I know Charlie Kirk's like ideals. And I would say, generally speaking, I think a lot of them are pretty admirable, especially his like religion and how strong he is tied to it.
Hang on.
Are you religious, Milk?
Hang on. Sorry, I've been holding these questions since the end of July.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you for coming up. I think you have. So sorry. Clarify your answer. You're not sure what your thought is on Turning Point?
As a whole, yeah.
Okay.
Thoughts on Turning Point since? Okay, Ryan, what about this question? What were your thoughts on Turning Point before his the day? And what are your thoughts on Turning Point after that day?
No, I really don't know anything about Turning Point. I know more so about Charlie himself. And I know he ran his like own company, or he helped founded that company. But like I'm talking about like what Charlie Kirk would say. I don't know. I would guess that Turning Point, resembles, a lot of his ideology.
Okay, then
you agree with his ideology?
Then I guess you could just answer it that way. What are your thoughts on his influence and his way of thinking?
Yeah, I would say like by and large it's admirable.
So you find racism and bigotry admirable?
No, I find the ability to question certain things and perhaps look at it through a different lens as admirable instead of just, one shoe size fits all, or one size that,
To what extent do you think that organization or him in particular have formed your political ideology?
Sorry, can you ask that again?
To what extent do you think the organization or him specifically have formed your political ideology?
I don't know if I can give you an unbiased answer. Like maybe it exemplified it a little bit because I think I already had the same type of ideals.
Mm-hmm.
But you could say like it like put an extra layer, like an extra, I don't know, like an extra layer of onion, I guess. I don't really know how to say it.
Yeah, when you come into these political live debates, and you have sort of learned up on the topic, whether it's unions like you did the other night, or tariffs, or whatever the case may be, where did you get your information, like your ammunition, for lack of a better term, for your positions and what you're going
It.
to say and how you're going to respond to people on the left?
Ooh, man. Do you just want my playbook?
I no, I know it already. I just it's a this is a all
Oh,
curiosity and
okay.
a little bit of like yeah, I guess we'll just say it's curiosity.
Okay, so a lot of what I say, it's very, very multifaceted. So there's a lot of, I haven't really thought to break it down myself because it kind of comes more naturally. But you could say like it's a mix of like analogies, like, and you combine the analogies with like, Southern slang sometimes to reach a different demographic. But when I'm talking to like a bunch of liberals, it'll be a little different. But when it comes to the actual ideas, where do I find them? Like, a lot of them will be based off of Google searches, whether it's the first, AI overview or looking at like medical journals. Sometimes I can be complicit to bias and just like pull up something, that RFK is like saying, or like a specific quote without looking at, where the actual info came from. But a lot of it just comes through like independent research. Maybe like I really never really look at news outlets like all that much. Like I'll watch sometimes like I'll watch like Ben Shapiro. So he gives his, detailed arguments on the Daily Wire combined with like other stuff. Like if I want to be goofy and funny, like I'll talk, I might repeat like an Alex Jones,
Yeah.
quote.
Yeah, I thought of something. I don't think I took a picture of it, but it was a very interesting yeah, I hear you. I think that you're answering quite a bit of my questions. So I think if we're being honest, we're not really getting like journal articles and things. We're kind of getting our information from maybe other conservative TikTok platforms, right? And then we kind of we come
It's a little bit more. I would say it's a little bit more deeper than just a few TikTok platforms or like social media platforms. Like yeah, like when the stuff with the acetaminophen came out during that whole autism thing. Like the first thing I did was go look at the sources that like the White House Gov put of like the Harvard study, the I forget what the other. There was like a few more. I think it was the Johns Hopkins study. There were, and so went and read those. I read from top to bottom certain things. So, but like a lot of the conformed like talking points, like yeah, it's super easy to repeat something that you've heard online. You've heard Ben Shapiro, you've heard Nick Fuentes, you've heard whatever his name is, Don Lemon or whatever. You've heard like Piers Morgan. There's liberal ones too. Like I tried to name Don, but yeah, there's like you can. I reasonably try and look at it from both perspectives because I have grown up, going to private school and stuff, and all throughout my critical schooling, like I would say, like middle school and high school, hugely liberal, like wildly liberal schools. Like I went to boarding school for like from like 8th to my sophomore year, then came back and finished my junior and senior year in Kentucky. And I literally like I had a trans math teacher. My math teacher was a trans, well, is now a trans female. And so of course I'm fucking laced with all the, liberal talking points. So, but I don't really know to the full extent the conservative ones. I mean, that's why I looked into it, and I've changed my perspective on a lot of things.
So in your mind, you used to be a liberal, like back when you were 11.
Yeah, like maybe like no, earlier than that or later than that. Like I guess what, like 13, 14, 15, 16. I would consider myself a liberal, but I would try and challenge liberals on certain talking points. Like when the BLM protests were going on, I would say, well, I would raise my hand and ask the teacher, like, this to, Mr. Smith, this has really happened. I raised my hand and I asked him, well, don't all lives matter? And then, he would break down, the liberal argument, X, Y, and Z. And this was in what? I would have been in 9th grade, so 2016, 17.
So you weren't a big Trump fan at the beginning of his political career.
So, generally speaking, yeah, I thought he was hilarious because, I'm like a 12, 13, 14-year-old, boy. And I hear these quotes by him saying, because you'd be put in jail. You know what I mean? Like with like the 2016 debate between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump literally stood the test of time. Like it broke so many, boundaries and barriers that had been previously set precedent, shattered it. When Trump went on the stage and started talking about how all he's doing is receiving, funding the same way, or he was gaming the system the same way that Hillary's donors were. Like there was just so much there. But generally speaking, I just kind of thought it was stupid to be conservative, and all the smart people were like liberal oriented. So of course, you try and fit in with the liberal crowd type thing. Especially as like a 13-year-old, like you don't want to look like a dumbass.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of been proven, hasn't it? Because most liberals are college educated and most MAGA are not.
Well, that only tells you about education. That doesn't really tell you about.
Sure does.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. It's a good segue. Milk, what do you think of higher education? College or graduate school, or what do you think of those things?
And to sum it up into one word, I'd say I'm suspicious. Because right now, I'm finishing up my BA in, I guess what, business, and to be honest, like, just suspicious. Especially like I'm talking about like higher, like masters and post.
Yeah.
Like, I can understand. I think like after you get like a bachelor's or associates, like I don't know if there's necessarily a need unless you're going to be specialized, because I really do feel like you get like a full range of like baseline.
Milk, can I ask a quick question to follow up? If you didn't have like the means to go to school or college, would you have gone? Would you have made that choice, you think?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Yeah, no chance.
Okay.
You're in school now, Milk.
Yeah, I am. But like if I wasn't like well off like financially to where like I know the burden or risk was not going to be like super adverse to me, or I had to take out like a loan or something, I'd tell him to fucking kick rocks.
The interesting thing that I've observed with Milk over these last few months is his rhetoric is conservative. His rhetoric can be at times MAGA, like quite conservative. But when you get down into the weeds with Milk about issues on human rights, when you really get down to it, I've observed, maybe I'm crazy, that Milk is a liberal at heart.
I don't know if Olive, I don't know if you remember this. Well, why would you remember it? It was probably a comment in one of your early lives, but I said in the end of July, the end of August, probably a month into my time on TikTok, which I think is about when you started doing your lives. I said, in time, Milk will be on the top of your panel. And this is back when your panel was the 4 people on the top were on the left and the 4 people on the bottom were on the right. And that was my prediction. We will see we'll see how it ages. But my prediction 2 months ago was in time, and I know she doesn't run her panels quite so rigidly anymore. But in time, I think you will be on the top of the panel.
I think your analysis is pretty interesting, but
Not gonna happen,
know. Huh? Okay.
Come on, just open your arms up and give us a hug. You want to come to this side. Don't hide it.
You know where I think that okay. So from the first time I knew Milk on TikTok, and I started, paneling with him and then platforming him a lot, and everyone knows I took a lot of heat for that. But for me, Milk is like an innately very good person. And I saw that from the very beginning when others didn't see it. And when Milk's in a zone where he wants to speak more from his heart and less from like being a troll, or not even being a troll, being the opposition or creating, you know, some kind of excitement on the live. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but that's why I've always had a soft spot for this kid, is because innately I think he's a very good person and he has a lot of empathy, and I've seen humility, and that ties into really having liberal values.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point because I've already reiterated it. You have to understand context. Like I've grown up in like heavily induced like or heavily prevalent liberal schools.
But
You know what I
but
mean?
but you told me your family was. But you've told me that your family is very conservative, especially your
Yeah, on
father.
my dad's side, they're like the most conservative people I know.
See, Olive saw it and I didn't see it. And I remember that Olive had a panel where we were kind of disagreeing about Milk and some other people. And when I went up and Tapley talked with me, like I saw a different perspective. And since then, I've even seen Milk through a different lens. And Olive, you saw it way before I did.
Same here. They talked.
So-
They talked some sense, and I agree with like the tree because it was the same for me. And then I was like, "Damn,
Yeah, and
I
I
actually
really
do
like
see what
it.
I don't see. I
Like,
do
I
too.
don't
He's like
always
the
love
annoying
him.
little brother I have."
Milk.
Yeah, he can drive me crazy sometimes, but like especially when he did his live I saw a live the other night he did. I was so impressed. Like I know you're very intelligent, but I also know you have a really big heart.
They're love bombing you, Milk.
No, we're
Yeah, I
not.
know. They're
Resist.
trying to
Milk.
fucking
I have a
I
question.
have told Milk
Resist.
more than
I have
once
a
to
question
shut the
for you,
It
F
seems
up.
like manipulation, guys.
Milk. I have a question.
I love
for
you too, Milk.
I have a question for you. So my brother, right? Both of us are biracial. We got white mom, black dad. Okay. And we both kind of came up poor. We had some, you know, rough coming up or whatever. So we share the same experience. Okay, my brother became a police officer. I run a family magazine. Okay, he is very MAGA, very. I'll tell you what, me and him have debated back and forth. But one thing I know about my brother, because I came up with him, right? My brother was always very contrarian. Very. I'm telling you, if he could find a way to explain away everything just to be right, I mean, he would explain away reality. And he was so good at it. You know, do you feel like, I'm not accusing you of anything, but do you feel as if in some ways you're attracted to that contrarian type of, just that like, I don't want to go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to learn, but at the same time, I don't want to go with what everybody else is thinking. Do you think that you're attracted to that type of contrarian way of thinking?
Well, I'm going to put this simply. Who doesn't love a little bit of friction?
Right. I understand what you're saying. But the thing about it is that what does that friction cost other people?
For them to explain it, for the burden is on them to like help someone else, you know, understand it, and you know.
So when we say contrarian, right?
Yeah.
We're saying that I'm being contrarian just to be I want to make people think, but at the same time, I just want to say something different. But at the same time, at what point is whatever you're saying is different? Hold on. Whatever you're saying is different is hurting other people.
I think there's a false lens here. I think you're miscategorizing it. When I say contrarian, I don't think it's the same when you say contrarian.
Okay, what do you say?
When I say contrarian, I mean like, you know, asking questions, offering a different perspective, not only to just be like, and then like not to be dense or anything, right?
No, I don't think you're trying to be dense.
Yeah, well, not to be like stupid and like purposely not change my mind on things, but to open up like a new perspective. Like maybe you know this isn't the right way of thinking about it. Like if you're told something your entire life, right, that this is the only way, this is how you do it. You know, like even with, you know, people's careers and stuff. Like, you know, you grow up, you go to school, then you go to college, then you get a job, then you work at your job, then you move up the ranks, right? There's a kind of like, again, right? Like I said earlier, this one shoe size fits all type mentality.
I just
When in
deconstructed
reality,
Christianity to the studs. So I don't get it.
I think nowadays people have more capabilities to do a lot of things, especially when it comes to like career oriented stuff. There's online jobs, there's in-person jobs, obviously there's blue collar, there's trade, or there's white collar, there's trade. Fuck, you can become an online corn star now. Do you know what I mean? Like there's just so many things from my perspective.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, what ideas do you feel like there are ideas that are harmful to society?
Can you give me an example?
Okay, let's take white supremacy. Do you feel as if the ideology of white supremacy is detrimental to society?
In so much that it's disparaging against other races through verbal or physical or emotional harm. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you feel as if misogyny, the ideology, do you feel like misogyny is detrimental to society?
It depends how strong it is. Like if it's like super strong and it's like just like outright like sexism, even moderately, like if I had to use like 4 categories, like lights or like moderates or extreme misogyny, like I would take like the top half and say yeah, absolutely.
I kind of disagree here. So I think America is built upon the idea of people are allowed to believe what they want to believe, and as horrendous as it might be, as horrible, as injurious as it might be, society is better off if we're like, you know what, you can believe whatever you want to believe. It's your actions that we're gonna hold you accountable to.
Yeah, but what happens if that rhetoric is directly responsible for the actions?
Oh shit!
Like
he beat
inciting
me to the question.
Yeah, I mean, we have laws.
Okay, Milk.
We have laws against that. That's a behavior, right? We literally have laws.
Yeah, but that's like all of what
inciting
sociology is about, man. Understanding the social structures. If you have like 50 people out of a 75 person town saying the same thing, unalive, or like destroy the sheep, they're gonna destroy the sheep, dude.
Yeah, but as a society, like one of the novelties of America is that you get to believe what you want to believe, even if it's batshit crazy.
Do we get to legislate it?
We're going to hold you accountable for what you do.
But do we get to legislate it?
Do we get to legislate?
Do we get to legislate the behaviors of others? Meaning, if
I'm trans, use a trans person in this category because that's a really good.
Yeah, we could use a trans as an example. If 50 out of the 75 people are saying, "Man, I hate those trans people. I wish they would, do something to them." Well, guess what? Something's probably going to get done to them because one of them's going to be like, "You know what? That's right."
But what if you have a religious ideology, okay? And I'm saying, but this is what I'm saying though. What I'm saying. You have a religious ideology. Not everybody believes the same thing in Christianity, right? I'm gonna say this. I believe in Jesus's ethics, okay? I believe in his ethics. The person next to me may also believe in his ethics, but they also believe in the dogmas. So the question is, in the Christian spectrum, whose ideologies within the Christian whose ideologies get put up?
The ones that do the least harm or the most benefit.
Okay, well, the people on one side, the Christian nationalists, okay, they think these are the top things, okay? Women in homes, they want conservatism. They have their own political ideology, but the spiritual things, they feel as if they should be law.
What do you mean by that, law?
Okay, so I come from I first started off in the evangelical space, right?
Yeah.
What they believe is that gay people are terrible. They believe that their sexual lifestyle is wrong, and they believe that, in addition, that trans people are unworthy. They believe that they're trying to change their body and that they do not have the right to do that because God created them as they are. Okay. They believe that men are the head of the house and that everyone below them is subject to their authority. Okay. Are those things that you believe?
Yeah, I would say some of them. Yeah.
Okay, some of them. Do you
Which
believe?
ones?
Go ahead.
Which ones of those do you believe, Milk?
Like specifically the last one. I think the man should generally be the leader in the house.
Yeah.
So how would it be if I told you to go make me a sandwich, bitch?
I mean, depending on how good you are in bed, I probably would.
That's disgusting.
That's misogynistic. What you just said was misogynistic.
This is the thing with Milk. This is the thing with Milk. He says things like that, and he's a contrarian.
Contrarian.
But to me, and I've probably paneled with Milk, I don't even want to countless hours. But I think that it's questioning, it's using his brain to question from another side, but in a sense it's a bit surface level. Because at his core, I don't really believe if a girl asked him to make him a sandwich that he would have any issue with that.
No, why would I?
Would you literally say to a girl's face, "Get your ass up and fix me a sandwich right now"? Would you say that to a girl?
Probably not. No.
Exactly.
Then why would you talk about it?
No, but it's more. It's not the
deflection.
Joke. No, it's not like
it's a deflection.
No, dude. Okay.
Hey, let's regroup.
Like when people say that, when people say that, like go like get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. Like I feel that as almost like it's fucking comical. You know what I mean? Because it's not the truth.
Hey, hang on.
It is the truth with a lot of men, though.
Hang on.
Yes.
No, but they take
Especially
it like so
that are happening
literal.
now.
But the thing about it is that you said that there's various levels to misogyny. Okay.
Yeah, there are.
There's misogyny light where men feel like, oh, I'm just looking at a butt, I'm just looking at a tit.
Yeah.
And then there are those on the other end who are like, it is a woman's job, okay? It is a woman's job to be in the house. She doesn't get to vote. We're going to take away her 19th Amendment rights. They believe that they can sit up in their churches and dismiss the fact that people are being molested and abused. Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. What are we talking about right now?
We're talking about misogyny.
No sane person believes like any of those things. Besides, like the woman should
Oh
help
my
out
God!
with like.
How do you not see those
regroup.
things?
Let's regroup because none of this is.
Sorry.
No. I'll get the rest of it. I have a couple more questions for Milk. Yeah, I get the impression, Milk, that I posted something a little while ago that said I do my own research, which is really I just watch other people's TikToks and kind of learn from them, and I think we're all to an extent guilty of that. But this idea that someone that's 21 sees Trump's leadership and says that is the best, the strongest leader I've ever seen, right?
Yeah, because he's able to get people to do fucking crazy shit.
Right. And I think it's because I think part of the reason that you see him as so strong, and America touched on this too. America's response was in response to him never admitting he was wrong, never taking accountability, the buck stops somewhere else always, right? If anything is wrong, it's never the buck stops here. So it's this type of leadership that I think is the antithesis of a strong leader, but it's all you've seen. So in the same way that you see him speak and you're like, what a strong and powerful speaker. Yeah, it's fragmented, but people get the gist and he gets his point across and you can't argue with results. He's got millions of people that are following him that have fallen for what he's saying. But my concern is do you think that him never taking accountability, him never admitting that he was wrong about anything, that he's ever made a mistake, never saying I'm sorry, do you think that is part of what makes him a strong leader in your mind?
No, I think that's a little too extreme in my opinion. Like I think I'm okay with like little to no modesty, but like when you like obviously blatantly, mess up and you don't like, say like, hey, I messed up. Like I could like admire, like if you look at Trump and Trump, like say for example, Trump was your best friend and you knew when he knew that he fucked up and you could see it like on his face or something, like then yeah, like I would like admire it, like a little bit, like in sense of his confidence, but like, do I think it's like necessarily a good trait of his leadership? No, not always. Like if you can't admit mistakes, there's no room for growth.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is why. And again, there was a night that you, I think, were on maybe on Laura's live, and you left pretty fuming, and I think came into Olive's. I was not on Laura's live, but
So that actually did happen once, dude. How do you?
hang on,
Oh
hang
man,
on. Look, so
He remembers everything.
yeah,
Can we
so I'm
watch?
not.
Milk, we
Hey,
watch
Brandy,
you and see.
Randy, wait till you hear Tapley. That guy, he's incredible. His brain, like everything he's ever said, he remembers. But so I was not on Laura's live that evening, but
Yeah.
something happened in that live that
Yeah.
that ticked you off, and you came into Olive's and you were hot, and maybe you had some gummies or some shots. I don't know.
I did.
Yeah.
They'll
No,
not
no,
like
like that.
you.
No, those was one of the times that I did because actually, I'll go ahead and let you ask the question. Sorry.
No. So you were furious and maybe a little bit under the influence, and either that night or the next night, you, I think, deliberately sort of tried to either sabotage her live, or you tried to, at the very least, mock her for having a small viewership. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but that wasn't okay. That was like what I said is not what happened. It was more so me trolling her. Like I do remember all of this like very like vividly.
Yeah. But so here's the point, and I don't care so much to rehash what happened and whatever, but as far as I could tell, you either did or said or acted
Very good conversation.
wrongly, correct? What I asked.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, like.
So what I asked, and do you remember this in the comments? Because that's where I belong. I've got a face for the comments. But I said, did you apologize to Laura? And your response was, for what? And my response was, never mind.
Yeah, I do remember that.
You remember that? And so
Yeah, I do.
Because it was what I was trying to assess is, have you adopted that idea of leadership?
Oh my God, this guy's good.
That saying that you're wrong or saying that you're sorry is weak, because I think that's going to, if you think that that's good leadership, as you grow and get to be an old man like me, if I have the type of strength and leadership where I never apologize to my children or to my wife or to my parents or to anybody in my life because I want to be strong, it's the opposite of strength. And I know I love America's comments. America chimes in the comments every now and then and says, he's the greatest leader. He's the best speaker since in the history of
FDR, yeah.
So, and I know his take is that it's because he's being optimistic and he's always forward thinking. And what good does it do to look backward? It does a lot of good. I think strength might be saying, I'm sorry, or I was wrong, or I'm learning. One of my favorite things to watch in the evolution of milk has been these rare instances where you come into a live to learn as opposed to argue the Turning Point USA arguments that you got from some other creator, as opposed to coming in and saying, hey, I am well prepared to argue against unions or argue against, like, I've got the talking points and I'm ready. So I can bring heat and I can come in and I can just shoot down anything about the Affordable Care Act subsidies or whatever the topic is, you come prepared. But once a month or something, you come to learn. And when that happens, like it did on tariffs, and I remember that this is 6 weeks ago, right? There was a conversation on tariffs, and you came in and you were, I think, legitimately like, I'm not sure, I don't really know a whole lot about tariffs, and you listened to your Tapleys and to your Lauras and whoever it was explain how they work and who pays them and why they're not going to be good. And I hope that I want to be someone who continues to learn. I don't know what your thoughts are on Tapley. Do you see how intelligent he is? Is that hard to admit? Like to just acknowledge that is a really smart guy?
I think, well, I don't want to throw him under the bus here, but I think he is smart, but I think you might be giving him a little bit too much credit. Because I've tried.
I'm giving my box up for Tapley to come up now.
I've tried to, like, show him a different perspective on things. And sometimes he has this philosophy, if he just doesn't care or it's not as important, like he just won't even indulge per se. Like he'll just be like, no, I actually believe this, or he just won't even say that. So I do agree.
I can see that you have a tremendous amount of respect for Tapley. And
because I do think he, in a lot of regards, he is super smart.
So I would, my 2 cents, and they're probably not even worth that.
I don't know, Reconsider. It sounds like you've been very, very diligent.
Well, don't forget it costs 4 cents to make 1 penny, so.
Yeah,
well, I don't know what that means.
It's not that I'm trying to be necessarily diligent. And Milk, I know you were later to the party. I joined TikTok, I think it was July 31st. And in my first evening scrolling through, one of the first panels that I saw was olives. And I was immediately intrigued by the idea of what she was trying to do with her page, which is this gal from Canada having a political discussion with 4 liberal folks on the top and 4 conservative folks on the bottom, and they were going to try to keep it kind of a discussion as opposed to just every box lighting up blue all the time. Like, give people an opportunity to share what they want to say, and then have a rebuttal and have it be more of a conversation than just like mayhem. And I was like, that's a very interesting idea. So I stayed tuned in, and I've listened since then. And the times that, like, I know it can be hard to admit that, like, to even say, like, he is objectively a very intelligent person. And I think sometimes when you feel like he's not listening to your point, it's because you come in and you start a line, like you have this statement that you want to make, this position that you want to defend or make, like a kind of a conservative view, and you start here, and you're going to go from point A to point B to point C, and then point D, you'll land a plane and kind of drop the bomb, and this is why I got here. And Tapley, as soon as you start in on point A, Tapley
knows point C.
He's already at D, and so he's
D. Sure.
Yeah, so he's like, I know where you're going, and some of that is because it does feel rehearsed.
Repetitive.
Yeah, it feels, and a lot of people come with the same binder, the same Turning Point USA binder with the talking points on these things.
Yeah.
And so it may seem like Tapley's not hearing you out because he's already just, I'm already at D, and I will.
Oh, that's interesting. No,
I
I
will
wasn't
wait.
even talking about. No, I wasn't even talking. Okay, that's really cool. You inferred it that way, but I'm not. I wasn't even talking about inherently political things.
Yeah. Well, then even if it's not political, I would urge you to consider that Tapley may be more mentally and emotionally mature than he is politically and intellectually mature, and he is both of those things. I think it's hard.
Wait, sorry. Can you say that again?
Yeah, I think Tapley may be as emotionally impressive to me as he is politically and intellectually.
Can I say something to that, Ryan?
Yeah.
Tapley, I'm just going to say it. So Tapley's neurologist has given him his emotional IQ and his IQ, and he's so high in both categories that
Yeah,
it's kind of like not heard of to be that high in both, because you can be extremely emotionally intelligent, but your intelligence maybe is lagging or vice versa. And
It's vice versa. It's like very common.
Yeah, and Tapley's one of those rare people that's extremely high IQ emotionally and intelligence, and that's come from his neurologist. So it's really interesting. The reason I'm saying that, sorry, Tapley, not trying to throw you under the bus, but I wanted to give Ryan the kudos for seeing that in Tapley.
Yeah, and
recognizing that.
So I don't even know what to make of that, because
Milk, maybe not make anything of it. Maybe just take some time to process it, because it could be one of those things where you have to see it for yourself, in terms of, you have a lot of support and friends in this group who recognize all of the wonderful attributes you have and qualities that you have and that you show.
yeah.
I mean, Olive obviously speaks glowing of you, but like maybe as I've heard about your kind of progression, maybe that takes some time. So it's not necessarily like a
Maybe you
reactionary
know what
thing
it
on
is,
your part.
Noel? Maybe it's I'm just not as impressed. Okay. Don't take this the wrong way, Tapley.
Intelligence is overrated, Milk.
No. Hold on. No. Don't take this the wrong way, Tapley, but I think I have a good analysis, and I'm just trying to be completely 100% honest here. You might come off, Tapley, to like other people as like super intelligent in terms of like the intelligence or like the intelligence quotient, but it's not really as impressive to me per se. And so I think I kind of undermine your emotional intelligence in a lot of ways, because if I'm not impressed with one, how can I be impressed with the other?
I think you're making a good point. I think because I have had the exact same take, but the
flip-flopped. Yeah.
So I have, like, when I hear Tapley, and part of what it is you can just tell he's critically thinking. You can tell that Tapley didn't go back to whatever the opposite of turning point is on the left and get all the binder talking points and memorize all the, here's how I'm going to give these. He's just able to critically think. And it seems like when a conservative were to come in with their talking points, he's just ready because he's smart. And if you're so for me, I picked up on his political and intellectual intelligence within the first 3 minutes that I heard him on the live back in July or August or whenever it was. I was just like, this guy is next level smart. And keep in mind, it's not that I'm like a brilliant, I have the gift of discernment or something like that. This is all I do for a living, is talk with people. So I can tell usually right away of, like, this person is intelligent, or this person is, for my work, this person is hurting, or this person is struggling, or whatever it may be. But I mentioned this maybe before you came in here. The level of how impressed I am was already very high with regard to his intellect.
Yeah.
But there was an event a week or two ago on Olive's Live, and it got very intense. And to be quite honest, I missed the intensity of the live. So I don't know really what went on in that live. I joined at 10 or 11 o'clock, and I'm not interested. I'm not interested in hearing what happened. But what I want to tell you is, when I came in, they were Tapley and Olive were sort of in the process of wrapping up, and Olive was distraught. And I requested up because this is an area that I feel I can be kind of good at. Like when someone is hurting or struggling.
And you're saying Tapley knew, like he was the first to know?
No. Tapley was already up. Tapley was part of the panel. There was 8 people on the panel. The panel got very heated. Something happened that upset Olive to the point of, I think Olive was like, I'm done for the night. And Tapley was sort of supportive of that decision. Like, yeah, I think it's time to call it. And
I see.
And so the people had started to leave, but there was this lag at the end where I thought, well, it's a matter of time before somebody ends this live. But instead, it was just Tapley and Olive, and you could tell Olive was upset. And so in this, like, nearing the end of the live, I was trying to request up because I just wanted to acknowledge how distraught Olive was, or just acknowledge and see if I could offer some support, or just a matter of encouragement to say, hey, I know it was a rough one tonight, but I want you to know how much how much I've learned from your page, and how much I've appreciated her, what she's doing on TikTok. And so I was in the queue to like request up, but it's obviously a strange time to request up when you're actively trying to end the live.
Yeah.
So I didn't get brought up, which is fine, because I think the goal was they were trying to close it. And there was about 5 or 8 minutes where Tapley offered the encouragement and support to Olive that I had kind of hoped to come in to offer. And he did it infinitely better than I could. And I do this professionally. So it was at that point that I was just like, his ability to counsel someone and his emotional maturity might be more impressive to me than his intellectual maturity. I think there's pride sometimes in saying that person is much more intelligent than I am. And I mean,
there's a lack of pride.
I think there is not. I think there is pride in being able to acknowledge that I'm not the smartest person in the room, but it's also very freeing.
Really? Okay.
It's self-awareness too.
Yeah, that's what it is, self-awareness.
It is both, I think.
I think vulnerability is super important in life.
Yeah, but I don't know if pride is the right word there. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. But like I would see it as like.
What did I say?
Yeah, I would go closer with what Life said, and it's like self-realization.
Yeah. I
think. What
think.
did I say at the very beginning of the live, Ryan, when we first started talking about why I was doing this, and you knew that I had been through some challenging times, especially as of late, and I said to you, like, without Laura and Tapley, I wouldn't still be doing lives, and then I said, especially Tapley, because Tapley has a way of articulating things that made me know that I'm supported and that everything is going to be okay. And he does it in this way. It's literally an art form. And I've teared up on the phone with Tapley about, I never want to see his talents go to waste. He's so special to me, and he in so many ways, and his intelligence is, I'm in awe. He's one person. I don't think there's anyone that I've ever met that where I'm in awe of them. And Tapley is that person. And I'm not trying to say this to conflate anything, or it's genuine. He knows that, we've had these conversations, and I feel anybody who gets to listen to Tapley on a panel or gets to be his friend, or have conversations with him on the phone is a blessing in life. Yeah. If we had more Tapleys. I mean, Milk, you've had 1.5-hour conversations with Tapley, and he's calling you, getting in contact with you from a place of love. you know, and to have someone like that cares about you is a very special thing to have. And those are the
100%.
relationships that we need to cherish and nurture.
But that doesn't mean everything Tapley says is correct, right? I mean,
Nobody's
I feel
saying
like
that.
okay, but I kind of feel like that's the context here. Is like Tapley's. I mean, I love Tapley too. Mad respect for Tapley. Super smart, all that. But like, if you're reasoning from false premises, right, you're going to get to false conclusions. And like, yes, I mean, we could spend the next 30 minutes talking him up. But Milk, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean he's right about everything.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that he's right about everything.
Well, that's the
And I just thought
implication.
I'm sorry that it
I'm
feels that
sorry.
way, but Milk, I remember Olive saying one time when she had a bad life and she was upset that you reached out to her offline to check on her and make sure that she was okay. And that's the kind of thing I think that, and again, you're going to think I'm blowing up Tapley, but that's even something that I've learned from Tapley. So, and I see that you have that in you.
America.
Like what?
I
Like
was
I don't like.
You know what, life, you know what's
Would you
like,
guys mind if I speak for just a few
Do you all
minutes?
think I don't know? Do you all think that like that's special? Like I'm a little confused.
Yeah,
here.
Tapley, I just want to say one thing on this and then you have the floor. The other night, Milk, when things were getting like out of hand on a panel, and I wasn't like crying or upset or sometimes how I can get, but I was feisty and I was angry. And you were the one messaging me to like bringing me off the shelf, like off the ledge. Like you were the one that was in my inbox being like, you gotta like take it down. It's okay. Like that was you, Milk. People don't see this side of you.
Okay, like I don't know. I feel like I don't want to be dismissive, but it feels like it's like you're over dramatizing it.
I'm not. No, these types of things are important, Milk. These types of personal connections with people are important.
And could be rare.
And are exactly. I find there's times where I should be reaching out to people and I don't because it might disrupt my day. I don't really feel like it. But when people like you or Tapley or someone takes the time out of their day, or Laura or whoever it may be, takes the time out of their day to make a point of checking on someone or giving someone words of advice, that's made me be less lackadaisical about things, to be honest with you. It's kind of like like pushing it forward. Like that's a real thing. Anyways, Tapley, go ahead.
Well, first of all, the pressure's on. I don't even want to use a filler word from how much all of you have glazed me tonight. Jesus Christ. Thank you all. I'm very flattered. But I think I would like to start with acknowledging that I feel like I actually think I know what Milk is referring to. As far as kind of how he interprets maybe some of our outside interactions and perhaps my lack of perspective or interest. I think I can explain that actually. But before I do, I also just want to start to offer to Milk that like it matters not to me what your perception of my intelligence is. And I don't mean that as an attack. I simply mean that it's not required I don't require it of you to perceive me in any way, especially in a way that like marks me as, special or intellectually superior to somebody else. I don't care. You're open to perceive me as you will, based on how you see the world. Okay, so I don't think anybody needs to convince Milk that he must think that I'm some deeply smart individual. I don't need it. But I will
think
say
you're smart, by the way.
Well, thank you. Well, and I think you're quite brilliant. And I'm consistently very proud to know you, Milk, but more on that later. As far as like what I think you were trying to say goes, correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the sense what you're mostly referring to is the quality or lack thereof of our one-on-one DMs, right? I feel like there are times where
but it's primarily because you don't respond well to long verse.
Exactly. So I think what Milk's getting at, there have been a number of times where, say, we've all been on a panel together and some like one singular topic comes up that Milk gets really, really passionate about. I don't know. Let's say that it's like, I don't even think we've discussed this. actually like one-on-one, but let's just for fun, let's just say it's like there's a big debate about body count, right? And Milk gets in his like very Raleigh kind of mode where he's really been really aggressive on the panel. It's been very contentious and you know, it's dragged on and on for hours. And sometimes I'm not even really a part of the conversation because as you guys notice, I don't panel that much anymore. Oftentimes the real context is like maybe Milk and I are interacting about what he is up on the panel debating. And then he'll send me, and I don't mean this in a mean way, but you know, a barrage, like a very energetic flux of you know, paragraphs about whatever argument he's framing on the panel. And there are many times where I will choose to either loosely engage or not do so at all. And I've done so with the qualifier. I've told him before that he cannot rely upon me to get into long form conversations via type. The last thing that I want to do after a night on TikTok is then get into a debate where I have to rely on my fingers as opposed to my voice. I simply don't have the energy. But then on top of that, if I'm honest, Milk, generally the thing that you're going on amissive about, I really have already skipped to the D. And as a 38-year-old man with like a robust life outside of the app, I'm like, there are many times where I do just throw my hands up and look, I'm like, I don't want to explain to Milk, you know, today why, you know, tariffs are wrong. Somebody else can do that to his face on the panel. Like I'm not going to get down into the minutia.
It's like you measure your energy as like a currency and your time is a currency. It's very interesting.
Yes. Well, I'm glad that you pointed that out because I very much consider my energy and my time specifically as currency. It's valuable. And I'm not saying like that's because I am me. I would suggest that everybody frames their time and their energy as being currency because it's limited. Oftentimes it's hard to get, especially like free time. And I am, in spite of the fact that I'm pretty consistent on the app, I'm very busy. Like I literally have I have 2 writing jobs right now, plus you know, my hospitality gig, which to be frank, I barely do anymore for reasons, but regardless. And then also I have this Epstein project, which has really, really snowballed into like 2 separate projects that are very time consuming. And I literally don't have the time to get into the minutia of an argument that I already know that I'm going to win. And what I will say though is I feel kind of like clocked because although I deliberately and in a very self-aware way made that choice to engage with you, like the fact that you've picked up on it and on some level take umbrage with it suggests to me that I can do better to you. And although I do consider my time currency, I think that I could stand to be more responsive and willing to engage, you know, in spite of the fact that I might be a little tired or maybe you annoyed me that night on the panel. I do think that I could offer you more of my time than I do. And I mean that sincerely. And I don't have actually any problem with your criticism, you know, it wasn't even a criticism. I should say that I don't really have a problem at all with observationally with what you said, kind of about how I choose to engage. I truly get that. But, you know, and as far as how smart I am or whatever, it means a lot to me, everything, Church, that you had to say. One of the greatest struggles of my life, to be honest with you, is like, let's say in my real life, not so much on this app, but one of the biggest struggles throughout my entire life has been feeling as if I am perceived at capability, right? It's people tend to get fixated on one thing that I'm good at, and I'm really good at a lot of different things, and tend to only frame me by that thing that is of use to them, right? And very often don't really actually take the time to see me in a more total manner. And when you were kind of talking about your opinions based on like my argument style, etc., it really made me feel like you hear me, Church. And that means a lot to me. And that's why this space has been life-changing, because I do feel like I have a community that does have a more total sense of who I am, and in a community in which it's okay for me to flex my intellectualism instead of leaning on, you know, the day-to-day things that I do living in LA, like, you know, trying to be hot or you know, charming or, good at entertainment type stuff, which, I do all that stuff too, or I try to. But, I've spent a lot of my time, although I think I've always been well liked, I generally feel very alone, especially intellectually. And that's why I want to come here more than I really want to engage with many parts of my real life at this point, because not only, do I get to hear really deeply intellectual people every day, I get love and validation for the intellectualism that gets overlooked or undervalued in me. So, and all I can say beyond that is yes, logic guessed it. I'm pretty smart on both levels. I'm like highly gifted, low genius IQ level, but to be honest with you, I am fucking dumb as far as anything goes that requires a finite answer. Math, physics, chemistry, forget it. If it has a finite answer, my brain turns off. I'm great with everything that's open to interpretation, like language, etc. And then EQ, I test almost perfectly. That's emotional quotient. I'm like between 155 and 160 on that. And I would argue that like the bulk of my intelligence comes from that space way more so than it does from like an IQ.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of trauma in my life. And basically since my very first memories, my entire life has had to be about getting to the D with everybody who is in front of me, like skipping from A to D. It's always been about having to understand for my own protections in an immediate sense, other people's motives, and basically figure out a way rapid speed to best engage with the situation before me. So all of it's derivative of like not necessarily pleasant things, but it is deeply bred of empathy and of like complex emotionality. And that's how I engage with the world.
Dude, that's so
always
true.
with heart
That's
first
so
over
true.
mind.
So true. So true.
An instinct.
No, that's what it is. That's literally what it is. The last, what you said lastly is like very like on the spot.
Yeah.
So now for you, Milk, and I'm going to shut up for a minute, but I do want to say to you, I don't personally care whether or not, like I disagree with everybody who says that you're like a secret liberal. I don't see you as a liberal actually at all. I see you as a conservative in a classical sense. I can tell that you're motivated like kind of by the financial sector, and you seem to have sort of like a deep passion for better understanding, analyzing, and then informing sort of on those topics. You engage with quite a bit of stuff that I seem to kind of deem to be like borderline, if not explicitly sort of spiritual, like kind of like Christian leaning without you ever having, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
Yeah, there's like that. There's, and then also just you have conservative values as far as like romance, dating, sex, those kinds of things go. I think you're a conservative. However, I think what you are not, and the only times that I actually really get frustrated with you are at times in which it feels like you are or could slip into being a MAGA, like an actual MAGA. I don't have a problem with you in a world in which you would have voted for like George W. Bush or you know what I mean? Like something like that. I have a problem with your advocacy for Donald J. Trump, because I do not see him as a Republican. I see him as a maniacal despot idiot. And the only times you ever look anything less than intelligent to me is whenever I feel like you are doing pretzels in order to advocate for, explain away or excuse his behavior and or policies. So
yeah, well, some of the stuff Trump says and does is like really not like appropriate to, even put up a defense.
Well, right. And I think that over time, since I've known you, you've gotten a lot better at identifying those moments and just choosing not to say anything at all. I do think that you pretzel less. However, I do think that like you are at your very worst when you're most aligned sort of with his point of view. And I don't want to encourage you to become someone that you're not, to like become some like loony liberal or liberal leftist like the rest of us or what have you. We're not trying to indoctrinate your ass. And I'm perfectly comfortable with you existing in the world as a conservative young man who has enough empathy to know that the line is drawn whenever somebody's civil or human rights are going to be violated. And I think that every single day you continue to better represent yourself as a person who is concerned with humanity and people's individual freedoms. And I've seen you learn to respect people for who they are and to be less demeaning. And I do think that you hear all of us. And I do think that you extract the most important lessons that we have to offer you. And it is because of that. I know I've known since I perceived every single thing that I said about you since the day that I met you. And that's why I've always defended you. And that's why I will always defend you unless you do something absolutely heinous. Right. But like, I really just want to say to you that I think you're a really good kid, Milk. I think you're so deeply intelligent, and the further you will learn in time, you will look, in spite of politics, like just throw politics out the window, just on a level of just pure wisdom about who you even think you are. Sorry, 10 years from now, you're going to turn back and you're going to look at 21 and you're going to cringe for so many reasons. But if you continue down this path with Donald J. Trump, that's going to be the biggest cringe that you have. Like,
so you're saying, like, in the same sense,
but,
that I would cringe about like my 16-year-old self now.
Yeah. Exactly. The same way that I, at 38, cringe at my 30-year-old self.
Yeah.
Or you'll look back with pride because you follow what works, Milk, instead of the idealism coming out of the cities.
America's good, man.
I mean, it's easy to be an idealist when you live in an artificial city, right? But you come from a background where you see, like, actual life, how it works.
I do think it gets overlooked, but when America like does it right, like it really is like it's ingenuity at its finest.
But
like, when America gives,
I would say that it's sociopathy at its smoothest. And don't you worry, Connor, I've got some for you. I still owe you that rebut for that incendiary DM that you sent, and I'm fully ready for it. But
I think Noel, I actually 100% agree with you. Like, I don't think, like, if you can at least like cringe a little bit when you look back, like, what growth have you actually had? What have you learned? What have you been taught?
Absolutely, it's part of how we grow and develop and mature
and part of where you at your specific age right now. When I zoom back to 21, some of my, I didn't think of them as such at the time, but some of my biggest kind of energetic flaws, I relate to you so much because I used to have such kinetic energy, like ADHD energy, that was really intense. I was the kid that the professor was always like saying, like, can you like not act in this way because you seem to influence other people to either be, at their best or their worst. Like, you need to adjust your temperatures.
That's happened to me so many times.
I understand that, Milk. I know, Milk. I know.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, like, I know exactly what that's like. I see that in you. But looking back from 38, I realize that in spite of the fact that I might look back and cringe on that, in spite of the fact that I've like really grown to like control and polish like that energy into something that's a lot more static and like easier to absorb and understand, it was necessary for me in an organic way to just be that person at that time.
What do you mean by that?
And
what do you mean by that?
I mean, basically, I'm that was just a part. I had to have all of that kinetic energy in a sense, and I had to test boundaries, and I sometimes had to go too far, or I had to embarrass myself in order to humble myself, in order to better understand myself, to then better frame myself in the future. So I'm just saying, like, in an organic sense, it was important ultimately that I just kind of went through being that person, being perceived as that person, suffering certain consequences as a result, but then also like learning how to hold on to the parts of it that made me really special. right? And balancing like that frenetic energy that I used to have.
And you know what
And
that's
I
called,
think
Tapley? That's called real
what?
experience.
Yeah, it's called life. And all I'm really suggesting is like, it's very simple. You're going to grow out of that shit, the stuff that like day to day, you know, we drag you for and tell you you're annoying for. And I don't think it's anything that anybody should really rake you over. You're, you know, all that really matters here. I think you need to be your free self. If you want to stay a conservative, you be a conservative. If you want to be kind of annoying, you be kind of annoying. You know, and if you really want to flex that big, beautiful brain sometimes and just really like get into the weeds, fucking do it. The
No,
only
dude,
thing
you don't
that I
understand.
would ever,
That's happened to me so much, dude. Like it happened to me my second semester of my freshman year in college. We had this thing called first year seminar. But like the second semester you had to take like first research year seminar or whatever it was. So it was like it was 2 semesters, but like kind of like 2 different classes, but it was this under the same like requirements, I think it is. And when we were doing my research one, like I was a baller, dude. Like I had people fucking agreeing with me left and right, and they were like, "Yeah, wait, that makes sense. Wait, if what he said makes sense, then how can what the professor just said be right?" You know what I mean? And so I was like, you know, fucking licking my lips. You know what I mean? Like, and
yeah,
the teacher fucking saw this, and like she knew, like I gotta shut this guy down. You know what I mean? Because like, how the fuck is she gonna teach whatever the hell she wants if she's got some, you know, like perceived like class clown from her perspective, you know, trying to fucking undermine like her points. But
sure.
it's happened in university, and it's also happened more so in high school. But like high school, I was much easier. It was much easier to get away with.
Well, the kind of final thing that I'll say is that I think like lifetime wisdom will, like when you will finally like kind of be perceived as more whole and more balanced will be the time that it'll be a time at which you no longer are even impressed, right? Self-impressed that like you did that at your university, right? And that you
Yeah.
like were perceived in that way and got that like internal W. There will just come a time at a certain point where you'll just have an internal stasis of knowing that in spite of anybody's reaction, whether they hate what you said, whether they love it, want to copy it, want to run with it, whatever, that neither of those things matter. You just have an internal righteousness because you know who you are. And every single day you are convicted to be who you are on your best terms, on principles that you have actually like, you know, independently crafted for yourself. Like when you live in authenticity and you can separate yourself from being self-impressed, that's when you'll be your most impressive to others.
So when I'm least impressed by myself, I'll be the most impressive to others, or what are you saying?
Yes, basically once you grow up and sort of flex these gifts, these like little shocks that you give yourself sometimes where you're like, huh, I must be onto something. You know,
I
other
see what
people are
you're
picking
saying.
up on it. Once you actually mature into that and it becomes like an actual stasis as opposed to sort of like jolts that happen, you know, consistently. And you are just like analytical and like, you know, well read enough and just whatever and experienced enough, you know, there should come a time at which like you don't feel those clicks anymore. It's basically just anything that you do in any way in which you engage, you are firmly
You know what's interesting about
yes,
that?
what's up?
It doesn't extend to just like linguistics, like the physical sense as well. That's why like people are so impressed with athletes. You know what I mean? Because how the hell did they just pull off this one insane move when it looks it's so normal to them, so second nature. You know, so like how did he do this so easily? This is such hard thing. How did he do it so easily?
And it came with focus, discernment, and practice. And I think ultimately that's what I'm getting at with you. The more focus that you apply to your rhetorical style, the more focus or the more diligence and sort of like God, what? Sorry, this is getting so esoteric. I feel like I'm starting to not
No,
even
but
make
I'm
any sense.
following.
And
I'm following.
perhaps, if we even just want to like skip to a part, this is something I would be very happy to have a more private conversation with you about.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to kill his live, and just like try and get deep down into the weeds of like self-centering and like detachment from ego and blah blah blah. We can have that conversation another time. But I think you're getting the gist of what I'm saying.
No, I
And
got like
and all
all
I'm
of
really
what you're
saying is
saying.
you're gonna grow up, dude.
No, I
Like,
got all of that.
there's nothing new under the sun with you, like as far as like any of the things that we could criticize. But I think that there is a world of opportunity with you, and many special privileges that you have access to. And I don't just mean like dispositionally, like who and how you grew up and where you grew up and with whom. I genuinely mean the quality of your brain. Okay. So that's it. Somebody else talk. I really care about you, Milk, and I do appreciate you giving a really honest, if you want to call it a critique, kind of me, and I hope you know that I absorbed all of it with like pragmatism, and I really do get what you were saying, and
I
I'm very
understand completely.
comfortable with how you perceive me, and every single day I'm more comfortable with how I perceive you. That's it, Milk.
Okay.
Tapley, it's
Anyway.
good. Tapley, it's good to meet you. I don't know that we've ever interacted. I had a question for you last week, but it got answered already with the Supreme Court decision. So,
Oh, what was the question? I'm just curious.
there was a stretch, and I don't know who's making noise. Maybe me. It may have been a week or 10 days ago when we knew that the Supreme Court was going to either take up a case or not take up a case, and they did
Right.
not. And they did not take up the case. So
I told you so, by the way.
yeah,
Yeah.
I understand, but yeah, I mean we can unpack that more. So I guess the surface area, the surface of the question I got answered already, but what the underlying part of what lies ahead for people in the LGBTQ community in the next 3 years, or is this? It's a win, right? But they opted not to
Well,
take it up.
Yeah,
what I would
I would say
say,
it's a
what I
win.
would say is that in an immediate sense, it feels like a win, and it more or less went the way that I predicted, just based on the lack of quality to Kim Davis's case.
Yeah.
However, I do not think that it absolves the community from like risk. I think that there are basically other statutes that will be under review, as well as another potential case or two that from like a different strategic place could effectuate some kind of harm, like to like marriage rights. I think that is a possibility. So I'm saying I don't think we're completely safe. However, I would be pretty willing to bet that although I do believe this administration to be dastardly, I do assume that like they have to understand how optically this would just be like a no go. And I know that people could say people said the same thing about Roe v. Wade.
You
That's the
took
thought
that
I
from
had.
me.
Yeah.
What?
That's the same. That's the same analysis I use. I was talking about the
Well, it's
optics.
good. It's good analysis. I
Yeah.
genuinely believe that like I just don't see the GOP like leaping off of that cliff, especially with how disastrously things just went to them in these or for them in these special elections. I feel like if they really ran the calculus on this, they would ultimately just determine that it's not ultimately worth it.
Yeah.
And I am less focused on all of that, if I'm honest with you, and way more focused on just the actual like health harm that is already being inflicted upon the community, namely people losing their subsidies to a literal miracle rug, which would be PrEP.
Yeah.
I here in Los
Yeah.
Angeles already know plenty of people that can no longer take PrEP, which is a pill that literally keeps you from contracting and thus spreading HIV that could then become
And
AIDS.
I'm gonna be completely honest.
And that's
Tapley.
insane.
Completely honest, I don't understand the conservative argument behind it. Like I've looked it up even on like the OpenAI, and I still don't understand it because I feel like they're still conflating
This is what's behind all that.
conflating gender with what I guess sexual orientation, and
I don't
even destroyed.
Well, I don't even know how much. I mean, if we're talking about like prep or whatever, I don't even really know how much that has with gender. I genuinely think like, the conservative argument.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that I don't believe, in spite of whatever like argument they might give you at face value, any argument that I've heard is basically predicated upon like extreme bias to just against gay people, and it usually has a religious tether to it. It's like I can advocate against you for having access to this rug, in spite of the fact that it is life-saving, because I have determined that your life has less value because you're gay, right? Or whatever. And that's evil because God said so. Like, yeah.
No, like literally, Tapley, that's like part of the shit I've heard as well.
It doesn't have anything to do with God.
Yeah, no, I've heard like because they're switching agendas, right? The whole idea is they want to, move, towards international interests.
You are absolutely 100% right. These
So
people,
these people are playing.
These people are out here playing out their Bible fantasy. Okay, this is about Israel.
Oh my God!
So they won't sell pot to you anymore? Is that what you're saying?
Listen, because I don't know where you sit religiously, Milk. Okay, what do you know about the Heritage Foundation?
Did I need to do more research on the Heritage Foundation?
Yeah, I mean, what do you know about them? Like, what do you know about their history with the religious right?
Just really quick before he answers, Brandy, what's funny about this is like one of the last more serious conversations Milk and I had on a panel. The panel ended with Milk conceding to me that he should do more research on the Heritage Foundation, and it doesn't sound like he has yet.
Yeah, and admittingly I haven't yet.
So
he said he would.
Milk, that's your connection. You need to understand the Heritage Foundation and their relationship to the religious right, because they're the ones writing the laws. You realize that, right? The Project 2025, they are a think tank, a conservative think tank that has been writing policy suggestions in conjunction with ALEC. You need to go look that stuff up. This is a coordinated thing that's been happening since Reagan.
Weren't they the authors of the ACA?
Yes.
So this is a multi-decade conspiracy theory?
Absolutely.
So Milk, we're going to do this right now, and we're going to do it
real.
We're going to do this now, and we're going to do it in less than about 3 minutes, okay?
Well, let me put my donuts away real quick.
Okay. So, all right. So this is not a conspiracy theory. It's not. Like, this is not subject to debate. It is on paper, like documented in literal courts. It is a conservative think tank, okay? And it was founded in 1973. So we're talking over half a century at this point, okay? And it was founded by a man named Edwin Fielner, all right? And Joseph Coors, who would be the guy who invented the heir to the Coors beer franchise, okay? And then also another guy who, and I say most notably, Paul Weyrich, okay? Who is very widely regarded as one of the most prominent conspirators behind the modern day conservative movement, right? In its early days, Heritage, it was basically like a small DC policy shop. Again, the Coors family fortune is what really bankrolled this initially, like amongst the three founders. And all of their advocacy, it was all about pure, like, pro-business ideology, like at its inception, and like very conservative cultural issues. And then Paul Weyrich, he'd been trying for about a decade at that point to basically siphon the political strength of evangelical voters specifically into conservative campaigns. So he was like testing and playing with all these like just, I guess, wedge issues is the best word.
Yeah, but like get to the harmful shit.
Well, hold on. I'm getting there, but you need historical context to understand like how this like rose. Okay, so like at first it was about sampling different wedge issues to just see like what would get the most like base kind of motivation. So they tried school prayer, they tried pornography, and then they were even trying to oppose the Equal Rights Amendment. Okay,
Like seeing what boundaries they could push.
well, seeing which caused the most reaction that would then motivate a vote for their like newer wave of conservatism, right?
Okay,
And
that's
basically,
strategy.
yeah. So basically, what was happening is that Wyrick, like a couple of years before he finally landed on, founding this think tank with the two other guys. So 1971, that's the year that he figured out what really got under evangelical leaders' blood, or got their blood boiling, let's say, and that was specifically racial desegregation. That's where it started. So the 54 decision, Brown v. Board.
I'm
We
aware.
all know you know what it is. Okay. Yes. Like racial segregation is not okay in schools, blah, blah, blah. But meanwhile, in the late 60s, though, so well over a decade after that ruling, there were still many schools in the Deep South who were still refusing to integrate their classrooms and all of that. And so basically, what's the best way to frame this? Basically, there started to be lawsuits that were happening like against schools who were basically not abiding by what had been adjudicated like over a decade prior, right? And and then there were these like private academies that were forming, like literal segregation academies. They got like full tax exempt status, so the public was literally footing the bill for these schools to blatantly defy the law. Right. Yeah. And so black parents were in Mississippi had to sue the federal government. I can't remember what the case was called, but basically a district court concluded that private schools with racially discriminatory admissions were not exempt anymore from taxes. So this made evangelical people like kingpins like Jerry Falwell, specifically Bob Jones Jr., all of those people. Yeah. It infuriated them. And Bob Jones University, in fact, they like straight up refused to admit black students, and they had their tax exempt status rescinded from the IRS. So Wyrick, he basically, what happened,
sir?
Wait, what?
You talking good? You running that history real good.
Oh, thank you. So anyway, like all of that happened, and Bob Jones, he got his tax exempt status revoked. So Wyrick, again, one of the three founders of Heritage Foundation, that's when he teams up with Falwell and then a bunch of other evangelical leaders to stir up a political groundswell, and referring themselves to themselves as a moral majority. Okay, so basically, like, while the racial segregation certainly got the most bigoted believers out of bed, it was less attractive to the masses by the 70s, right? So they needed kind of a benevolent facade that they could rally behind while masking these more sinister ideas and like white supremacist motives, okay?
Yes.
And that's when, and this is where it starts to get good, all right? So mid 70s, okay? This is when AB enters the chat. So there's like a bunch of like predominantly Catholic, I would say, like anti-AB activists, right? And they were reeling in the aftermath of Roe v. Wade. And Wyrick, he's I think he was like a Dominionist brand of Catholic, if I remember, whatever. Yeah. He's very Catholic. He believed that merging politically re-energized evangelicals with fundamentalist Catholics, and that if they did that, they could solidify like a very very impenetrable Christian right voting bloc, essentially, right? Yeah. And evangelicals up to that point had remained surprisingly, if you actually really look into this, they didn't used to really even care much about AB. It wasn't like a big deal for them. Like, and some of their prominent leaders even used to publicly support it. But basically, when Wyrick like kind of tried to make this fusion, and he was like, "This is how we can maybe run politics." Mm-hmm. that's like basically he bled all of this into the 1980 presidential election, and that's when it really pays off. All the evangelicals rally behind Ronald Reagan. They turned against like their Southern Baptist brethren. Fuck, why am I blanking on his name? Jimmy Carter. Okay, for not being Christian enough. Since he had like rebuffed the efforts like during his term to seek a right to life amendment and all of
I
that,
see
they were
what you're
like very
saying.
against him for
Yeah,
all of
yeah,
that.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so basically Reagan signed into law the most like at the time the most liberal abortion rights bill at the time. Like all Reagan had to do was like
But you think he
sound
was
the
only able to get
segregation.
away with it because of his like charm?
Huh?
Well, why do
Who?
you think he was Reagan?
I don't know. Actually, I don't really have a very good
Because
answer for that.
he
I'll have
like
to.
you got to look back when he won. It was landslide, right? Like I don't think
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
lost like what, like Rhode Island or
But
Massachusetts or whatever.
but here's the thing. Ultimately, like what got all of those people to still rally behind him, even though it was like a very liberal abortion rights bill.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why they still coalesced around him is because he was willing to still do the segregation of states' rights, like dog whistles, basically, and
Yeah.
that's what kept the evangelicals like coming, to flock at his side.
Like what, like the welfare queen
yeah.
or whatever.
Yes, amongst many other kinds of things. So,
Okay.
but it's important to also note that like right before this election, which again was in 1980, this is when Heritage publishes its first manual, if you will. It's what we now know as Project 2025, but it was then called Mandate for Leadership. And it's basically like it was the entire policy blueprint for, the new administration, essentially. And Reagan wasted absolutely no time disseminating the agenda throughout his cabinet. I mean, he implemented 60% of its proposals by the end of his first year in office. Okay. And kind of just speeding through the decades, like the decades that followed, like Heritage has established itself as the premier authority for conservative policy, like long before it even started becoming a part of like public consciousness and conversation. And it has indisputably been the hub again for almost 50 years at this point for developing the most extreme attacks against racial justice, against gender justice, and literally the role
But
of
are
our
you
federal
basing this
government.
framework off of like all conservatives have to somehow conform to this like huge, what would be political think tank?
I'm not saying that all conservatives do have to. I am saying that that there were architects who decided the way to create the most homogenous block, like the way to get the most conservatives to come out was to essentially make their baseline segregationalist and ultra white Christian nationalism. And if the dog whistles didn't necessarily, provoke or motivate every conservative or cause a reaction out of them, so be it. They just ultimately determined that the biggest rise that they could get and the most like essentially support that they could get was literally out of crafting and instilling segregationist policies that made white people, particularly white males, feel
What are you talking about
better
initially?
Say that again?
Initially.
Well, certainly initially, but I still think that it is the motivation is still the very same to this day.
And you're saying saying it's not grown or developed at all. It's just still doing the same thing.
Well, oh no, I don't want to say that it hasn't grown or developed at all. It's certainly grown, it's evolved, and it's developed. And
I'm not talking about in terms of their rhetoric, and I'm talking about in terms of humanity.
Ask me a better way. I don't understand the question.
So instead of growing more nuanced and like, strong rhetoric to somehow, rile up a certain crowd, have they grown in the sense of like maybe they've shifted the tone, like to perhaps a more, humanitarian outlook?
No.
I would not say that they have shifted their tone in any way to a humanitarian outlook. I would say that they have learned to be a lot more crafty and more covert with their tone. And now they rely far more on dog whistling than they do on blatant, segregational
disguised.
I think it's been diffused essentially. And
when you say diffuse, hold on. When you say diffuse, you're saying that it's been broken down,
harder to detect is what I'm reaching for. Basically, that it is basic.
necessarily right there.
It's more effort to
I
pay
mean,
for his
diffuse
rights.
means to kind of like obfuscate, forms. So I mean, yeah,
When I think
kind
of diffuse, I think of like shut down.
well, fair enough, but you more or less understand then what I am saying. Okay?
Yeah, like
yes,
take
which is
apart,
like
take apart.
basically they've just gotten. I'm not saying that actually. I don't want. I don't.
Tapley,
Yeah.
Tapley, are you aware about the Lee Atwater quote?
Oh,
You know
I
what?
am. I am. Yes. Tell Milk, please, please.
Okay, so Milk, Lee Atwater was a Heritage Foundation. He was a GOP strategist. Okay.
Yeah.
He was interviewed on camera. You can find this on YouTube. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He says, nowadays that I'm paraphrasing. Nowadays, you can't use the N word. You can't say N. Okay. He said you have to think more abstractly. He said you got to use words like busing. You have to say things like tax cuts. He said what he's saying is,
I have the exact quote, Brandy.
yes, thank you, because I'm
yeah. So
yeah, I know what he's saying. You're trying to phrase
No.
it in a different light to make it seem
No,
less.
here's the quote. Here's the quote. And I quote, you start out in 1954 by saying inner. By 1968, you can't say inner. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And a byproduct of them is blacks get worse than whites. We want to cut this is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than inner. End quote.
Yeah,
and not only was he a
you didn't have to get
Republican,
the quote.
straight.
I understood what she was saying.
Okay, but I think it's important, like full context with a quote that incendiary to read it directly.
Tapley, I want to say this as a black person, okay? Milk. What are they calling people when they do tax cuts?
What?
According to what he said in that quote, he said that we know that these things hurt.
Oh, like calling them, like you're saying you're trying to make a connection to like them calling them the N-word or whatever.
What they're saying to you is we know the things that we do policy-wise hurt black people, and yeah, they kind of hurt white people too. That's what they're saying. They're saying that these policies hurt people. And we are on the 9th edition of whatever mandate for leadership.
So I kind of see this in a different light. From the way I see it is that there was a foundation. That foundation was completely, utterly skewed, right? You could own slaves, then women didn't have rights. All of a sudden, we gave, the Emancipation Proclamation, women's suffrage. Then, we had the Civil Rights Act and the awesomeness of MLK Jr., right? I see those actions getting closer and closer to, like, say, for example, a perfect society, right?
But what I'm telling you is that the church fought him the whole time.
Okay, think about this, right? Think about you. Okay, so you think about a number line, and you start at 0, or you not even you start at, you want to get to 0, but you start at -5, right? Or even worse, let's go like -10, and everything that you do is bringing us closer. Every good thing, like the Emancipation Proclamation, women's suffrage, and the Civil Rights Act, like even the Disabilities Act, in some respect the ACA, all of this is getting closer and closer to 0. This is moving our number line from closer to -8, -5 to -3, finally to -0 point whatever, right? And I don't think there's anything past that 0.
So here's the deal. History.
If that made any sense at all.
Hold on. History is real. Okay. I'm telling you from my perspective.
Yeah.
History is real. These things actually happened. Listen.
Of course they happened.
Hold on. The church has never stopped being in control. The same people that opposed Dr. King, Jerry Falwell stood in his pulpit, right? and he literally called him a communist. He said what he was doing was wrong, and that churches should not be involved with social justice. This is what Jerry Falwell did. Billy Graham, he wouldn't even march with Martin Luther King. You know what he said? He said, you know what? He said, the problem is not the system. He said, the problem is that we need to change individual hearts, and then eventually we'll get to where we need to be once we get everybody saved.
Yeah, I mean, I like.
So from my perspective, hold on. From my perspective, not everybody is going to receive Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So when is the world going to change?
So not everyone is going to see Jesus. When is the world going to change?
When is the world? If that is their ideology, right?
Mm-hmm.
They think we got to get everybody saved and that will fix the world.
Yeah.
But we're not going to fix the structures that we're building. They are building these structures.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
is it possible that a lot of it got lost in time and they're actually just good ideals?
no.
No.
Was slavery a good idea?
No, I'm not talking about slavery.
Jim Crow
I'm not
a
talking.
good
No.
idea?
That's not what the fuck I'm talking. I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about like the 10 Commandments type stuff. Like I feel like there's like you go through history and there's like misinterpretation after misinterpretation, or it doesn't even have to be a misinterpretation. It can just be a different perspective.
Well,
And
listen,
this gets lost. This gets lost in the translation, and then all of a sudden you end up with some heritage foundation that's completely adverse to the original, like say like general teachings of like Jesus or whatever, and then that's an extension of what we see today via policy.
Baby, they were teaching that and enslaving people. They were teaching that and upholding Jim Crow. They haven't changed their message.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's at the misuse. Message. It's at the misuse of religion.
Exactly. And what they're doing is they are using religion as a means to get voters. That is wrong.
Yeah, via manipulation.
Yes.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
Why do you want to associate with that?
Well, if you were to ask me like 50 years ago or whatever, I guess 60 years ago? Like I would, 68. So yeah, you know what I mean. But like, obviously I'd say fucking no way, dude.
Well, that's what they're doing to MAGA. Have you noticed the stuff that comes up in your algorithms?
What about it?
The Charlie Kirk, the TPUSA.
Yeah.
Like all of that stuff is connected to each other. And they are running an alt-right pipeline. I don't know how you got in it, okay? But they start connecting you to these different people, right? How come they never talk about the Heritage Foundation, but they're the ones writing the policies?
Because what if it's just like a comment? Okay. The Trump admin and the Heritage Foundation combined, right, to make Agenda 47 or whatever it was, Project 2020.
But that's not what they're running. That's not Project 2025. It came from the Heritage Foundation.
No, they were a partner.
No, that is their framework. Once again, they have written 9 editions. They have been writing policy for the nation. Clinton adapted some of their policies.
Well, then what am I thinking of?
So what?
Then what am I thinking of?
What are you thinking of?
Yeah.
Well, this has been a fascinating
because I thought the Project 2025
into the liberal mind here.
No, this is not
different.
The liberal mind.
It's
this
different.
Is actual history.
I feel like I was listening to Howard Zinn for the last hour.
This is documented.
But it's also documented what specific organizations very proudly sit on the Project 2025 advisory board.
Yes.
Okay, and that would be literal designated like hate groups from FPLC designated, but like there's Liberty Council, there's Family Research Council, there's American Family Association, Alliance Defending
but what do
Freedom, and that one is also just, I
Tapley.
should know, directly responsible for the AB bill that resulted in the overturn of Roe.
But Tapley,
Let me ask you a question,
what
Tapley.
do I always say? I say I'm MAGA, not conservative. Now I know a lot of you would disagree, but you would say that the Heritage Foundation's a conservative, like, institution or
Well, that's
outfit
what they
or
called
whatever,
it, a
right?
conservative think tank.
Right. So
It's a
MAGA,
conservative think tank that is
and
using
MAGA
religion to
certainly
a
manipulate
Christian
people.
white nationalist ultra
all
conservative think
right.
tank.
So MAGA
Don't
certainly.
twist that. Don't twist that.
No, that is
I'm
not.
saying
That is
it.
not twisting,
It's not.
sir.
I'm not getting it twisted.
I'm just saying the idea
Okay.
that the
Milk.
conservatives are in charge
Milk.
isn't right anymore.
Milk.
If anyone's using anyone, it's MAGA using them.
But they're
Wait, hold on. I want to understand
hold
that.
on.
If anyone's
Yeah, I don't
using
understand
anyone,
that
it's
either.
MAGA using
Yeah, so you were
them.
basically
No,
saying
they
that,
are MAGA. They literally are MAGA.
No, they're
Russell
conservatives.
Vought
So
is
are you
MAGA.
saying
They're
that
traditional
MAGA?
They're
conservatives.
literally. They're
He's
America.
saying, no,
they're-
Tapley. He's saying
America.
that we're using them. They're
America.
not using us.
Are you literally
Oh my
saying?
God.
Are you
No.
literally saying that MAGA is using
Okay, I see what you're
religion to
saying.
manipulate people?
Sure, why not?
Okay, America, that's an awesome viewpoint.
I'm just saying the idea
No.
that the conservatives are in charge, that's over.
No,
We
he's
have some
saying
left
no,
over in the
Tapley,
Senate,
what he's saying is
but they're
that
done.
Donald Trump is using the Heritage Foundation, I guess, in
No.
order of like money.
They are running him. baby.
Money.
The Heritage Foundation.
Trump is such a
Trump
strong
runs
businessman, right?
Here we are. We're back to where
No, no.
where we
Heritage
started.
Heritage Foundation did not create Trump. They are not one and the same. They created JD Vance, but they use Donald Trump. He is a useful idiot to
There are useful
effectuate
idiots.
We
their
are.
policy.
Hold on. We are missing a
There
whole.
are
We are
useful
missing
idiots.
a
You're
whole.
telling me Trump's
hold
an
on.
idiot? He's a horrible businessman. He's getting used.
No,
We-
I'm not. I didn't
listen.
say any of that.
We are missing a super valid point right here. America just said that he is okay with MAGA using religion to gain voters. That is manipulation.
Well, that's
Well, what
everyone.
if he actually believes
That's
in
everyone.
it? Yeah,
I
what
mean,
if he actually believes in it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not everything
No,
they're saying
he
is
said
wrong.
he doesn't believe in it. He thinks
I mean,
it's hogwash.
Well, no, I mean, some of their stuff is to the
that's
point.
not what you were saying in
to
the
the-
comment
well,
section.
no, I'm
No,
saying
I think
to the-
some of it's real
to the-
and some of it's not real, and it's
Yeah.
hard to differentiate because, like, think about it. If Trump really is this extraordinary businessman, as you all like to say, he's not, right?
He's not doing anything,
Then he's
boo.
got to be making some sort of deals, whether he can get funding, whether he
Yeah,
can
exactly.
get certain people. Like, how in the world is he going to pull in $130 million donation or whatever to help out fund the troops while the government shutdown's going on?
And he's got to
You know
get
what I mean?
elected, right? I mean,
Yeah,
there's
he's
various
obviously-
parts.
How far
moving
along
some
are?
chess
Hey,
pieces.
guys.
Great question.
How far along are we in the Project 2025? One of y'all look that up. How far along are we?
I thought he'd gotten a lot of Agenda 47 done.
How much of Project 2025 is been accomplished so far?
We're at 48%. We're at 48%. We have 319 total objectives. Okay. And with 34 agencies involved. All right.
Well, if your goal
And-
is to get them done, that's amazing.
And wait, what?
They said if your goal is to get them done, that's amazing.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
So-
I'm not.
so
Hold
you're
on. I'm not
saying-
finished. I'm not finished.
so
I
you're
just want to say
saying
that there are
religion-
309.
As long as you
Go
can
ahead,
use
Brandy.
religion, you okay with that? If
No,
you
no,
hit-
no, no,
if-
no,
if- no. To get the policies that you want, you are okay with them using religion to get it.
You got to get elected to do anything.
Well,
So, you know.
okay. Well, listen to this, Brandy. When you're running in a political sense, okay, hold on, listen. When you're running in a political sense,
I gotta hear this.
you want people to like you, right? So what it does? So if you come at it,
I want
okay,
people to like me, so I use
I'm
religion.
gonna use fucking Schmittler as an example, right? You might be the
This
worst
sounds
person
like
ever.
a cult, boo.
Just
Go
let me
ahead.
finish, please. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
When I'm gonna use Schmittler as an example because I understand who voted for him, and I also understand he's a horrible fucking person, right? But he was able to appeal to so many fucking categories of people.
Mhm.
He was able to appeal to the WW1 vets, right? He was able to appeal to the common man of like Germany, like the layman, which would be the minority. right?
He was
Hold on.
able to get his
There's more.
nation
There's
to
more.
look the other
There's
way
more.
because religious leaders said it was okay for him to
He
do
was
it.
able to get the anti-communists on his side, which would be, the fascists, right?
He used
He was
religion.
able because nobody wanted communism in
He
Germany.
used religion.
No, but I'm saying
He
if you
used
want someone,
what part of that do you not getting?
do you not understand
sweetheart?
my
Because
analogy?
what you're saying is not logical. You are saying that it
You
is
don't
okay.
understand my
It is
analogy.
you are saying it is okay to use religion to manipulate people to become the type of voter that they want.
You're not understanding my analogy. I'm saying.
Oh no, I'm telling you the reality.
If you want to get in power,
you want analogies. I want reality.
I am giving you reality.
You are
This happened.
abstracting it away.
This happened in real life in the
You are
1920s, 30s.
abstracting away. We're going to stay on this concrete point. This is a concrete point. Is it appropriate to you? Okay, I'm going to give you this example. Is it okay to strip 70% of the Bible and hand it to slaves and tell them it is okay for you to work this field? I am master, obey me.
No, fuck no.
What are we talking about here?
You're missing what I'm saying.
They're doing the same thing.
You're missing what I'm saying.
No, I'm telling you exactly
No, you are missing what I'm saying, period.
Oh my goodness.
I'm saying that if you want to get elected, you have to get people to like you, and inherent manipulation might be a part of that.
Wow.
Yeah, and she's asking ultimately, like, and it
are
sounds,
you okay with
it
that?
sounds like you really get it. She just wants to know from your perspective, principally, morally, are you okay with that in this specific context?
No, I don't want to manipulate anybody.
You all are acting like coalitions don't exist. I mean, come on.
Man, stop it right now.
Listen,
America,
what do you mean,
cut
brother?
it out.
Have you ever heard of
just
like quid pro
admitted-
quo?
hold on,
Like,
hold on,
you
Mill.
scratch
I'm
my
gonna
back, I'll
address
scratch
America
yours.
and his point.
Like,
America,
Yeah.
you literally just sat in the comment section and you was like, oh, I don't believe any of that stuff. I believe it's fossil. I believe it's this. All you're doing is abstracting away. Like you for Aristotle, right? But let's use some common sense here. This here is fact. If someone is taking doctrines, which are analog, which can be digitized, okay, let's start there. These doctrines are synthesis of scriptures that produce an outcome, inputs and outputs.
okay, under your analysis, Brandy,
Under
your analysis, no liberal, every liberal
they
will be
understand
fucking
how the
broke.
psychology works. What do you think Cambridge Analytica was?
A good idea.
Brandy,
To manipulate people. And have you ever watched the Bad Faith documentary?
Nope.
I bet you haven't, because you don't want to educate yourself on how they are using religion as mass manipulation of the nation.
Under your ideology or your perspective,
No, it's
right
not
here,
about
Brandy?
ideology. I have literally
under your truth,
deconstructed their whole entire
under
religion.
Under the truth.
I have literally deconstructed their whole entire religion.
Liberal.
All right, hold on just a second.
Let's
because you muted me.
Hold on.
You
Let's
muted
just
me
try.
on the live.
I did?
Let's just try and scale back a little bit on the overspeak too, just so that everybody
How did I
can.
do that?
I'm trying to make a fucking point clear.
I understand. That's not just to you, Milk.
Under your
Just everybody.
analogy or under your analysis here, Brandy, every true liberal, right, they might be masking as like a conservative at the top, would be dead or unalive, broke, would be completely broke. And we know in reality that's not true.
Olive, did you say that I muted you?
Yeah, so I can't comment back to you because it says I've been muted for the entire live.
What? How did I do that?
Oh, no.
But you see what I do? I feel really bad and I keep going and then I go to work on 4 hours sleep. That's what I do.
That's what happened to me. I got to be up at 6 o'clock. Hey, this
sick.
This has been a blast. I can't. I got to take the kids got field trips in the morning, and one of them's got to be there half an hour before school starts.
Oh man.
I appreciate this more than I can tell you guys. I've felt like I've known you, many of you, for 2.5 months. So it's been fun to actually connect. It's a
I
good
have a question
conversation
for you, Ryan.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you enjoy when we have a small group that talks about religion, or do you enjoy this political argument back and forth?
Is
Yeah,
this like a part of like your seminary schooling or what?
I have been doing this. It was interesting to me that we got to the topic though. This was a hybrid. We have been doing this every Wednesday night for how long? 2 months streak, Randy?
I think a little bit longer than that, actually.
I think around the same time Olive started doing hers. So how I spend my week is on Wednesday nights we do this to talk about how much Christian nationalism sucks, and among other things. But there's usually three of us. And then on the other nights, I usually listen to Olive or Laura or now Milk and a couple other people. It's been good, I think.
Oh, it's been great. You did a good job.
Wait, so like what? Like why? I mean, why take all these notes? You know, because these are like not just generic things. Like these are pretty detailed and you know provoking questions. I mean, at least towards me. And it's not like they're just within the last week. Like these span back pretty far. Like why so much attention to detail?
It's history.
No. Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
Why
I
am
think
I?
he's asking about the personal questions because inquiring mind wants to know, Milk. You're thought provoking.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. What? Yeah, that's a good question, Milk. How I came into Olive's live, I don't really know, other than maybe timing, a mixture of timing and chance. Like when I joined, I remember. In general, I don't have a great memory, but I remember the first weekend that I tried to come into live or try to figure out lives, because it was a wild weekend. I came in, I requested up on somebody's live by mistake, and they were like, "What do you think of the prompt?" And I was just like, "I don't know what you're talking about," and then they dropped me.
Yeah. So it probably wasn't very, friendly.
And then the next one, this is a true story. The next one was Good Trouble, who I'd watched some on Instagram. And I requested up on his with 16 other people, and he accepted me. We talked for a long time. It was intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was that same night or the next night that I came across Olives, and I think at the time, I don't know that even Milk was there yet. I think I predated Milk. And like I said, I liked the idea that she had for her lives, like what she was hoping to accomplish as far as a conversation between the right and the left that someone from Canada would host.
It is interesting, yeah.
So I have sort of stuck with that. I've gone into some other ones and just I'm like, I'm not taking on new clients at this time. I feel like I've gotten to, I feel like I've gotten to know this crew. But what's happened as time goes on is that Tapley will say something, or Olive will say something, or you, or Laura, or a couple of the other regulars, and I sort of make a mental note of the question that I have, and I didn't know that I'd ever get a chance to ask. So I appreciate it. I got a chance to ask Laura of my questions.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I do the same thing, but I do it in like a different way. Like if I hear something that's really good or really sharp, like I'm writing that shit down. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but I don't usually do it so much with questions.
Yeah, I think 95 or 98% of my time on TikTok is spent learning, trying to listen and learn. And there are a few times that, like the conversation 10 days ago when Tapley was talking about the PrEP medication and the impact that will have on that community. And in my head, I was like, I just wish, or I hope everyone is listening. And I felt that way, especially toward you, because I feel like I've known you. That sounds weird to say, but I've been listening to you on these panels for a while, and this was a great opportunity to ask some of those questions. I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate you all coming in. But I do.
I'm really glad that you hosted us. It was really cool to be able to connect with you directly, and I hope you'll be more ever present on Danielle's panel.
Just
Yeah,
to be clear, this
likewise.
stems from like pure like personal like growth and curiosity.
Well, and familiarity.
Familiarity. Okay.
I grew up in an affluent home with a lot of privilege and um, a lot of things that I didn't realize were a privilege, like going to college and healthcare and the
Yeah.
stuff that when I was 21, you just do it, and dad or whatever will help or pay off the college tuition, and it's a blessing. I mean, it's an incredible amount of privilege, but I do think that as was mentioned, maybe in time you'll look back at this. I saw a picture a long time ago. You know who Ruby Bridges is, right? The young gal. I think we referenced her when segregation was happening. There was a picture that I remember, and I don't know if you've ever given this any thought, like where would I be when? But the picture has her coming out of the school or going into the school, and then you have these people on one side with their super racist signs, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a handful of people that are on the other side trying to show their support. And then you have people in the background that are just passing by, living their life, not really, not involved, not thinking anything of it. It doesn't affect them. It doesn't concern them in their minds. So they're just going about their day. And I sometimes wonder, where would I be? I don't know if you've ever wondered that. Where would I be had I been?
I can give some insights. There's a
Where do
very
you think you would have
strong
been?
there's a very strong Desmond Tutu quotes that I have quoted before, where it's like post apartheid, and he comes out and he says, you know, oh, I don't want to fucking butcher it. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you've chosen the side of the oppressor. So for that bystander, that third group that you were talking about, right? It really does seem like if you're not willing to do anything about the change, you've chosen the side of like the status quo, or what was up until that point.
But what are Christians supposed to be doing?
I don't know if that helps at all.
Oh no!
Milk. What are
I'm
Christians
sorry.
supposed to be doing?
What did you say?
My question was, where do you think you would be in that picture?
Oh, I mean, I hopefully I would be on the ones where they're not like racist pieces of shit.
Okay, that's a good answer, guys. Thank you. More than I could tell you. This has been different than the last 10 Wednesday nights. I really appreciate it.
What do we call you?
Ryan.
What do you like to be? Ryan. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So,
My name's Ryan.
When you're like, loading your mind up with questions, just request up to the panel. This was really good. Request up and ask away. Like anytime, honestly.
Yeah, it was pretty.
This was way more substantive than talking about Jasmine or whatever.
It's just interesting because
all of you almost lost me in that stretch. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of like, I think I gotta find a new group. And I was so grateful when Tapley was like, if this is gonna continue, I'm out. And in my head, from the comments, I was like, me too.
Well, the issue, what happens, Ryan, is I'm like, okay, well, maybe if she gets comfortable with us or gets to know us, I have this like hope, she'll come up and she'll come up in really good faith, and she won't be defensive, and she'll want to be up here to debate. And so I kind of gave it a few chances, and that didn't pan out, and Tapley blocked her, and here we are, right? Like,
I think that was, and I know that I get that how TikTok works.
Or sometimes you're like, well, maybe the person had a few too many that night, and maybe if they're sober, it's going to be a very different person. Like, you just don't know. Or did she have a terrible day? Like, there's a lot of people. I mean, Milk could be one of them that I could have, from the pressure I had, cut him out of my live months ago, and I didn't. And here we are today. I'm using you as an example, Milk, but I've had people who have been very controversial and we've had good conversations with. So you never know night 1 or 2. It's almost like a three chances. And then if nothing changes, you're like, okay, it's time to move on. Right.
Yeah, I get that. I think I admire that. I guess give people a good amount of chances, but yeah,
And I will just
I'll keep. You'll probably continue to see me down in the comments, but if I do, usually if something comes up like Christian nationalism, where I'm like I can weigh in on that, then I'll request up. But otherwise, like I said, I enjoy learning, and I'm grateful for you guys. So
And
thanks
Ryan,
for.
that's what I do. And I've done it. I've followed Tapley from when he used to mod Alive a while ago, Laura and Olive. And that's where I met Milk was later on. And I do exactly what you do. I hardly ever go up because I have a tendency to, when I get really angry, I go up and then I crash out.
I have a
But
question. I've got a question, Reconsider. How long have you been doing this?
So
You're like talking to people, like communications, I guess. I don't know like what you do. I thought you were like a chaplain, but I might be wrong.
So a hospice chaplain, I don't know how much you know about it, but when someone is diagnosed with a terminal diagnosis, like they have
Yeah.
6 months or less to
Yeah,
live,
hospice.
I've been working as a chaplain in that field for 15 years. It's really all I've done.
Mm-hmm.
So 15
That's
years.
so admirable, Ryan.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, but I love it. So it's not like, to me, I know a lot of people hear what I do and they're like, oh, I couldn't do that. And I get it, but I feel the same way about like a kindergarten teacher.
And really quick, I know you got to go. Like, final question, just really quick. Although you just said to all of us that you love it, and I definitely take your word at that, is there like a genuine side that is like really tough on you and like impactful? And I don't need you to answer how so. Like, I think maybe that's a conversation for like the next time we do this, but I would just love to know, like,
what do you mean side?
Is there? No, I mean, like he said that he loves to do this, but I mean, are there actual ramifications, like psychological ones?
I see.
You know, et cetera, and so on. Like, I just, if so, I want to talk at length about that. Like, and if your answer is like, not really, or, you know, it's a little rough, but whatever, then we never have to talk about it again. But
No,
I am curious about maybe the rougher side of it. I wonder.
Yeah, it is. It is a longer answer, but yeah, there is a toll, because you have to. If I ever get to a point where it doesn't affect me, then it's time to do something else, right? Like if I'm just become apathetic.
Good answer.
But
guess I'm in trouble.
Okay. I'll want to talk about that. Like
We'll do
the
it.
next time I come up on your panel, I'll have so many questions about what you do.
Yeah, fire away.
Okay.
I have a question though
Cool.
for you. I do have a serious question because I've been reflecting on this a lot, because like there's so much shit that's going on with me right now that I don't really talk about too much.
Mm-hmm.
But like so it's even funny because you mentioned like Kim Davis earlier. Me and my godfather and my grandmother were all eating at like a huge, like one of the nicest steakhouses in like all of Kentucky. And literally, you know, Kim Davis is right, you know, less than 10 feet away from us at this huge table with this huge party, you know, running up a fucking, you know, government credit card or whatever. And, you know, recently my godfather passed away via heart attack. And my aunt, my grandmother's sister, which I just call my aunt, my great aunt, or I don't know, however you want to say it, is, you know, expected to die within the next month, like 100%. Right. So my question was like, how do people rationalize their own unalivement, the certainty at their own unalivement within a given time frame?
It's a good question, and I'm sorry that you're dealing with so much loss. That sucks. I've been through it. I started this page, Reconsider Church, on November 18th, the day my mom passed. It'll be a year ago in a week. Because she was the type of Christian that loved people well, and I think Christianity in this country currently is not. So that's kind of why I started this. So I'm sorry you're dealing with loss. It's very different how everyone, when they receive news that they're terminally ill, how they respond, as you can imagine. I don't know if you've seen that with your great godmother or godmother.
Yeah, she's gotten like super like. She's very like upbeat, you know, she's like her, it's like she's more lively than she's ever been. It's kind of a little strange.
Interesting.
Yeah. And to be honest, I tried to put myself in her shoes, and I would be I'd have a weird sense of content.
You feel that you would?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
a
good.
weird sense of
Milk, is she suffering?
Well, well, she's been suffering her whole life. She was born with natural predispositions, and it's been affecting her whole life. She's taken medication her whole life. She's had not one but two pacemakers. They can't even put her to sleep for stuff because she would her heart would literally just cease to work. There's just certain things that she's always had to deal with. That's her reality. You know what I mean? She doesn't know a different way because she's never experienced it. But yeah.
How old is she?
So my grandmother is 72. And she's 4 years younger, so 68.
Yeah, it's hard to give a blanket answer. Well, this is how people process
it's just
this.
different.
Yeah,
and the quote that I think about is Joker and then in the Dark Knight, where he goes Heath Ledger goes, it's in their last moments, that man, finally, shows who he is. And I don't know, that sticks with me.
Yeah. I think it's.
I'm going to drop Ryan, and everybody, you need to let this poor man go to bed. And by the way, Milk, I am very sorry for your loss and what you're going through. I haven't heard of any of that. But I enjoyed this conversation. Thank you again so much, Ryan, and good night to all of you. All right.
I appreciate
I'm gonna too. Thanks, Ryan.
Good night.
Yeah.
Tapley, put in the comments what time you're going tomorrow night.
I think you were trying to respond, but
Hey, Milk, do you live in the same area as this grandmother? Is it a grandmother that you said? One is already passed and one is.
So my godfather has passed already. Mm-hmm. My grandmother's sister, I call her my aunt, but she's my great aunt. Yeah, she's lived with me my whole life pretty much. Growing up.
In your house or close by?
Well, okay, so I moved out when I started college. To the dorm, then an apartment. Now I have my own house. But growing up from 0 to 18 per se, I've been in the same house as her. Yeah, I've grown up, with her. She's family.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah.
I don't even know the names of any of my great aunts. I was not.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hard. But she seems content, huh? Almost shockingly happy or light and.
Yeah. Yeah. And she is religious. My grandmother is actually a priest.
Her older sister?
Yeah.
Okay. In what denomination? Not that matters.
Episcopal.
Okay. Does she say that she's excited because she's going to go meet Jesus?
But it shows via her her spirits, her upbeats, her how do I put it? The I don't know. I don't know, upbeat tone, she's smiling always, you know what I mean?
Which is
just trying to really, really enjoy the last moments, I guess. I don't know.
That's a beautiful thing. As much as it sucks or as much as it kind of weirds you out. Wait, I don't understand why you're so upbeat. You're nearing the end. Why are you so? Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know if it's because she's so at peace with where she's going, her fit in her faith, what she believes, what's mm-hmm. next for her is going to be with Jesus or with other family members that have gone before, and she's looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Or if it's because she's had a lot of suffering. You said she's had a hard life, right?
Yeah. No, she's had an extremely hard life.
So it almost could be, and I don't know, I'm not a psychologist, but I have seen people who have had really tough lives that find joy in the thought of relief from their suffering, if that makes sense.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That sucks though, man. I'm sorry you guys are in the thick of it as a family, going through it twice in a matter of weeks or months?
It's so fucking, yeah, it's really sucks because my aunt had one of those scares where she gets short of breath, and then so she got taken to the hospital, and she was there for like an extended period amount of time, like a week, 2 weeks, and that's when they gave her the diagnosis of like that she was going to be unalived within the next month. And my godfather literally messaged me like, hey, let's schedule a date for us to go over to the hospital, and we never got to go. And so like all of a sudden, he unalives via heart attack, and I'm like, well, damn. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. The grief really hasn't set in, so.
Well, if there's, the grief hasn't set in for Grandpa either.
Or for the Godfather.
The Godfather, sorry.
Yeah,
Godfather, yeah. It takes time, and there's no real guarantee of when it lands.
Yeah.
And sometimes it gets postponed if you have a loss, and then you kind of go right into another impending loss.
Yeah.
You're not able to sort of face the grief because you've got a new one coming.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would agree. Were you close with your godfather too, or
yeah, like pretty close? He was, he was well, at first he was a guidance counselor at like a local school, but then he went back to get his doctorate. He always wanted to teach. He always wanted to be a professor at around. And so he finally got his doctorates, finished that. And so like we were all proud for him. Funny enough, the guy, was a gay man, Latino oriented gay man. But like it's just so wild.
And was he younger?
No, he would have been the same age as my mom. Or a year or two older, so he would have been what, 50? 40.
Damn, that's young, dude.
He would have been like 51.
Yeah, that's way too young. I hate to tell you. Yeah. I know maybe that doesn't sound young, but that is.
Yeah.
That's really, really young. Yeah, it's. I guess my 2 cents would be. For me at least, because I've just went through this with mom, and what a lot of people try to do is try to like stay busy or like keep your mind off the loss so you don't have to face the grief.
Yeah.
And I've never seen it work. I've seen a lot of people try to do it, but the grief is patient. It will wait for you to address it and to deal with it.
When growing up, growing up, I had a cat in 4th grade who was with me like my entire childhood, and then when she died, I kind of went like blank, like kind of how I am now, and literally it took me to like dream about the cat to open up the grief.
Yeah. You feel like you're waiting for a dream?
I don't know if that's fair, but no, I wouldn't say I'm waiting for a dream, but it's like that's what broke the barrier.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Grief sucks, man. I've been going through it this last year too, and it sucks that you're going through it as well. But I think you've got to kind of face it, whether that means just going for a walk or looking at pictures of him or of her now, and kind of being intentional about not avoiding it, because I think sometimes we try to avoid it, and I see that a lot. I see people that lose a spouse and then they try to work 15 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week, so that they don't have to face the grief.
Yeah.
And it never works. It'll always kind of be there waiting.
Yeah, it'll catch up.
Yeah.
I agree.
So even just bringing it up, man, I'll be thinking of you. I'm sorry you're going through it, but now you know where to find me if there's something I can do. That. Yeah, and I have enjoyed coming in, listening on your lives, and I'll see you around here.
All right, I'll see you. Take care.
Take it easy, bud. Have a good night.